We are live. Yes, we are live. Gonna hang out here for a while. See what happens. Hmm. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Invite guest. Copy. Right. Metal. Hutch. What's up? Here we go. We're gonna post this. Anyone can come up. I paid for this. And here we go. Jane. Chicken Texas. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah. Didn't know if this was going to work or not. And still not sure. So we shall see what happens. We shall see. We shall see. I am having power issues, so I don't know how long this will be. Hopefully, I get a good 2-3 hours out of this. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Sunday Reflections. That's right. Sunday Reflections. Yeah. Well, something that KP that made for me. Right, the spoon. Sunday Reflections. Shorty. What's up, Shorty? Elusive. Skull, everyone. Skull. The fruits of their labor. Yankee White Dog. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking about this for a while. Ever since the yeah, ever since first, I mean, incidents like kind of coming through. It's funny how incidents make you reflect on things. I remember that. I remember when that happened. Yeah. As Americans, as humans, we have memories. Shit. Robots. Okay. Oh, I see. I see it. I don't know what to do about it. I have nothing I can do about it. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. 1 by 0.04. Damn, much. So Caroline buffering, yeah. Okay. So we'll wait. Stand by, wait. Next call. Mm. All right, am I back? Yeah, I noticed. I got kicked off. Well, hmm. I think that I have something on. Hold on. Stand by. Oh yeah, there's something on. Yeah, I'm walk cleaning my walk. Water and clean. I'm gonna turn that off. How we doing? Here we go. Mjolnir's Wrath. Skull. Mm. Ah, yes. Drinking coffee today. The wonderful, wonderful blend of Cafe Bustelo, Espresso, and cheap hot mix. Oh, now it's taking a long time to load the comment section. Here we go. Having trouble connecting? Please check your internet connection. Really? Wow. That's some shit. The fruits of their labor, folks. This is the fruits of their labor. Boom, there it is. Yeah, so come on up. Want to talk about the fruits of their labor? We've been watching their labor for quite some time. The systematic destruction of the world, systems, and they're very adept at infiltrating. It's not just the fires either. They're really adept at infiltrating systems and governments and bone breaking action. Good morning, Skull, brother. Skull. Really good at, it starts with the NGOs, it starts with the businesses, right? Because they're the easiest in. You can hire somebody. Once you get somebody hired in, you can hire more people and so on and so forth. And next thing you know, you've got DIs walking around, die. The die folks. I think it's very fitting, the DEI they call it, or, it means die, to kill, to watch things die, becoming dangerous. Well, they're really good at that. They're really good, and they get into it starts with the NGOs, and they start to lobby and gain power and support. Then they get into corporations, into businesses, and then they get into local municipalities. Then they get into your state and federal governments, and you get what we have here today. That's right. Yeah, the fruits of their labor, and for the most part, we let them do it because it's not a threat. Who gives a shit about some what's up, Yankee watchdog? Who gives a shit? Do you see a soy boy, walking around with lipstick on, in a dress as a threat? No, we really don't, right? We really don't. We as men and as women, right? You women out there, uh, we we're used to working. We're used to, battling bears and wolves, right? And some snake comes along, we're like, all right, whatever. Go ahead, go slither away somewhere. Right? And we're like, I don't care. Plan push into neo-feudalism. Wow, yeah, right. And I would argue, dangerous, that it's already here. I mean, wouldn't you say that Newsom is a lord of California? I would, and he is absolutely mismanaged that he states uh, resources just to destroy, right? To destroy, to rebuild. neo-feudalism in the first place. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I could definitely see that. They want something more. They want something better. They want something more inclusive, right? Inclusive. When they talk about inclusive and equity, right? They're not talking about equality, right? That's not what they're talking about. Equality is what we strive for in this country anyway, right? And we all know that equality doesn't exist. Yes, some people are better than others because they put in the work or they're smarter, right? I'm not one of those people. Sometimes I am. Work smart, not hard, right? I'm one of those hard-working people. I just fuck it. Let's go ahead and bleed some blood. Scrape knuckles and let's get to work, right? That's kind of anyway. I guess through older age, you start to think, let's get a little smarter about this, right? But that's we're not used to this insidious type of warfare. That this insidious way of taking power and control of the masses. We've never seen it. We have seen it, but not in our lifetime. Exactly. That's right. We've seen it in the Mao Zedongs, the Stalins, the Lenins, right? Things like that. We've seen that, but like I said before, we forget. We forget how that shit happened. It happened with shit like this. Shit like this. And they're also very adept at mitigation of damage, mitigation of threat and risk assessment. What better way to destroy a country than to have the country destroy itself, right? Plant people in there, have them just kind of whisper lies and suggestions, and make it mainstream. Once you've started to affect the people's minds themselves, you have either support or the fear, right? There are people that actually fear not to support it because they don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to draw attention to themselves. They just want to just go about their lives, do what they're told because that's what they do. That's all they know. That's all they were taught in the indoctrination camps, i.e. school. Mm. And now we see where the education system has really ramped up with their fruits of their labor. We got folks that are so confused. If someone is extremely confused about who they are or what's going on, they are easily led astray. Easily. Here, take this flamethrower and go start some fires. Yeah, that's a great idea. Here, take this pew pew and go do this, go do that. All right. Hey, friend, go do a terror. Yeah, that's a great idea, right? And the more and more people that you have start to insidiously take over key parts of the government, key parts of the country, the social media complex and the social media industrial complex. We all do you believe anything that comes out of the mouth of news, social media, what they call it, legacy news, right? Legacy news media. We don't, but yet we always use it as a source. Oh, well, so and so said this. What's up, Tigger? So and so said this. It must be true. So it doesn't even matter if it's true or not. They can just say a lie, and everybody goes, oh, "Wow," because your mind goes, "It's a possibility." Your mind, you don't have the discernment right off the bat to go, or the critical thinking to go, that might be a lie. Wow, really, Joe? If you aren't of service to us, you are stealing. Fuck you, seriously, right? Boom, right? And so that's the thing, is the re-education. People that are absolutely been confused and destroyed in their mindset and been, taught, okay, relativism, do what you want, be what you want, right? And have everyone validate that, then, they can easily start to, they're yearning for something. They're yearning to be a part of something. Especially young people, right? Or, as much as they try to rebel, you know, and as much as they try to rebel, they love to become a part of some group, like Anquifa or we what's the new things, uh, the Anquifa, the BLM, the LGBTQX plus armies, whatever a case may be, right? Because they think they're doing their part. I'm gonna do my part, right? I'm gonna be part of this movement. Yeah, but hey, they don't have the forethought. They don't have the foresight, nor do they have they've what's up, Billy? Boom, fish sticks. Nor everything that they've taught or shown in their lifetime, since they don't know, they're very confused, right? And they believe in relativism, imagination, fantasy, that they can make fantasy. You can, right? We do it all the time, but we take subjective and make it objective. But only through hard work and determination and imagination can we actually sit down and work and make stuff come out of our minds. That's why I love art so much. But it's also a two-edged sword, right? Not only can you bring things into the manifest things, into the real world, but you can also destroy minds, and we see that in the art industry, in the music industry, where everything that is debauchery, everything that is wrong gets promoted and pushed. How many little girls out there want to be fucking trap hoes? How many little boys out there want to be either gangster rappers or rap hoes? I mean, it's the perversion, the perversion of the natural order of things, and the youth are extremely susceptible. All you guys and gals out there that have been a wild child, I too have been a wild child. We understand that. Brown shirts on the outside, red in the center, as in communism. Right? Darrell. Yeah, I just had bacon. Bacon and eggs. Oh man, had a good meal. But the symbolism is what we see with their symbolism and their colors. That's the spells. That's the spell working. That's the point where these misguided individuals can focus their efforts. Well, I'm a good little LGBTQ guy, and that's why I cut off my pee-pee, right? And that's why I'm doing this tour, right? But we all learn later on in life. We all learn, like, what the fuck was I thinking? All the stupid shit we did, all the crazy things we did as youngins, and that we believed, right? We look back, of course, and go, well, that was stupid. And that's going to happen to these people. But the useful idiots, right? Useful idiots, which is an absolute term, right? Look it up, goes through history. Stalin and Lenin loved those guys. Brown, so did that Adolf guy, right? And he was just a pawn himself. Ronnie, I was born stupid. Skull. The fruits of their labor have come to fruition. They have set back in the cut, in the darkness, funding this and that, influencing people here and there, and getting into the minds of our youth, getting into the minds. What's up, Sandy? Loretta. Getting into the minds of, and just making everyone think that, oh yeah, it's a great possibility. Yeah, you can just do what you want, be what you want. And then once you believe that, you'll believe anything. You'll believe anything. And that's where, and now they can insulate those people against any type of absolute relative or relative or objective arguments, because they've been brainwashed in mindset to go, well, whatever they say, they must be the enemy. Was and so they believe that Trump is going to put them in concentration camps for, being different, right? We don't care around here. We don't care, right? And we see what's going on with the Californification process in California. It's not going so good. Well, for them it is. Once again, the fruits of their labor. They have literally, utterly destroyed LA, the shining hill on the city, right? And they're destroying even more, and that's what they do. They have to destroy. Ronnie, right? Today I carry a spoon. Today I have the spoon. So they're fruits of their labor. They have succeeded in burning down LA. They have succeeded in bringing us to the cusp of war. They have succeeded, and this is not just America. This is the world over. Inflation is on the rise. In Germany, I just watched Survival Lily. Shout out to Survival Lily. She gives her little European report. They're looking at like 43% inflation rates, and in all things, in all sectors. They shut down most of their decades-long nuclear power plants and coal plants, and went to solar. And now their electricity costs are through the roof, and there's blackouts and brownouts, and they're projecting even more. And on top of that, they're taxing people. They're taxing people out of cars. They're taxing people out of their homes, right? They're taxing people out of everything. right. Hey, it's bringing your comment up. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, watch your latest video there, Carolina. And hi, good to see you. And it's not just them either. It's not just Europe. And Germany and Austria and Poland. But Poland is actually doing well. But of course, they're facing war, right? And they're literally going through the replacement migration. They're literally absolutely fighting replacement migration with guns. They said, if you jump the border, we'll shoot you. Ooh, damn, elusive. Wow. Yeah, you can't you can't trust her. You can't trust a lot of people. Right. But that's part of it, Joe. That's part of it. That's part of that what do you call it? The manifest destiny, Oh, I see, elusive. It blows my mind that you want to emulate a communist country. I don't. I hope you're not talking about me there, Gmo. But yeah, that's what people want to do. I mean, how ironic, and they love the irony of things. You've literally got the LGBTQ, queer, gay, whatever, the freak class, right, supporting Muslim terrorism. Fanatical Muslim terrorists hate and behead No, I didn't, Jamal. I did not compare America to Poland. No, I didn't. Uh, I'll explain later. Uh, They literally behead people that are gay after they rape them, of course. Yes, there's a lot of raping going on of the LGBTQ company, and then they behead them and kill them or throw them off of, make them try to fly off of 3 Mile Islands. But no, Poland. By the way, I know I did not compare Poland, and it's not communist. Poland has really went the other direction, and they are a very free society, very low in crime. The crime they do have is stuff that's coming in. They're facing Klauer Piven. The Russians themselves are sending all their Middle Eastern people that they had in prisons and whatever over there to try to come across the border and to infect and be insidious, and also internally as well, right? Poland, I mean, you can just walk around, just walk around and have no fear, little or no fear of crime. They don't play those stupid games. They're not DEI. They're not. They didn't hook up to the jab thing, right? They didn't do any of that. They said just leave us fuck alone. And no, they're not communist at all. Poland is not communist. So, Gmal, you might want to read up on that. So there you go. Anyway, right, Joe? I mean, yeah. You suck something. Okay, you put your mouth on it. Well, boom. You are the abomination, right? The abomination must be obliterated, right? And see how the standards change, and they use the same standards, right? Like, well, you're this, you're that, you're a conservative, you're a Christian. Let's stone you. If you've been watching what's going on in Syria, the Christians, they are being genocided in Syria. They are. They're just and they now have, they don't just, yeah, they walk up to you and go, hey, what kind of person are you? Are you Christian? Yeah, bang, boom, gotcha, right? But they do literally active intelligence gathering on people. See, that's the biggest weapon, is the intelligence gathering. It's not the actual boom. It's the intelligence gathering. It's the economic weapons. It's these social media weapons that they bring to bear. And when people start dying, when things start to explode and be destroyed, there you go, the fruits of their labor. I wouldn't. No, that's not true, Joe. No, I wouldn't say that's true. But it is true. They are facing persecution. They are. In China, in Syria. You can't be a Christian in Afghanistan. You can't be a Christian in Iran. I mean, there's a lot of places you can't be Christian. Oddly enough, in this country, you can be Christian. You can be anything you want. Freedom of religion, freedom of speech, skull. Freedom of the press, things of that nature. And that's the other thing, is the push for misinformation. That's wrong speak. You're speaking out of turn. You're speaking wrong, and that is dangerous to our democracy. I like arguments. I like arguments. I like diametrically opposed arguments. And I like the fact that we can walk away after that. You can't do that in any other country. You get beheaded, arrested, imprisoned, fined, beheaded. I mean, that Joe, that's anyone and everyone. That is anyone and every religion, culture. You're always going to have people like that. You are. That's just the way it is because of our tribalism. Tribalism. It doesn't matter if it's a political affiliation. It doesn't matter. See, that's how they do it. That's exactly how they have done their thing too. Oh, you've got to fly that freak flag, or you're not part of us, and you got to prove it. Go suck a dick. Go take it in the ass. You see, the entertainment industry, actually, that's their thing. That's their thing. You want to be a big time star? You want to be a superstar? Then you got to take it up the ass or put it in somebody's ass. And they got to videotape it. Now you get the millions. Right? And we're not even going to talk about the children part of it, the whole debauchery of the trafficking and the children. And yeah, that shit goes on. But it's a way of it's a they're always going to do. They're always going to shame people, always, for not being like them. That's tribalism. That's tribalism 101. Yeah, absolutely, right. Do it around others, you may have to comply to avoid problems. And that's how they work. That's how all of us work. Peer pressure, right? We've all heard of peer pressure. It's a way of instilling conformity. Of course, right? And they know that that's a system. That is a system that this evil has been using as well. So it's very ironic, Yeah, right? Yeah, okay. Freedom of some religion, freedom of some travel, right? As long as you've got your multipass. Got to have your multipass. Yeah. Right? These are the fruits of their labor. Where people are afraid to even speak in fear of being persecuted, right? I look at persecution as a badge. It's a badge of honor. Wow. Joe Morgan, I just seen your post. How to properly cook a house cat? Folks, drop your links, by the way. Shameless plugs for everyone. If you know what to do, if you're not, it's not. You just beg someone that's blue and they'll drop it for you. Fruits of their labor. This is how they did it. They got people so fucking butthurt about having a discourse, about having a juxtaposed opinion of whatever and whenever. You're right, Joe. We do have the right to say whatever the fuck we want. There is always consequences to our actions. There's always words do have meanings, even if you're just trolling, even if there's this ranting, raving psychopath on the middle of the street going, "The end is nigh, the end is nigh, repent, sinner, repent." Exactly right. We have the freedom to bear some arms, right? I can't have my saw anymore. They took that away from me. Well, I mean, like we all know, Joe. We also know a lot of people that use that as a weapon. The Bible has always been weaponized. I mean, look at the Roman Catholic Church. Wow. The actual people that killed Jesus are now have been the absolute pinnacle of the ivory tower of the Christian culture. I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. The actual Catholic Church themselves. And, if you're Catholic, then hey, whatever, that's cool. But we all have seen what's going on in the Catholic dioceses and everything. Yeah, the Roman Empire never ended. They just changed. They just took over Christianity, put on funny hats. They're straight. They're still raping little boys. They're still doing blood rituals and sacrifices. They're still taking everybody's money. They're still, like oh, you're not one of us. Then hey, you can't. You should be persecuted, right? What's up, pure blood? What's going on? Still in tree. Welcome. Stole it and they convinced the world they built it. Wow. A few weeks ago, King James was gay. Well, he was a lot of things. King James was a lot of things. I mean, I always look at the sources, the sources of the King James version, right? There's a lot of shit that got omitted. There's a lot of shit that got changed. He had shit changed in the Bible just so he could divorce his wives. He had a lot of things omitted. The fourth, what's a quack? Most of the buildings we call our monuments, right? Yeah, right. Once again, their spell is woven into the whole architecture of the landscape, isn't it? Oh yeah. And what's going on now? They're actually doing rituals and opening portals, of very satanic things. The Pope himself has pardoned a lot of diddlers, a lot of Catholic priest diddlers. They have a long-standing history of if a priest or whatever in their Roman Catholic hierarchy gets caught diddling little boys or girls, little boys, usually little boys, because they're sick like that. They just get moved. They just move them. Okay, let's take you out of here and send you across the country so you can continue to do what you're fucking doing, because they condone it. Right? Very rarely do they persecute. Very rarely do they get imprisoned. They just get lost. Monsignor Francis, huh? Yeah, he diddled and killed 30 boys. Okay, yeah, well, he was in New Jersey. Oh, okay, he's in Argentina right now. He's fine. Care of it. It was all taken care of in-house because we're the Roman Catholic, whatever. Pure blood. I can't get. Come on. Pure blood. Biden trying to take these cigarettes. If he does that, there will be a war. I am certain of that. Talk about the next prohibition, right? The next prohibition. And what does that do? I mean, we look at the last prohibitions, right? And alcohol wasn't the only prohibition, right? There's a reason why alcohol, tobacco, and firearms was conceived in the first place. Yeah. Not only is there a prohibition on this, there's a prohibition on gasoline, there's a prohibition on cars, there's a prohibition on meat, there's a prohibition on chicken, there's a prohibition on eggs, there's a prohibition on food itself and electricity. Prohibitions everywhere. I think what's going on there, pure blood, is that he is just, he is just doing anything spiteful that he can to give Trump a fucking handful of shit. Here's your inherited fucking shit. Here's your bucket of shit that I left for you, as I'm leaving out the office going, fuck you. It's all spite. You know what? I mean, Millionaire, I watched those studies when the whole COVID's thing came out, and I'm a smoker. I smoke cigarettes. I actually want one right now. I'm thinking about it just because of this. But not only do cigarettes increase testosterone, they also do. There were studies that were done that those who did this didn't get sick. They rarely got sick. People that smoke cigarettes and cigars and drink coffee and drink whiskey rarely got sick. And I'm just saying that across the board, like whatever it was. Matter of fact, NMN, nicotinamide, it creates it deals with the receptors in your cells, in your brain, things of that nature. And it actually has some beneficial properties. Now, yes, cigarettes are bad and they kill a lot of people. I have to agree. Anything that puts carbon dioxide on your heart, anything that affects your lungs in that way, is very detrimental to your health. But so is everything. There's been over it's been rewritten. The Bible has been rewritten 600 times. There's literally 600 versions of the Bible. Which one do you want? What team are you in? Right? What's up, wingnut? Yeah, right. Yeah, just doing my job, just doing as I'm told. That's why I love watching the auditors audit the audit, things like that. The cops come on the scene, and I've never been a cop per se. I've gotten close to it. Been security. I've been prison guard. Things like that. I have carried a gun in handcuffs in a job before. But you get there is a point where you're just like, oh, they did what? They said what? Who said you did? They said you did this. Get on the ground. It's a reactionary kind of thing. It's not you're not being proactive. You're not. But that's the thing is being in those industries. Critical chance is everything. If I'm sitting there talking to somebody, going, "Hey, we heard that you just you're standing on we just heard that you're trespassing on this property. I see that you're standing on the I see you're standing on the sidewalk, which is public property. Well, I got to ask you to leave. I've got to trespass you now, right? Not knowing the law, because they don't care. They're just trying to diffuse the situation. They're trying to not shoot somebody or get shot most of the time. And yeah, a lot of cops, especially new ones, they get really hot headed, don't they? We've all got pulled over by that one cop that just insist on searching our fucking vehicle and insist that we have guns and drugs and that we're wanted fucking murderers, which is never the case, right? It's like, you man, I just want to go. No, I'm not fucking drinking. No, I'm not blowing you on your breathalyzer test. So anyway, boom. Yeah, I agree. Dangerous. I do agree that. I mean, I've found a lot of Psalms. There's a lot of and there's a lot of hidden stuff because the Hebrews of the time taught in parables. They paraphrased, parabolized everything. It's a way of kind of like Aesop's fables. Right? You read something and it's like it just seems innocuous, but if you sit down and think and reflect on it, you're like, oh, okay, I see now, right? Cigarettes are good for you. All right, make your own cigarettes. So that don't think smoking is good for you. It's a bunch of commies. Yeah, right. That's right. That's because we have an immune system. Catching up on chat here. Well, I mean, yes, yes and no. Yes and no, Joe, on that. They do, they do, but that's the whole point of the Hebrew Bible, the Old Testament, was a way of teaching, a way of thinking. That they looked at God and Jesus in a different way, as opposed to this newfound Christianity where it's absolute, right? There was a lot of gray area there. You know, like Sicario. I used this word before. Sicario meant assassin, and they were people that were meek, that that went along with the Roman tyranny. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, this is Rome, yeah, sure, yeah, I live in Jerusalem, but I'm surrounded by the Romans because they conquered the place. Yeah, do what you do, right? I'll do what you say. But in the middle of the night, they're going to stab you in the fucking neck. Yeah. So it's uh, right. Yeah. We are from the generation that ate dirt. Funny you say that. I was part of the Marine Corps and Charlie Company, 3rd Platoon, 3rd Fire Team. We were the dirt eaters and we actually ate dirt. Like, it's crazy. I wish we would have videotaped that. Shout out to Shank Daddy for making us do that. Uh, right. Yeah. But generations, forefathers, 1,000 years. Yeah. I mean, I remember. I mean, I remember getting cut. Rub some dirt in it. You know, you'll be fine. uh, Crossroads, probably. Yeah. There you go. Boom. Astatine85. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Skull. Mm. Yeah, absolute fruits of labor. And is it spiteful? Or are they trying to ramp things because Trump is coming to power? I think so. I think that's we they're trying to give you know you know I'm still not sure Trump. I'm saying I'm not looking at him as the savior. I am looking at him as a good, definite good change. But you look at the you comp right, and Am I back? Okay, I'm back, I think. Yeah. Oh, uh, I can do that. Well, if it's not, I don't know if I'm coming. Can get Wi-Fi. Number 64. Yep. Here we go. Yep. So I forget where I was. I forget what I was talking about. Let me just pause right now. So until I get a confirmation that I'm coming through, I can get a thumbs up or thumbs down or fuck you. Give me a finger if you can hear me. Give me a fuck you if you can hear me. Yeah. Yeah. Not. Let me see if this works. Can post to come link here. Anybody can come up. Please feel free. I'd love to continue this conversation. Ghost Lincoln. Yeah, I hear you. What's up, Yankee? All right, cool. Very cool. Bye bye. Outstanding. Outstanding. Yeah. And so what are the other fruits of their labor? Well, they silence the dissident. They silence the voice, which they just do to me on a regular fucking occasion, don't they? You know, they can just all they have to do is just stop the live stream. Boom. Stop the signal. Gavin Newsom himself called Biden called Biden not to ask for help with the fires. He asked for help with misinformation that's spreading across the land of these fires, about people starting fires, and about the percentage of the defunding of the fire department, the reservoirs. He wants people silenced because that's how they work. They work in silence. They work in the dark. So there's there's nobody talking. There's no voice of the kid. They keep doing their thing. Am I back? I don't know. Okay. I think I'm back. I think I'm back. Yeah. I think I'm here. Michelle the Great. Devil Dog. I'm here. I am here. I think I'm here. Oh, come on up. Anybody and everybody is, well, if I know you, you're more than welcome. All right. I seem to have good connectivity. Why are they banning TikTok but not Temu? Right? And what were we talking about? Silencing the dissident, silencing the voice. They label everything that is critical of their nefarious and evil plans as misinformation, right? That's how they do it. Do I know? I do not know you, MJ Moonlight. Do not know you, so I will not let you up. If you are not blue, you are not coming up. We are not having what we had last time. Constant, no, not happening. So, so yeah, folks, here we are, reaping. We now see the fruits of their labor, and it's going to get worse. Absolutely, you know, it's what I say worse. I'm actually MJ impersonator. I don't know who you are. I don't know who MJ impersonator is. So if I can check him out. Sorry, I wouldn't let you up. Don't know who you are. I have to be vigilant, ever vigilant against folks I don't know. So Skull. But yeah. So if they silence people, you know, in Europe and London, England, they yeah, right. Oh no, and that's what they destroyed. Destroyed LA. And connectability issues here. Cleveland, initiative. Yeah, I'm being right now. I don't know if you can hear me. Yeah. And then it's a frustrating fight because in war, all they have to do is crush the will to do that. I cannot pull. I can chest. Moonlight 777. Never heard of Michael Jackson. We've Okay, am I back? I don't know. Trying to and see, that's the part of it, is crushing the will to fight through literally censorship and silence. You know, the way they censor me is they just turn off the live stream. They just stop the connectivity. All right. Yeah, right on, Asatine. We got to keep talking. We got to speak. You know, 2024. Thank you, Eric. I'm back 5x5. How dare you not know impersonating a minor attract? Oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Yeah, prodding. There's more than a lot more. A lot more. Fruits of their labor. They can justify their actions. Right? Yardbirds. Right? Can you hear me? Can't. What the fuck? It frustrated me. I have to censor anyone. They have self-centering. People are afraid to speak. Being labeled, persecuted. There's an army of persecutors out there that care. You're wrong. You need to put in a camp and re-educate and all that shit. Am I back? Am I here? Am I live? Boom. Erosion, right? See if I can highlight comments. Okay, that works. That's a good litmus test. A good canary. So the lithium battery explodes in their hands, right? I'm waiting on that one. Right? Yep. Michelle, please do. Right? And it's funny. Oh damn. Woo. Boom. Touching again. Okay. It's me. YouTube hates me. I love it. Right. They don't have to censor anyone. They have a lot of people self-censoring. Yep. Yeah. They got an army of people out there that right? Peer pressure. Peer pressure. Peer pressure. If everybody, your family, your friends, your coworkers are all telling you that you are wrong when you know damn well you're right, chances are most people will go, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Fine, I'm sorry. I'll drink the fucking Kool-Aid. That's the thing. Jim Jones, a lot of people drank the Kool-Aid just because everybody else was. Lemmings off a cliff, right? What's up, metal? Nah, don't waste your time, Quack. Don't, please. I don't want to play their games. I will make do with what I got. You know, that's just the way it is. Yep. You got your influences. And to this day, nobody wants to say coronavirus on the live. Coronavirus, I just did. Uh, right. Jim Jones was uh, counting bodies like sheep to the rhythm of the war drums. Fruits of their labor, man. This is just the beginning. Once they start gaining traction with this, you know, we see LA's burning. We see all these things in play, and not just here, but all across the world. That's coronavirus. I like to call it COVIDs. Shout out to Jeff Burke. COVIDs, and I don't think it's real. I don't think it's real. I don't think the this thing they called coronavirus, COVID-19, was real. I think it was something really quick. They threw out there, it burned through the population and died. And then boom, another. That wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was the vaccination. This thing, right? This is an old T-shirt I had. Used to wear it proudly during the lockdowns. Right? Come and make me. Yeah. The only reason I'm wearing it is because it's a clean shirt. But Dollar Vigilante, yeah. I mean, I don't subscribe to a lot of what he says. You know, he's got some. He's out there. He's out there. But a lot of shit he comes up is true. A lot of it is. You know, there's billions of things out there, little microscopic things out there that are always trying to kill us every second of the day. Every second of the day. But our body builds up an immunity and becomes strong. Damn, right? Well, yeah, I mean, you know, that's just a prophetic way of you know, a prophetic insight to their methodology, right? But you know, getting down to the brass tacks, that's what that getting down to the truth, down to the source, is what I like to do. And they really want to see the fruits of their labor, and they're trying really really hard, and they keep evolving. They keep evolving, and they keep changing, and they keep shedding their skin like a snake. It's called one thing, and then it's called another. They just keep changing. That's how they're chameleons. That's how it works. So they can repackage and sell it to us. Well, you know, they keep playing with Mother Nature like this. You know, in the DNA sequencing and things of that nature. You know, eventually, what I know is that 99.9% of biological created weapons can be lethal, absolutely, but they have a short shelf life. Once they start running through the population, the herd mentality kills it. The herd we start to evolve. Our immune system evolves and fights it, and we become immune to it. That's the truth. Herd mentality is the biggest weapon we have. You know, that was the whole point behind vaccinations. Is you get a little taste of the virus or the disease, get a little taste of it, so your body goes, "Oh, okay, boom, target acquired. You know how to kill you." You know, but if it's something new, brand spanking new, that the immune system has never faced before, it's a major threat. Right? I've heard of this, neogenia. Yeah, but we still become immune to it. Over time, we become immune to it. You know, boom, 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 and boom. There it is. This is their labor. And unlike us, we engage in labors of love. They engage in labors of destruction. Skull. They're constantly changing and evolving and repackaging and repurposing. Lori, what's up? Good to see you. They want this dystopian nightmare. They want it so bad. That is the fruits of their labor. The eventual fruits of their labor. Knowing their methodology, yes, but that's very important. But it's often shrouded in secrecy, in not knowing. It could be anything. What's up, Bonnie? The original mindset of the American patriot, one of our forefathers, is the biggest weapon against all this shit. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. I do what I want. You do what you can. That's what I get from the Constitution. I mean, the Constitution was written as a big fuck you. Fuck you, I'm not listening to you. I don't like the crown anymore. We are not part of the crown. Fuck you. Your rule of law has no authority here. None. Yet over 248 years, we are now, we've given up so much. So much. And nobody remembers. You know, it's funny. The rest of the world remembers. But here in America, nobody remembers. Only a very few. Only a very few. You know, how many of y'all still spit on the sidewalk? How many of you, married or unmarried, still engage in fellatio? Those are on the books in a lot of states that are illegal. A punishable offense. It's not a law. It's not a law. It ceases to be a law if everybody says fuck you. I'm not following your laws. Please enlighten us, Chinook. That's part of it too, is the moral degradation of a culture. I'm not Christian, but this country was founded on Judeo-Christian values. And most countries that are founded on principles of Judeo-Christian values succeed and thrive in freedom. There is freedom, there is prosperity. We have forgotten the faces of our fathers. We have forgotten the voices of our fathers. We have forgotten the words of our fathers. Wow. No shit. That's badass, Lori. Hell yeah. I did a little upholstery work back in the day. Just thought I could do it. Hired on to a guy in a fucking yeah. I mean, literally, he rented a little shack, a little business. Uh, I would call it a garage. We could have had a roll up, right? And that's all I did was just rip up upholstery. That's all I did. And I think it was for like $10 an hour. You know, why worship a Middle Eastern war god? I don't know. Who's worshiping a Middle Eastern war god? Decent user. I'm not. I don't worship any gods actually. But the fruits of our labor—that's the other thing too, right? Creating new, creating new religions. Not the cow print. That's very Andrew Dice Clay. That's hey, what's in the bowl, bitch? I mean, whatever. That's cool. To each their own, I guess. But we see that there's always this new religion on the horizon. You know, Chrislam. Have y'all heard of Chrislam? It's the merger of Muslim and Christian and some other stuff. You know, all thrown into one. You know, it's you know, I have my own. I have my own. Once I've studied I studied the Quran. I studied the Torah. I studied the new King James Bible and all the other little variants. I also studied the Bhagavad Gita. It, right? Hey, what's in the bowl, bitch? Right? I've studied a lot. I've studied the Lotus Sutras, the Karma Sutras. You know, it's none needed really. You know, it's there's always there is wisdom and knowledge in these philosophies. There is, you know, even Havamal, right? You know, the words of Odin. You know, there's wisdom and knowledge in these things, but there's also a way of weaponizing things. That's where your little discernment becomes in. You have to, you know, I mean, are you going to drink the Kool-Aid just because the scriptures tell you to? No, no, no. As preppers, we like to prepare for things. Look at the cult of Latter Day Saints, the Mormons. They are a prepper religion. They're the cowboy. The cowboy Jesus. I mean, I love that concept. Is it true? Probably not. Jesus probably didn't come over to America and what's up, hillbilly? Just quoting you here. No, Jesus probably didn't come to America and become a gunslinger. No, he probably didn't. Kind of reminds me of the TV series Kung Fu. You know, grasshopper, right? But is there wisdom in it? Yes, there is some wisdom there. It's a fantastical story. Is it true? No. Once again, you know, you got to think about parables and ways of, you know, artistic license, right? I mean, that's the whole thing about sci-fi. I loved sci-fi. I still love sci-fi. Is it shows you what could happen. The good, the bad, and the ugly. What could happen? These are the possibilities. So if I have the discernment to go, yeah, okay, it'd be really cool to have a bionic arm that I can punch through a fucking steel wall, or have X-ray vision and shit like that. Sure, that'd be great, but if somebody else is controlling it, if my arm gets hacked, what the fuck? That's not good. Good times make weak men. Uh, now, Bonnie, I like to argue that we do, but there are there are ways that you can degrade the morals of a society and allow them to destroy themselves, which is the fruits of their labor. Yeah, yeah. Catholicism. Uh, how many cults can we think of? Jim Jones cult, the Scientology, you know, uh, what they call it, L. Ron Hubbard, Dianetics, you know. Mm. And so that's the thing with a lot of religions is the legitimacy. That's why you have relics. That's why you have, archaeologists that are finding the Dead Sea Scrolls. They're finding things. They go, whoa, look at this. This is proof that this is this. Trying to give some type of legitimacy to whatever there is. Their biased, outlook. It's right. I bought them too. Yardbirds didn't work. Creeps for misusing them, right? Well, I mean, in the in the comic book, it showed, and it was in the advertisement. It was a drawn picture of a guy putting on glasses and looking at a girl that like had her hands behind her back and showed her silhouette and like woo, right? So I tried them. Yeah, didn't work. Yep, and I had the sea monkeys too, and everything's kind of swimming around. Ooh, look at that, right? Take a 5x5, 64 by 94. I like to agree with you, but I can't. I see too much. I see too much misuse by men. I see the weaponization by man of everything, especially Christianity. Usually it's through vice and grift, raw Tiltons, you know, or your How fucking annoying is that? Am I back? Let's see. Anyway. Okay. Yes, I am back. I think I am back. I have good connectability. Yeah. I wanted to continue this conversation that I had with Bonnie here. You know, she was talking about the spirit, right? Right. And right. So let's find this. Here we go again. Right. With the whole spirit. Here we go. Right. So in any religion, is that it's, it has to do right in many different religions and cults something different, right? So I really like back. I don't know. No. Uh, that's it. That's it. The fruits of their labor. So anyway, we were talking about the Holy Spirit and all that stuff. That's great. That's great. Like I said, 5x5, cool. A lot of people have different names for things, especially Christianity. The idea that you're allowing a higher power to dictate your actions as long as they are benevolent, right? I think that is a that is a that is a source of wisdom. It really is. Um, I can't, not me. I have to. I'm in a different category altogether. But skull to the spirits, the Holy Spirit, and there's many names for it. Kundalini. You could also have a lot of people experience this euphoria and connectability connection to source when they go into a church and with a large group of people encountering a type of fellowship connection with everyone. Cleveland's finest coming through. I think a lot of people don't understand what it is. This feeling that we have sometimes. A lot of people get the same feeling when they go out into the woods, when they run, get runner's high, when they're practicing Tai Chi and Kung Fu. It's a way of enlightenment. It is. But it can also be used against you. All these new religions pop, all these new relativism, things that promote relativism. I like that, Bonnie. Right? I mean, that's you're holding yourself accountable. Well, you're not holding yourself accountable. Your higher power, your God, your Holy Spirit, is holding you accountable. Hence, morals. And you live your life in that way. That's truly enlightenment, right? So I don't fault that at all. I do not fault that at all. That's that's great. That's great. The use of the opening minds of views, right? Yeah. And Christianity has evolved to the point where there's a lot of internal things that happen, right? So you have your Robert Tiltons, you've got your charlatans, right? That come out there and make your contribution and get the better seat to God, to heaven, right? Live this way, do this, do that, and you'll get to heaven. But those that go to, I like small little churches. I really do. I like the small little church. I like the small congregation. I like the neighborhood church that you go in there. They're actually doing good things for the community, for themselves, right? They're holding themselves accountable. They're holding others accountable in their community. They're helping people, actually helping people, not harming people. So, I don't see anything wrong with that. But we live in this world, in this society, in this world where evil has put a blanket for everything. And we're afraid to speak out, to do anything, to be just opposed to it. That's why I say, put on your armor of God, sell your cloak, buy a sword. It's time for war. But it's not the type of war that we're used to. They see this as a war of the souls. So why not harden your soul? Why not strengthen your soul, your bond with the higher power? Not always, Mojinir. Always. Once again, relativism. Relativism. You can feel perfectly fine in knowing that you're doing the right thing as you're dressing up like a cat and shitting in a litter box in 9th grade. I call it the quickening, the great awakening. The intergalactic bus is coming. Get on. Let's go. I remember my Sifu used to talk about that more and more people are coming into this world because this is like the age of enlightenment. And see, that's the thing that kind of correlates with this whole evil pushing their agendas now, because they don't want us to be enlightened. They don't want us to think for ourselves. They don't want us to see the true evil and pull back the veil to see what they're doing. They don't want us to do that. And with enlightenment and wisdom, that's what comes. That's right. No. That's not true. We are many, they are few. We do what we want, they do what they can. But we're a very susceptible bunch. We're programmable, especially our youth. That's why these morals, ethics, and values have been passed down from generation to generation. Because we teach the young how to live, how to work, how to work out what's going on in the world so they don't be a part of those evils. Look at the Amish. I mean, I wouldn't say we're like, we should be like, we should, in a sense, right? There's different levels, there's different degrees. They do not do this. They do not get on social media, right? They don't do that. They see it as a cesspool pipe going right to the mind. And it is. The age of information. And you can be led astray so easily. How many of you watch porn? How many of you have watched porn? Porn. How many of you are casualty vampires? We watch war. We watch the latest. How many people got shot? How many people died in this fire? And we're obsessed with how many people have died or gotten hurt. Casualty vampires, porn. It's just something that it's a data point, right? It's just a data point, but it still makes you feel a certain type of way. There's no high civility without a high morality. I agree. I absolutely agree. Let me do this. Pop this up here. I have no guests. Nobody wants to be a guest. Okay, that's cool. I just want to listen to me rant and rave. I don't want to hear another angle. And that's my point, is different angles, different views, right? If there's an objective, all right, so I'm going to put it in things that I can understand, right? So I have an objective. I've got a compound full of chomos, and they're in their compound. They're walled. They've got guns. They've got MRAPs, and they've got kids, and they're eating and raping kids, right? I'm just one guy, and I'm sitting about 800 meters out, and I've got one sniper. I've got one scope. This is me, and I can only see that much of what's going on. And I can only hit one target at a time. Now, if I multiply that by 5, multiply that by just 4, north, south, east, west, now I have a bigger picture of what's going on, who's who, what's where, things like that. I have more angles, more views. Make sense? Wait. The words of many have more weight. More eyes on. right? Who watches hockey fights? The Bonnie neighbor. Put some clothes on there, devil dog. At least a shirt. Yep. What's up, bug out? You do to me, but you can turn off your you can just show your icon if you want to, Bonnie, if you want. Oh yeah, sure, yeah. I agree there, Mojanier. Breads and circuses. That's exactly right. Breads and circuses. Everybody knows that's what the Romans did with the Colosseums. Hey, let's build this place where we can, give them murder, death, and gruesome, games, right? Feed them bread, feed them wine, make money off of it. Aren't you being entertained? Right? Right. Yeah. Right. Is it mainstream? PJ, what's up? Skull. I mean, I would love to get you ladies in here, Team Woot in the house. Team Woot here. I apologize for not doing Trial by Axe last night. I just wasn't into it. I've been doing some. I've got some mom issues going on right now. She's in a rehab place, and I'm trying to deal with all that shit. And it's just I have to use my phone, and I have to monitor my phone. Matter of fact, if I get a phone call right now, I'm out. So it's just the way it is. Duty calls. And I've been trying to do a lot of other things too. So, and that does not involve you two. Skull. So yeah, please, if you want to come up and you want to argue or you want to talk about some shit, please go right ahead. Make sure that I know you. Make sure that I can confirm who you are. And then you can go back to your thing. So Bonnie, I know who you are. You really don't have to show your face. I know you don't want to show your face. It comes up as authenticated if you are blue. So if you're blue, you're good to go. You don't really have to show your face. I can hear I can see your icon. That's fine. As you if you haven't noticed, I denied 2 people that were not blue because I don't know who the fuck they are. So, okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. You're not coming up as okay. You are authenticated. All right, cool. All right, hello, Bonnie. Bonnie, can you hear me?
Yes, but there's an echo and I'm on my phone.
Uh-oh. Kick it. Give it a good swift kick. Right. So you have been authenticated, so you're good to go. Yep. Yep. Please feel free to fix your issues. There's nothing I can do on my end. Hit your echo cancellation. There's a thing on Streamyard. You're a veteran of Streamyard. Oh, there she goes. She'll be back. I'm sure. But Yardbirds can see you with his X-ray glasses. So right. I'll drop the link again just in case, so you don't have to start continuously scroll back and everything. I know how that can be. Yeah, Billy, there you go. Turn off YouTube. Right there you go. Turn off YouTube. Bonnie is back. There we go. Boom, and I have you now. Good. Let's get a 5x5 audio check. I hear nothing.
Okay. Nope. Better?
Yes. I how do I sound?
Great. Okay.
Good. Very good. No. Welcome, Brian. Welcome, indeed. A fierce Christian, by the way. A fierce. Am I correct in this assumption?
Yes, sir.
Please, you don't have to call me sir. I work for a living. Yes. All right. So yeah, go right ahead. You have the helm. Speak.
I'm still getting a repeat.
Ooh. Okay. Let me see what I can do here. Edit mic settings, echo cancellation, reduce mic background, audibly adjust mic.
Is
okay.
Everyone in?
All right. How do I sound now?
Okay, let's see if it keeps doing it. Woohoo, I think we got it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you sound good to
Nope,
me.
there it is.
It's on your end. So you need to fix your end. Turn off YouTube. Turn off any of the devices you have. Hit your echo cancellation. Things of that nature. But you're coming through 5x5 on this side. Everybody else in chat says you sound good here. Do you have earpods in? Yeah, that sometimes that'll do it too. Or if you don't have earpods, try the earpods. I'll copy over.
Okay. Well, I did what I can. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
And who is that? Yardbird? Thank you for having me up, by the way. I actually do have my bathrobe on. Not curved.
Right. Yep. They say it'll work. So yeah. How are you doing? How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
Good. Good to hear.
We were up late last night playing games.
Okay. Yeah, last night I just didn't do trial by axe. I didn't feel like it. I was busy and monitoring things, and so wasn't in the cards for you. No game night for me or anybody else. Yeah. So yes. So what would you like to talk about?
Well, I guess continue what we were talking about.
Okay.
If you,
Right. You're talking about the Holy Spirit, the Spirit, the wisdom of the Spirit, right? I mean, I look at things a little differently. So, holding yourself accountable to a higher power, to the Spirit, right? That's kind of what I got out of it.
but that's the whole purpose of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the three documents. And it's not even if you take God out of it, which is possible, but not advisable. That it still has the same purpose. The purpose is we, the people, were formed as the assembly to keep the government in check.
Right. Right. We are the employers. We are the boss. We are in charge. Right. Yeah.
Yes, and they
And
have transferred that power to themselves.
right. I agree. And we allow them to do it.
Exactly. Allowed.
We allowed it.
Yes.
We did not we did not threaten enough. We did not we did not use the what we have at our disposal to exact change, to hold them accountable. Right. The only thing we have is, we're just going to vote you out of office. Oh, okay. Well, we've seen that can be arranged in their favor. They have manipulated that as well. They work on lies and suggestions. And so now that doesn't even work. Now we can't even defund them because we're taxed to no end. And we keep paying our taxes. We keep doing what we keep doing. They have changed the game, and we keep playing the old game.
And what's the definition of insanity? To continue doing the same thing and not getting any different results.
Right? Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result every time, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
I agree.
So, how is voting actually changing anything?
Right. Now, I do believe that our voice does carry weight. And we have seen that happen many times in the political field, where enough people got together and said, "Hey, we don't like this, and we don't like what you're doing," and boom, they're out. They stopped doing what they're doing, or they stop doing what they're doing, and they change up. They try to sneak something else in. They once again, they're like snakes. They shed their skin, change their clothes, and come out repackaged, repurposed. You know, but it does work. It's just getting everybody. They've divided us so much, that nobody wants to be one voice. It's everyone wants to do what they want to do, or they want to be a part of the relativism doctrination. They've bought into the I can be whatever the hell I want to be, and we need to change everything. The relativism revolution, I would say, and as you Christians, the evil, the Satan, the devil.
Yes. And so, when we were voting, they gave us two choices.
Right.
Obviously, we could see who we would think would be the better choice because she was just brainless. So, was that a planned thing? Why do we only get two choices? Because of the money?
Same wings of the same two wings of the same bird. There are other choices. If you see the ballot, there's always like 5 or 6 people running for presidency. But it once again, the influence, right? You either blue team or red team. One of the two. And the idea is that, well, if you're not voting for blue team or red team, then you're giving away your vote and allowing the other team to win. That whole. I think we're obsessed with that competitive thing, and being a part of that competitive thing where we should be voting with our mind, with our hearts, and not playing to the game, being not following the path that they set out before us, but as Americans, as frontiersmen, right, and frontierswomen, right, we like to forge our own path. So, I mean, that's the thing, and we see this all across the world, right? The Libertarian Party, the Green Party, what they do is they just keep repackaging, things. They call it the Green Party, the Labor Party, the Workers' Party, the Libertarian Party, whatever case may, the Conservative Party, but they like to guide us through the social media constructs, and peer pressure, because that's the thing, I mean, how many Democrats are you friends with? I mean, there's a lot of people that they only have conservative friends, right? Or they only have Democratic friends. It's dividing us right off the bat. So
So, how do you say this name? Is it Molnar's Wrath?
well, I pronounce it as Mjolnir, which is the Mjolnir. That's the correct Old Norse pronunciation, but you can call it Mjolnir. Basically, it's Thor's hammer, right?
Okay. Okay. Well, whoever it is, they're on it.
Oh yes, yes indeed. Yep.
Yeah, we are a republic. There's no such thing as democracy. Well, there is such a thing. And
Yeah, I mean, it speaks of, like, in the Federalist Papers and things of that nature, a democratic process, but not a democracy. You know, because democracies have never really worked. You know, the good of many outweigh the few, outweigh the one, right? And in a constitutional republic, we have the as individuals, we have that freedom. We no we declare our freedom. See, that's the point. Is I declare my freedom to do these things. You know, it's that's the point of it as a constitutional republic, and that I as a member of a constitutional republic, right, will allow the government to do certain things. Yet I have freedom. What's up, Sister Marie?
and that's the whole thing is we need to be a little more stronger in our words.
Right? Words, actions, thoughts, deeds, fruits of our
Yeah.
labor. Yeah, it's this live stream. You know, what are the fruits of our labor? You know, as dissident voices. You know, what is it? What is the saying is that it eludes me, but when freedom is no longer, when freedom is outlawed, it's better to be an outlaw. Kind of say it's actually your duty, your civic duty and right to be an outlaw, to be a rebel. And that, of course, is written into the Constitution. We declared the right as people to get rid of everyone in government if we wish to, by any means necessary, by the way. Not just voting, not just calling in, going, hey, you're a piece of shit, by any means necessary, and reestablishing a new government. We declared that right, yet we will not. The last time we did, I can only think of maybe 3 instances. You know,
Yeah. And that's it, is demanding, not demanding, requiring that they, because it's, you have to watch your language whenever you're dealing with that. And
nah,
going
fuck them.
if, if only we could go up and say that. FAFO, and you're fired.
Right. I mean, right, and that's the same rhetoric of the this evil. They're using the exact same principle that we stood upon to exact their change. They're saying, hey, we are going to persecute everyone. We're going to dox everyone. We're going to eradicate everyone. That is not part of this new world order and solution, right? And they use the same rhetoric and they do the same actions. They're firebombing. They're rioting in the streets. They're doing tango actions, right? They see it as as a revolution, which of course will ultimately bring about their demise. They're useful idiots, and there's a reason why they're called that, because they are idiots. Yeah, trying to control a group of people that don't like to be controlled. It never goes well. Never goes well.
Exactly. And we need to do this for our future generations. That's what I understood from the beginning that this was for,
So,
is to protect the children.
yes, yes, because we know they are under attack. Their fragile little minds are under attack. And who was it? Stalin that said, "Give me one generation, and I'll change. I'll change the nation." You know, and that's their war. Their war. Their focus is on the family unit. The That's worldwide, not just America. America, we have that is the pinnacle, of morals, ethics, and values. The family unit, the mom, the dad, the kids. The work, the community that you live in, the schools that you go to, the accountability that held to that standard, by the moms and dads for their children as well, because they want their children to grow up to be better. That's every parent's goal, right? Is to create a child that is safe and more prosperous than they are, right? In all things, right? And clear of mind as well. They're not engaging in these debaucheries and in life destroying, life changing, decisions. They're not being led astray. They're not. You want to protect your kids, and that's where I think it takes a village, to raise a child, because it's all about the family unit. The family unit is America, and that is the majority.
And that's why I like talking to you. I like the way you think.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. Respects. Yeah, it's all about respect. And yeah, I mean, it's been a war on the war on society is against and it starts with the humiliation process. They roll out their parade of debauchery and evil, and they demoralize and humiliate, and then it goes from there, and then it's intimidation, then we know their game plan. We already know. Our forefathers told us what their game plan was. Hell, they've even told us what their game plan was. Yet we are clouded. We're something is in front of us that doesn't allow us, as a people of a constitutional republic, to say, "Hey, that's enough." Now, our voices do have weight and meaning, and it is working, obviously, and that's probably the best way that we could do it, and to litigate risk and management. But if they escalate things, which we see they are doing with these natural quote unquote natural disasters, and wars and rumors of wars, financial and economical collapse and things of that nature. That's how they create this crisis that that we have to deal with now. I mean, how much are eggs in your area? How much is gas in your area? The amounts of inflation, the Great Depression, that keeps coming around. It keeps inching forward into that area. Yet we still allow them to control all that shit when we ourselves have the power to change it. Yet we don't.
Yet we don't.
They learned they could get the herd to obey. Yeah. I mean, watching the whole, COVID-19 idea, this experiments that really happened. I mean, I watched it in real time. We all did. We were all part of this experimentation. We all felt the the peer pressure, from people, just people, our family, our friends, people in society and public, and from local municipalities and authority figures, that were telling us that we have to do these things, that there was lockdowns and it's for your good. There's always this the balance, right? Do you want safety and security and an oppressive regime, or do you want dangerous freedom and be able to do what you want, make your own choices and decisions? And most people, we have been conditioned to that point where you got to be safe. Got to be safe. Don't want to kill grandma now, right? Wear your little fucking mask, take your little fucking jab, right? And if you don't, there's consequences. But there was more and more people now that they've tried to do the 2.0, and everybody's like, "No, fuck that, I'm not doing it. No, that's stupid. That's bullshit. I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not taking your little jab because this is still the age of information, and we seen and people went out and seeked knowledge and said, wait a minute, this shit ain't adding up. Something wrong here, right? And more people are like that. Yeah, you still see people running around wearing their little badges of their cowardice, their badges of cowardice, right? I call it the face mask. Hey, some people have a legitimate issue, right? Some people can't breathe certain things or whatever. I get it, but when you've got a whole school of kids with masks on that are in the school, and they're being indoctrinated into this power and control, this authority, immediate response to orders, it's insidious. It's something I faced in school. I didn't like it, and I got a lot of shit from it. Being a rebel, being a mischievous fool. But there's something to it. But having these kids do that and breathe their own carbon dioxide in and over and over for 10 hours is very detrimental to your health. Extremely. The mask on your face, anything that obstructs your face and the exhalation is worse than breathing in any kind of viruses or materials that you think some kind of little cloth barrier is going to stop. What's up, Nunya?
Hey, Jake.
Yep, Jake, not from State Farm. Texas. Meat puppet. So, y'all. All right, you have the helm, Bonnie. I got to make some coffee. You're in charge.
Oh my goodness, I'm in charge.
Well, you run. Yeah, you run live streams. You have experience.
And that's true about the whole COVID thing. That was a test, I believe, to see how much they could control us. And notice that they're working on a new one right when Trump is coming back in. Yeah. And I'm still, is he in on it? But that still keeps going through my head. And Carl gets so mad about that because he's so convinced. And it would be great if I was wrong. Yeah. And it starts in your communities when you just, if you're told you can't collect water or grow chickens or vegetables, you say, whatever, I'm doing what I want to do. That's right, bug out. Adventures, absolutely. And I'm in a really small community, 1,500 population. And so when we say something, yes, it's possible that I could be a target, but it's to the point now where, well, I gotta do what I gotta do for my family and the well-being of the community. Yeah, I didn't. And so everyone's excited about these EOs that are gonna be signed. Every law has to go through Congress. So what good are the EOs?
Rah.
There you go, Rap. I'm just gonna call you Rap. And I fell into that the first 2 weeks. We didn't know what it was. All I kept hearing was it was a it was mutated a mutated virus that everyone's gonna get. And so the first 2 weeks my girls were working with the public and it was okay, when you come in, just like the hospitals, everyone did. You strip down, put your clothes in the washing machine, get in the shower. And that was only because I had had pneumonia and almost died. And so it was protect everybody. But thanks to this community, now we know the precautions to take. We know the things to take to build up our immune systems.
Right.
And what to use to fight it off.
I remember I learned how to make hydroxychloroquine. It's very easy. It's very easy. You take grapefruit and lemons and you boil it and drink the shit.
Yes. Mhm. Yeah,
I,
Jay. What's up with that?
Wolfang, what's going on, Wolfang? How you doing? Yeah, and we seen the fruits. That's the reoccurring theme here: fruits of their labor, right? What? Oh, H. What's up, Willie? Really, I'm liking you already. Uh, Somebody check out Willie Longwood for me. Uh, I see a turtle. Are you Turtle Clan? Is that what it is? Turtle Tribe? Yeah. It's a big fucking club. Hey, you ain't in it, right? Where's the George Carlin? Right. And that's the thing. Wood Clan. Okay. Right on. Right on. Dig it. Yeah, fruit. It's a very small club full of elites. Yeah, I mean, the committee of 300, is been named, and it's their family, right? It's the Rothschilds and all these people. These long standing names that have stood the test of time, have controlled everything of all aspects of our of larger societies, spanning countries and centuries, and they just keep staying in power, right? And just it's once you look into the way that they do this, they literally traumatize their kids, literally traumatize them with trauma based trauma reinforced training with sex and debauchery and things of that nature to ensure their that they will carry on the family name, and it's something that is done. That's their thing, and that's how they do it. Um, the elites, truly evil, truly fucking evil. And they stand the test of time, and carry on their legacy, and they have a longer plan. They have a longer plan ahead, and that's why they're going 2025, 2035, 2045, 2050, right? All these agendas. Right on, metal. I'm digging what he's saying. I'm digging what he's putting down, though. So we'll see. Ooh, I hear the gurgle. It's coffee magic going on, y'all, folks. Uh, but the trauma started with the Mother Goose rhymes. You got a Rumble channel, okay? All right, cool. Welcome to Sunday Reflections. Doing from Quakers to LDS, right? Yeah. Cha Cha, what's up, Cha Cha? Good to see you.
Okay.
One of us. Could be.
So
Could be. Go ahead.
you're a manly man.
I am? Okay. Thank you. Manly man. Yes.
What are your thoughts of a woman leader?
It's okay. Cool. I dig it. But if she's qualified,
Yes.
that's it. I'm not going to, if she's qualified and she had, and I know some strong women. Most of them are in my chat. But I like a very strong, that strong feminine. It doesn't matter, as a leader. It doesn't matter now in certain situations. Yeah, I don't want, if I was in the infantry, I don't want a female leader. I wouldn't want a female lieutenant because she's just not going to get it.
No.
Right. As say a corporation, as say in politics. Oh yeah, absolutely. I love Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake from Arizona. Oh my God, she's amazing. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert. These women, they have a voice. They have intelligence, right?
Yes.
Men, come on. I'm not. I am. Maybe I'm a bit chauvinistic, but I also understand the differences between male and female, right? And females, you ladies are smart, but your emotions get in the way. So, as a leader, a woman that can have that intelligence, have the discernment, and not be ruled by their emotions, is a definite plus in my book. Does that answer your question?
Yes. And so I completely agree that the men are the warriors and they are the ones who should be the protectors of the country. It's just like in the home that you entrust the woman to raise the children as they should be raised. So a woman to use those abilities a- as a country, as her children, I can
Right.
see that working also.
I
She's
could.
gonna be the mama bear when she needs to be.
Oh yeah, and I have seen Mama Bear in action, and it is a sight to behold. Get the fuck out of the way, you know. Uh, absolutely. Uh, they're not consulted in war issues. Yeah, so man has always been the protector, the builder, the fixer, right? You know, we're the brawn. We do have brains, though. I mean, I don't know a lot of women that can, uh, rewire a house, but there are some, I'm sure, uh, or can do can do manual labor for 10 to 12 hours and still come home and play with the kids, right? It happens. There's roles to be played, and I think that roles, especially gender roles, have to be taken into account and used. Right? It's a strength. There is strength in that femininity, the feminine divine, if you will. You know, and there is strength and intelligence in that, as with male the male energy, the masculine energy, which obviously is a very dominant thing, but you ladies have figured us out a long damn time ago. Okay, so um, just feed us and say good things, and there you go. You got us, right? You make us do whatever the hell you want us to do.
And that's the only reason I think that way is because it's been a man's world throughout history. And look where we're at.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, right. I mean, there has to be a balance. I agree. And, I just, when you said that, I heard of James Brown. It's a man's world, right? But it ain't nothing without a woman, right? Uh, it's not. I mean, you ladies create. You ladies live longer than men. We burn ourselves out. We're all about being dominant and being. But there is that masculine energy that is the father figure, the patriarch, right? So the quiet assurance kind of thing. That we are strong, and we will allow you to be what you want to be and do what you want to do, but we have some wisdom here as well, and a strong fist if we need to, right? Yeah, right. Wolfang, like the yin and yang, and so I think that's missing in a lot of things is the merger of the masculine and feminine, and so uh, better families make better women, right? And Willie said something before, and yeah, I've watched the Amish. I watched the Amish. The women are out there plowing the fields. The women are out there working, right? Along with the men. They're doing things too, or there has to be this balance. It's a natural balance. Uh, what's up, Jack Black? Men will die for an idea without hesitation. Yeah, we will sacrifice our minds, our bodies, our souls, just to do the job, right? Figure shit out. And we're good at figuring shit out and fixing shit and destroying shit. Fixing and destroying things is our forte, right? Definitely. Ladies, Bonnie, you ladies are your strength comes with it's a more long term plan, right? It's and it adds that kind of voice of reasoning sometimes. uh with men, you're like, are you sure you want to go out the house looking like that? Seriously, are you sure you want to buy that toy? Are you sure you want to do this, do that? Maybe you should think about this. It gives us an insight. I mean, men are headstrong anyway, right? So, but sometimes we need that voice of reason, which is usually a feminine voice, to say, you might want to think about that.
Exactly. It's when you're all riled up and you're ready to just rip somebody's throat out, and you have a gentle touch of a woman on your arm. Breathe.
Right. I've
So
seen
I
this.
can see that it does take both.
Right, Ella. A true woman is the music that calms the beast.
Yes.
Ooh, hopeflation. Nice is real, right? Yeah, having hope. Now, hope as a motivation, I think, is a great thing. You know, having hope that I will win, having hope that I will persevere, having hope that I can do these things. It's kind of like the faith in Christianity, you know. But it's not something that I hope. You know, like I hope I win the lottery. It's kind of like a wish. You know, if what's the saying? If wishes were real beggars would ride, right? If wishes were horses, beggars would ride, right? So you know, it's not a real thing if you're just sitting in the foxhole and you know you got 10,000 Canadians facing on you. Yes, I'm doing this on purpose. Stella. 10,000 waves of Canadians are bearing down upon you, and you just hope that you're going to survive. You know, they're going to pass you by. Sometimes it works, though. That's the thing. Sometimes hoping and wishing actually does work. So, you know, feed the beast, love the beast, calm the beast, then all is well. But ladies, y'all have a beast too. I mean, that y'all have a beast too. In Hinduism, the most destructive force is Kali, the god of destruction. You know, she came from the void, and she has the ability to destroy man and gods. And it was actually the prostration of a man that stopped her from destroying the whole world. A man, her husband, literally threw himself at her feet to stop her from destroying the world. So you know, and we've all seen there's nothing more dangerous than a woman scorned, right? I mean, you know, very destructive, and pure and raw. I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, men, we have this aggression, but women have just violence. Just it's immediate.
Yes.
And that's why I
Very.
love seeing Team Woot in the chat. You know, fierce women with axes. Go ahead. I'm going to make coffee and listen.
That's why I love. That's why I love that movie, Wonder Woman. I mean, those are all women, and look at what amazing warriors they were. They grew up training. But I think that women think things through instead of reacting immediately like men do. And I'm not saying all women. I know that there can be evil women. I know that there can be, we've seen it. The two women who have run for president would not have been good for this country. That's obvious.
Oh yeah, made painfully obvious. Uh, and I have to say, speaking of what you were talking about before, yeah, like the Amazons, right? You know, there are differences, you know, when it comes to combat. Now, women in combat, it has men have been. We have evolved to be able to deal with the situation afterwards, right? Women, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, you're crying. You're, you know, I've seen it MMA. Like you watch MMA. I love MMA. I love the female fighters in MMA, but you will never see a crossover like man woman kind of thing. And even if you do, which we have with the whole transgender thing, it's just well, whatever. Anyway, but the point is
No.
that every time a woman wins or loses, they crumble to the ground on their knees crying, just like you're like, why are you crying? In man world, it's not, it's we don't go through those emotions, right? We if something happens, something traumatic, whatever, that thing, we just want to be left alone. That's our thing. Just give me a beer, let me prop my feet up, turn on the game, play some video games, and let me just leave me alone, and I'll be fine. Women, you ladies have to go through the whole process mentally, emotionally, and it has to all come out. It has to all be expressed, and then you're done. You're drained, emotionally and physically drained after fighting or traumatic events and things of that nature. But I'd say that's the difference,
But
in men and women.
as a counter, I would say
Let's go.
I've seen men do the same thing. I've seen them fall on their knees and cry. I've seen them in
Okay. Yep.
soccer, the sport. I've seen the results of war in men. I have seen the PTSD. I have seen.
I
So
agree.
it's both ways. I mean, I
It
know
is,
men
but
think that
the
women are just an emotional basket case, but that's not always true.
it's not always true. There's always exceptions to the rule. That is true. But as a generalized norm, men are more equipped to handle stressful situations, than say women. Now there are women out there that can literally take charge and handle stressful situations. I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. Right. Uh, Control, adrenaline rush. I cry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, once we learning how to deal with it afterwards, I think is very important, right? And yeah, you're right. Some of us have to deal with that trauma throughout the course of our lives, and I think that's true for everyone, male or female. But I do know that for man in man world, the best thing for a man to do after a stressful situation is to go hang out, do nothing, just chill, right? Take a break, go do some gardening, whatever. Ladies, the best thing for y'all is to go out with your other ladies and have skinny teeny night and laugh, cry, yell, scream, tear out your hair, dance, have fun. Then it's all out of your system, you know. Uh, I don't
And
know.
either side, it's about decompression. You have to decompress from whatever it was. Me,
Right.
growing up, I've had PTSD all my life. And so I have learned how to live with it, how to control it, and it's perseverance. It's it's not letting it control how I have raised my children to where they would be afraid of everything.
Right. And so, like you talked about decompressing, and thank you. I was about to say that as I was going to let you speak, but men compartmentalize. We don't, we'll decompress, but the way we do it is we go, okay, I'm going to put on my worker's hat, or I'm going to put on my warrior's hat, or I'm going to put on my daddy hat, and that's how we compartmentalize things. Like, okay, that's something I did as a Marine. That's something that happened to me as a child. That's something what I need to. So that way, we've put it aside, and it allows us to kind of focus on what we're doing. Focus on the task at hand, the goal, whatever it is. But we still have to go back and deal with it. That's the thing. And yeah, you're talking about same here all my life as well. And something I learned was how to go back and deal with it. How to go back and after I've put something away, right? Just put it away so I can carry on and be a man, right? I still have to go back and deal with it because it's going to rehash itself. And so dealing with that, I looked at it and it was interesting in the whole therapy shit and things, whatever. And I tried it and it actually works. And it means going back to that time, going back in time and meeting yourself during that traumatic event, which was, usually a child or usually, whatever it is, and saying, hey, it's okay. You made it, right? You're okay. Things worked out. It's cool. Now you can move on. And it's interesting. It was an interesting, and I actually seen myself in these situations that I were in, in my childhood and later on in life, as we grow older, we just throw it back there, like just compartmentalize it, put it away somewhere and just, we'll deal with it when we get on down the road. I got shit to do, right? I got things I got to focus on. And that's the whole sacrifice thing is like, hey, I don't care. I don't need to eat. I don't need to drink. I don't need to take a nap. I just need to go and get shit done and, focus on this task and get it done. But later on, when we stop, then we have to deal with it. And we usually have to deal with it in our minds, right? In our sleep. When we're sitting alone, sipping our whiskey or scotch and smoking a cigar, that's when we're just like, yeah, okay, I remember that. I understand this now. That's how man world kind of works, and nobody cares how we feel. That's the thing. Nobody cares how we feel. So imagine that. Imagine that in man's world. I don't have go, hey, I'm having a really bad day today. I really need to talk to somebody. I didn't make my rent or whatever. And so you can't do that in man world. Man world, you're just going to get a solution. You ask a question, you have a problem, here's well, you need to get a better to make more money or this and that. There's always a solution, right? And it doesn't help that I'm still going to deal with that situation in my mind, in my emotions, Yeah, we have to just grin and bear it. That's the thing. That's man world. Nobody cares. Work harder. Rub some dirt in it. And there is a wisdom to that. It is, and that there is a wisdom to that. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep it going. I remember when I was in the rehab after drinking and trying to quit drinking, I immersed myself into physical fitness. I spent most of I put a lot of my aggression and anger into a punching bag and lifting weights and running. And it helped. It helped. I just refocused my trauma and energies into a task and just kept going. And it did help. So go ahead, please. Skull.
And that's why both were created, both sexes, a man and a woman. That's why both sexes were created. Is because that woman does care how you feel. And I'm sorry that y'all have been programmed to believe that you have to hold that all in. I understand holding it all in. I've had to too. But your helpmate through life should be there as your sounding board, as your support, emotional, physical, whatever.
Right. But as man, it's kind of a burden that we bear, and that we bear it willfully. You know,
Yeah.
you see your father, the father figure in a family. He's not going to talk to his kids about his problems, right? He can't afford to, because he wants his kids to grow up, right, and have that sense of everything is okay. Dad is strong. Dad's got this, and he can carry on. And he wants to instill that into his kids as well, and not burden them with his problems. And same with his wife, right? Although the wife and the husband and wife are always going to talk, right? There's always, the pillow talk. What I call pillow talk is like, "How was your day?" "Well, fuck, this happened and this happened." "Oh, okay," And that's where that feminine nurturing that comes in and goes, "It's okay, don't worry about it," whatever, and carry on. Y'all help us deal with these issues, and go, "Okay, yeah, all right, thank you," and allow us to vent, perhaps. But there's always going to be apprehension in man world to opening up, because if we open up, it shows our vulnerable side, right? And you can't show your vulnerable side, or you get taken advantage of. But as a having a female partner, that's okay. If there's trust there, if there's things of that nature, that support group, as a wife support group, wife support concept.
The way I saw it work with my grandparents. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you? Is that okay? Any discussions that they had, we never heard it. If they had an argument, we
Right.
never heard it.
Right.
We were not included in the major things happening of providing a home, the work, the everything. It was, we saw the work, we helped with the work, we were growing the vegetables, we were participating.
What's up, independent?
But I can see where in this community, I've seen it a lot, is the toxic personalities. And it can go either way. It can be either a man or a woman.
Oh, yeah.
I have sat there and dreaded what mood is going to come through that door. What is he going to start yelling at us? And it's check yourself before you walk through the door, man or woman.
Yep. Yeah, I agree, and I seen that. Rocksteady. I seen that in growing up in my life. What's no Rocksteady Skull. I seen that. Where it was very detrimental to see my parents, argue and fight, and then I went to other places, where I had to, and you never seen that. It was kids just do what you got to do. Build this environment for the kids where they don't have to worry about mommy, because we're very empathetic as children. We feel things. We feel something's up. Something's going on. They're saying bad things to each other, and it's in anger. And even worse if they start hitting each other, and we see violence. It's a very traumatic thing for children to go through.
Absolutely.
To experience. Go ahead.
And that's why you don't do it in front of the children. It's everything. You have your own bedroom for a reason. There's things they don't need to see or hear.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there should be, now sometimes, the real world, says, "Hey, guess what? We have other plans for you, child." Um, and wisdom comes quicker. Wisdom's going to come quicker for you, and it's not going to be good. Uh, dealing with that later on in life and trying to process that, it's a heavy burden to bear. It is, and you either, and you see this from time and time again, kids that come from broken or traumatic households usually carry on that legacy into their children and wives and become abusive and whatever. But there's also me. I made the conscious effort to not be be a dad, not to be a father, not to have a family. I'm not saying it won't happen. I had a lot of nieces, nephews, and cousins that I kind of raised, but I knew I could not do what my family did. I couldn't show that aggressive side, you know, and so it it shows, having that, making that conscious effort to be better
Yes,
than your parents, and not
that's
go
the key.
right, not make the same mistakes they did, or not put those kids in the same mistakes. And I've had baby mamas and had moms and kids in my house before, long term. And so, but it never worked out, of course.
And all of the problems in the relationships, I believe, has been intentional. It has been society causing this.
Right?
And so it's the natives had it right. Remember the mail order brides? And they made it worse.
They made it worse, you say?
No, they made it work.
Oh yeah, yeah, they made it
You
work.
can
And
grow to love someone if you are both treating each other with respect and
yeah, the passport wives, the passport husbands. And we're
yeah,
we're we're seeing that. I've also, I deal with the red pill society sometimes too. I was red pilled a long time ago. But that's the thing, is a lot of these women from other countries have values, family values,
yeah,
that they're not present here in American society, in Western society, because of the attack on the family unit, roots of their labor. So that's why you're seeing a lot of that work, the mail order brides. I go to Ukraine, I go to Russia, I go to Thailand, I go to the Philippines. I get a wife, and they're cooking, they're cleaning, they're giving me that, that feminine energy, and whatever, if they get jobs and whatever, that's cool, but keeping that family unit and making it work is as essential to this country, to this world. And I think it's the biggest weapon we have against this evil. And Christianity
yeah,
has a role in that as well, morals, and you know
exactly. Yes, and that's wherever you can get those morals and values, whether it's in church or whether it's through your family, because this dysfunction of the family has been happening for years.
hmm
Thankfully, I had really good grandparents, and my first husband had really good grandparents. And so they instilled in me how I wanted to live. The
yeah.
only reason that I've been divorced is because of cheating.
Mm. Infidelity, yeah.
Yes,
Once again, that goes back to the, that discipline that gets eroded through porn. Literally, I mean, porn is detrimental I mean, really, it is. Porn is detrimental to the psyche of man, to the psyche of woman, to the psyche of children as well. Um, so, I mean, and that's where it comes out. They, your relativism is, being allowed to indulge these proclivities, to indulge your impulses. That's how the evil works, right? That's how the quote unquote devil works. Is it says, "Come on in, we have cookies and shit." Right? We've got, look at this. This looks great. Don't you want to do this? Don't you want to do that? Of course you do. Enjoy the sensations and in just in your impulses. Let it go. But having that discipline, I think Christianity and a lot of other religions instill that discipline in the father, the patriarch, the matriarch, that gets transferred over into children. It's like, hey, no, I can't engage in these impulses. I've got to get to work. I got to pay rent. I want to go to college. I want to have a car. I want to feed my family. I want to provide for my family. I want to give them a future, right? And I can't be doing all that. And that's where moral high north compass pointing religions provide for that, and that traditional culture, that traditional family unit culture, is what the whole world is based on. Now, me, I'm out. I'm doing my own thing, and but I'm by myself. But family and community is still, looking from the outside in, being on the inside out. That comes with. I have knowledge and wisdom of that, and that's exactly what they're destroying. They're trying to destroy the family unit. And I apologize. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, and a lot of people go through that. I've seen it myself. Being a Marine, you see the in Camp Lejeune, you would see a couple come in, and they would come in, and next thing you know, the woman runs off and becomes a stripper, and she's
Right.
screwing everybody, or the man, is doing his thing and enjoying his doing that thing, overseas even. And I remember having friends that were married and said, "Hey, the flesh is weak, save me." And I'm in the bars. I'm with the hookers. I'm doing my. I have nobody. I have nothing. I have no control. I have no connection. Right. I have no family. I don't have wives and kids back home. And I had friends that go, "Stop me, please stop me." And I was like, "Okay, yeah, man, sure, got you, bro. I got you." And we were like, "Hey, no, you can't go that way." And that's.
And yes, and I've seen both sides of that with the military also. I've seen the men, um, because they're there for so long. Actually, when my great uncles fought in World War II, I think it was,
Oh,
used to be you would go to war and you would come back home and that was it. Now it's a lifetime or years. And so the man will hook up with a woman overseas, wherever he's at, or the woman feeling deserted and alone will turn to somebody where she's at.
right,
I've, I've seen both sides.
right. Yeah, me too. Yep.
So nowadays, I think if you want to join the military, you should not have a wife and family until you are ready to commit to that family.
Right. It is a commitment. That's the thing I learned as well, from all is that once you're married with children, that's it. Done. Your partying days, your visiting the house of ill repute days are over. It's you're committed to that family. You're committed to for the future, that you made that choice, right? And there's no getting other partners and things. And let me add to the fact, what Willie said is true. Military divorce rates are extremely high, extremely. But you do see success. Yeah, I have seen success. And it comes with the whole moral values being instilled in both, right? And their corresponding family units, right? So if a man, hopefully, yeah, that's true. If a man is off being, he's being deployed, and he's keeping to his morals, right? And he's got his wife back home, and she's got a strong family unit, right? Like, mother-in-laws, father-in-laws, mother, father, all that, right? The family
Yeah.
unit continues even after they've left the nest. Then they prosper and they succeed. It's just a harsh time. It's hard. It's hard time, and you're on the phone, overseas, talking to your wife. I'm so sorry, right? I miss you so much. But yeah, I mean, and that's the other thing is the like I said, the porn, the relativism, what we're talking about, the wholeflation with the red pill. A lot of women these days, especially in the Western societies, are what's up, Denise? Are encouraged to be entitled. That OnlyFans fantasy that you don't need no man. You don't need no man. You know what I'm saying? You need a man. All you need a man to do is to pay your bills, right? And go ahead and give it up. Go ahead and give it up. Let everybody run through you like a water hose. No need for you to become a wife. No need for you to have children. No need for you to have find a good man or husband unless he's rich. And you can get whatever you can out of it and move on to the next. That's the whole idea, the whole model. And have you ever heard of whatever, the podcast whatever? That proves it everything. You got these trap hoes, and what I mean trap hoes is these ladies that they're young, they're beautiful, and they just they look for simps. They look for men that simp themselves and give them money, and all they got to do is look pretty. That's it. That's all they bring to the table is they looked pretty, right? Called gold diggers. We have the evil has created a social construct to destroy the family unit and just create hoes. And you see it in the social media, you see it in the music, you see that influence where women are just that's all they do. I mean, Taylor Swift, what the hell does she talk about? All she talks about is men and what she can get from them. Doja Cat, all these, I could go down a whole list of debauchery in the social media that is being promoted to exclusively little girls. This is your model to be a woman. And it's a destruction. It's the evil. It is the fruits of their labor, right? To see the destruction of the family unit, and that's one of the biggest ways to do it. Cool.
Yep, absolutely. It is. It's all related. And now we got robots being created to fill that role.
Yep, the robots, the AI, right? There's AI porn. These men and women that are on screen are not even real. Not even real. Robots, not even real. Yet they're providing instant gratification for that sexual impulses. And that's part of the trauma-based. Yeah, it took a while. What's up, Camel Carl? Yeah, it took a while. Yeah, right. That WAP, that wet ass pussy. Right. It's all about that WAP. But that's why a lot of men are looking that are serious about finding a good woman, that are serious about finding a good woman to build a family, build longevity and success, are looking into the churches, are looking into other countries where feminism is a more traditional role in the family, and not some independent entitlement kind of what do y'all call them? Yeah, these hoeflation. The debauchery.
Yes,
Once again, the debauchery. The parade of debauchery.
yes. And
And once
it,
again, that goes back to the Christianity, the foundation of morals and Christian values and traditional values. Anyway, go ahead.
yeah, it's everyone just stepping up and being the person that you were meant to be.
Well,
Meant to
you
be, or
sound
that
like
you.
you're familiar. Is your name Bonnie? What's up, Shad?
What's up, Carl? Y'all know each other? How do y'all know each other? What?
It's she comes to my only page.
Oh, so what? Your only page, you have an only page, not an OnlyFans page. It's just you in a ghillie suit. That's it, right?
I just caught this. I just saw. I'm like, oh, Shad's on. What time? Wait, what time is it? It screwed me up, man. You're early.
I know, right?
Skull with coffee. Skull. I'm drinking coffee in my skull.
Me too.
Well, Shad, since you have Carl up here, I'm going to go ahead and jump back into chat.
Okay.
Oh wow, he's bailing
This
on me.
echo is
Carl,
crazy.
you're right. You ran Bunny off. Come on.
I did, man. I can't believe I ran Bonnie off. What the fuck?
Thank you very much. It was a great conversation.
I think so too, and I thank you very much, Bonnie. I love to hear different perspectives, and from in different backgrounds, and you definitely added that. So I thank you very much.
Well, gee, Bonnie, bye.
Thank you. See you later. Bye, Carl.
Take care, Bonnie. Thank you very much, Bonnie. And Bonnie, drop your link for your folks. Drop your links. Shameless plugs for everyone. If you blue, you know what to do. If you're not, you're not. You just beg somebody's blue, they'll drop it for you. Bonnie, drop your link. She does some great live streams. She is a content creator here on YouTube. Please support her. How you doing, Carl?
Bonnie. I'm doing great. I love Bonnie. She's great. She's funny too. All right. I enjoy going to her streams. So I highly recommend Bonnie's channel. She's good people.
I agree too. Yeah, I've been subbed to her for a long time. I check out her content from time to time.
So is coming down over by you, Shad? It's snowing like a son of a gun here.
It's not snowing. We might get some snow later on. It's still in the 20s, and there's still snow on the ground. We've got freaking banks of snow or plowed up here and there, but the roads look good. They're nice and dry. So looks good out there.
What's up, pajamas? Yeah, it's we already had the snow, so we're getting more snow.
Oh, great.
It's building up. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm kind of excited, to be honest. If I get more than a couple feet, I can go snowshoeing.
Ah, right on.
What have you been up to? You got the day off or something, huh?
Yeah, it's just what's up, Missy? I've just it's been I had plans this weekend. It involved getting a vehicle, but mission aborted because of the weather, and now I'm just sitting around and I'm just hanging out, biding my time until I go back to work. Basically. I figure I'd get online here and then talk about the fruits of their labor, right? The what they, because I've been watching a lot, about the Hellas fire and Appalachia and the comparisons, the ironics, the 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 unjust and immoral thing, the ironic things that they're doing. Biden has said that he's going to pledge billions of dollars to the restoration of LA. Yet people in Appalachian are getting kicked out of their freaking hotel rooms. Post Lincoln, right on, brother.
Just before I popped up here, I saw a report: arson confirmed.
Yep. The fruits of their labor. We have so many. We can talk about that too. There's so many agent provocateurs in this country that are just they've been paid. They've been paid to create chaos and disruption. That's exactly what they're doing.
Did you know that there's a lingerie line called Agent Provocateur?
No, I didn't know that. Camel Carl, please expound.
Well, I found it on YouTube. There were commercials, and I'm like, what in the hell is that supposed to mean? I don't know. It's just something I seen.
Okay.
There's this commercial I saw where the guy walks in and he's got these sunglasses or something on, and he can see through every girl's clothing in the party. All right?
See,
they're all
yep.
And that's the commercial for them. And he gets to one gal that he can't see her clothing underneath her lingerie under the clothes. And when he takes his glasses off, that's when he can see her, that she's wearing just lingerie. Everybody else was wearing clothes. I don't know. It was a weird commercial.
That's clever. Right. Nowadays, I'd be afraid to have X-ray vision. I would be like, oh, wow, she's hot. Oh, that's not a she.
Wow. You look at the femurs on that girl, Look at the femur on her.
Right.
Look at that nervous system on that gal.
Oh, yeah. You look at that part of it. But, yeah, I'm thinking, that's not a woman. Oh, shit. Yeah, like, wow, look at the endocrine system on you. Wow. Tranny porn is a trap. Right. Nude beaches. But yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what, because you see what's going on in Lehigh. They're doing exactly what we thought they were going to do. They're denying people to build on their lands. I mean, they were poor anyway. They set this up from day one, from a long time ago to get them set up for failure.
So mostly like trailer parks or something that burned.
I mean, it was a poor society, financially, and they engineered that that even worse, and now they're so much in debt that now they can't afford to rebuild, and they're even denying them rebuilding. They're going to rezone everything. Like, we can't allow you back on your property, that your ancient ancestral land. We can't allow you back on there because, well, for reasons. And we're going to take it and turn it into a massive apartment complex. And we're going to bring in this replacement migration that's going to live there. And you're going to have to just go away. We don't care.
Right. Cha-cha, they can't surgically remove an Adam's apple. They might be able to mess up some rest of their body, but they can't get rid of that. If it's got an apple, it's got a banana, cha-cha, or at least it had a banana. There's nothing feminine about those people. They do all these operations and procedures or whatever, but they still don't look feminine. They look like a man dressed up like a woman.
Well, that's part of the relativism. You can be whatever you want to be, right? And that's their whole thing anyway. Is that the key to their debauchery is changing everything. changing the gender roles of men and women. Making women, because what it does, it does so many things. It destroys the family unit, and plus they can never have children. So there you go. There's your population control right there. And sooner or later, they're going to go, whatever, I can't take it anymore, and commit suicide.
Do you know that the joke's on all them gay people, because they need us straight people to make more gay people, or they're going to go extinct?
That's true. That is true. And that's fine. But the whole gay thing, and gays have always been a thing throughout the world. Anyway, I mean, even in the animal kingdom. But
I really like the don't ask, don't tell a lot better.
I do too. I do too.
You don't hear me going around talking about my heterosexual escapades in detail. I don't rub it in people's faces.
Actually, I do. I have been known to do that.
Maybe I have, but I was asked. I wasn't just throwing it out there like, nice to meet you. I'm gay as a $3 bill, and everybody's going to know it. You know what I'm saying? That's
right.
What they do.
Now, I have run into people that, absolutely blazing, flaming, whatever, and they were actually just funny. I was just like, okay, this is actually kind of entertaining, right? Because they were actually kind of smart, but they didn't give a shit, right? That's different, right? They just don't give a shit, and they're going to speak their mind whether they're gay or not. It doesn't matter that they're gay; it's just they're fucking outspoken. It's when we get to the point where they start to push this as a religion and start to persecute others because they don't agree with them.
Well, it feels more like an agenda to me.
Exactly.
I mean, they put it in our face here for the last, 10 years maybe. It's just gone out. It's gone way out of there. It's like you have to look at us. You have to accept us. You have to, address me this way. That's right. Fuck that.
Right. No, I don't. And I kind of, this guy that I'm talking to, this flaming dude, which I was actually a friend with, he was gay in the 60s and 70s. So it was different. He got persecuted all the time. And that's why he didn't give a shit. Right? He didn't give two flying fucks. He was worse than Freddie Mercury, but it wasn't saying, hey, he didn't give a fuck what people thought. Now, these gays, they absolutely care what people think, and they're trying to change minds, which is the virus, which is that whole sexual virus. And when they start coming for the children, which they said they would and did, that's where I have a problem.
Well, dude, there's times where it's ruined my fucking dinner. All right, I just casually be watching something, and then it goes there. It's like, son of a bitch, why do they got to put that in everything now?
Yes.
Gay Superman and gay whatever. It's like,
yeah, I almost I kind of puked a little bit when Superman kissed another guy. I was like,
yeah, no, I mean, right there, them's fighting words, brother. You don't fuck with our culture like that. That's you don't turn every cultural hero that we have into some fucking flaming weirdo. All right, and they do that to us in every way. Just get on Netflix or something and go watch that for a while. Yeah. Any remake of any movie has got to have a gay couple or something going on in there. I forget. The recent one, we were watching the ball drop in New York, and as soon as the ball dropped, the first thing the camera goes to is a couple guys kissing. It's like, man, I didn't fucking need to see that. What do you?
Yeah. Now I will say that this has been a controversy, and this is I might get some shit for this, but Batman and Robin in the original,
the ambiguously gay duel, is that what you're talking about? Yeah,
but it was implied because there's actually stills in the comic book where Batman and Robin were taking a shower together. Batman and Robin were sleeping in the same bed together. that kind of thing. But it was never really
I'm sure glad I don't remember that.
That's a controversial thing to talk about with the comic book world, which I was a part of back in the day. But it was never really, yeah, exactly, the Baphomet, which it's like I said, they shed their skins, they keep evolving and re packaging things. It goes all the way back to what's her name, Ishtar, or as Ashtar, the Anunnaki pantheon, right? And Baphomet, is the merger of Inanna. That's her name, Inanna, which is also Ishtar, Isis, that kind of thing. Keeps going. Was the merger of Marduk and Inanna, and Inanna is known for that's her power is to turn genders. And back in the day, this is a real thing. This is what the Hebrews faced as well. Is that all their high priestesses were transgendered men, and we're talking about thousands of years ago, before Christ.
It just won't go away, man.
Right.
And then just for the record, this man has never and will never wear tights. Okay, I've said it, but putting it out there.
Well, Willie, she was a mother here. No, she wasn't. She was the whore. She was the whore of the gods, is what she was in the Anunnaki pantheon. The mother of humanity was somebody else. Yeah, I forget. Anyway, stick shifters. do tights come in camo?
I know they do because I bought them for gals, so I know you can get those.
She carried Adam. I don't know, Willie. I'm not familiar with that. Oh.
What's up, Metal? Metal's
so, yeah,
been
I mean,
doing
it's part of it.
Tim and Billy have been doing lives and stuff too. Those are pretty damn entertaining.
I know I get the the notifications, but I cannot do any social media whatsoever when I'm driving. It is forbidden. I can't even touch my phone. I have AI watching me.
Oh boy! And Eric, you're having way too much fun with this. What's up, Rocksteady? Wolverines! Boy, that sounds lame. My throat's just I've talked too much, man. I've been talking too much.
Yeah.
You ever do that? You ever talk so much that your throat starts getting funky?
Yes. Y'all seen it in my live streams. I just I gotta start talking like this,
Yeah.
And it actually hurts. Yep, sound like Ed Asner on crack, or Sling Blade, fried taters, right?
I would have watched that show if Ed Asner was on crack. I probably would have watched that.
Right? Diabetes.
Oh man.
Skull.
Oh.
Cha-cha. We'll never see you. All right, you'll be gone. You'll be, and nobody will ever see you. You talk too much.
I keep trying to clue people. It is not a fashion statement. It's a lifestyle choice. All right.
Right. That's right. Yeah. You are absolute camouflage, right? That is your thing. Yeah. And I actually, I have this what's up, Rabbit Skull? I have this thing with the Batman culture, right? All the tactical Batmans out there, everything black, all black, and me, being a fucking grunt, Marine grunt, I like camouflage. I like, and I'm just like, you stand out in that all black tactical, suit.
I've got my black BDU set. I got a black M65, black BDU pants, black field shirt, black boot. I got that if I need it.
I'm starting to embrace the Batman culture, if you will. You know, I have
It's still
been
a
buying
form of
some old black stuff.
camouflage, man. It's still a form of camouflage. You know, if you read about ninjutsu and stuff, sometimes they wore dark red or a dark purple or even a super dark blue because black actually silhouettes you at night, and some other colors are harder to see in the night. You know,
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. I want to blend in, you know, so
what's up, Rage? I don't know. At one point in my life, I thought maybe a different camouflage pattern for every day of the year, but that's a lot of clothes to carry, man. That's a lot. All right, so I'm down to maybe a couple of weeks of different patterns. You know,
right. Yep. And you know what? There's always spray paint. That's where I'm at now. I'll spray paint the fuck out of shit. You know, I will.
white works fine in the winter, Bonnie. At night,
No white at night. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're in snow. I mean, that's something that I need to work on too. Is my snow camouflage. The only thing I have for camouflage for snow is basically bed sheets. You know, and white spray paint.
it'll work. It'll work. If you go onto my community page, you'll see I've got a whole bunch of back in the late '80s. I was making camouflage, white winter camouflage outfits for people. Charged like $250 for the pants and coat, and then I'd put any pocket or any kind of additional hood or anything. I'd charge them a little extra, and I sold a lot of these suits. I mean, what it was is I got a hold of some prototype fabric from the 10th Mountain Division that were it's the Nyko fabrics, but it was white woodland, which I kept for myself. I've got a full outfit of white woodland I made myself, but I also was able to get a white tiger stripe. And I tell you, I couldn't keep that fabric. I would sell it as fast as I could find it. Now I can't find it at all, you know. But
Really?
I got a bunch of pictures on my page of different customers and myself wearing that white winter. And most people might see one person in the picture, but they never realize there's two people in the picture. And some of those photos, nobody's ever found me. I'm standing right close to the camera, right there, and nobody ever sees it. You know, you look right through somebody with good white winter camouflage. The animals have looked right through me. Snowmobilers looked right through me, man. It's like it's very effective.
Wow. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I've worn some, you know, snow camouflage, all white snow camouflage, and you get out there rolling around in the woods, and it doesn't stay white for long.
No, it doesn't. And I've got the full white outfit too. You know, the military issue snow camouflage, which is
Yeah, that's probably the one I had then. Yeah.
it's like a M1951 fishtail parka shell that goes over your coat. You've got the
Yep.
pants. I've got the mitten covers. I've got the backpack covers. You know, I've got the white Mickey Mouse boots. I've got the white extreme cold weather face mask. I've got the white magnesium snowshoes and the white cross country downhill combination ski set. You know, you can get the whole kit in white. You know, but like you said, it's not really white anymore. It's kind of a dingy, which works better. If it's too white, it stands out.
Yeah, I mean, if well, you're going to be in places where you're going to have cover and concealment, like the woods, right? And it's not all white. Yeah, you know, but if
No,
you're
they
if
teach us.
say
They teach us
you're walking
sometimes.
across an open field, you're going to stand out with all that dingy white. You know.
Well, that's why sometimes you don't wear the pants. You wear regular camo pants with the white overcoat because you know everything you're walking on might be it'll mix you up better. And I see people talking about grays. You know, they
Yep.
make what they call urban camouflage. I've got some of that too, but they have a version of it that's called subdued urban, and it has no white. Regular urban camouflage has a little bit of white in it, and it makes you stand out in most environments. But you get the subdued urban camouflage; it's all grays, and that really does work in certain, you know, like concrete, broken concrete, abandoned buildings. That stuff works really well there.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. Yep. Yep.
You got me talking about camouflage for real. How long you got?
Actually, somebody brought it up in chat, and we just ran with it. So you are like the foremost authority right now in camouflage. So
I don't know if I'm that. There's a lot of people into it now that wasn't, but I started wearing that shit on a daily basis in the '70s, and I used to take some shit for it. Oh, look at Rambo. Well, we got fucking Mr. Army Man here or whatever. At first, when I was wearing that, like even through the '80s, I was getting smart ass comments. But nobody says nothing to me anymore. It's become like an accepted style. Camouflage is a fashion thing now. They make expensive outfits in camouflage for fashion. Has no field use at all. But even they make a lot of camouflage for females and stuff.
right.
That's for females, Wolf. They do. They make pink camouflage, and that stuff sells. Gals, I've seen gals that have their whole Jeep done in pink camouflage, and they love it.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, yeah. And a lot of the urban wear that you see they're embracing this camouflage motif.
Yeah,
But
woodland camel, my favorite. What's going on, Joy? Yeah, yeah. The woodland's always been my preferred camouflage pattern because it's more universal. It'll work in Michigan areas better than most.
yeah, that was the thing we always had. We had that one pattern. In the '90s, that was it. That's all you got.
A lot of my friends that were in the military, Shad, they spent a lot of time looking at their ponchos or poncho liners or their pant leg, and they all recognize certain patterns that are repeated within the woodland camouflage pattern, other patterns as well, but especially woodland. Where I could tell you that there's a black blotch in there that looks like a deformed bat. You might know exactly what I'm talking about just by bringing that
right,
up.
right.
They've used them for decades, the same pattern. So you can see the
Yeah,
same patterns in the camouflage, in different items you might just recently get.
yeah, yeah. I agree. Yeah,
I'm sure it has nothing to do with hallucinating on any kind of substances, but
right. Just, whoa! Look at the camouflage. There's a bat.
yeah, yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have to admit, I stared at a wall and kept poking it, going, "Whoa, there's a door
That's
there."
perfect. Daryl nailed it. The raw shack.
Yep, Roger.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we find patterns, and that's the thing. We find our mind. That's why we look at clouds and go, "Oh, look, there's a dragon, there's a tiger, there's this, there's that," and it's just a cloud, but it's a random generation. We
That's it.
white
Well,
noise on the TV screen. Oh God.
there's Billy. Y'all ought to start subbing up to Billy. She's been doing some live streams and stuff. She's been doing more content.
Oh yeah, yes, she is. I'm getting the notifications, but I can't join. Can't join in on the fun. Sorry. Uh, right, Rabbit. Digital. That's what I'm rocking right now. Rocksteady is digital. The digi. I want to get into the new kind of camouflage with it's got little specks of white in it. It's got a little. I forgot what it's called. The new kind that you see
Uh,
everywhere.
micro cam or you got I don't know, EDRL. There's a whole bunch of new patterns, and a lot of those really don't work in our environments. You'll stand out like a sore thumb wearing some of that stuff. But like, there's this guy I watch on YouTube. He's called Boondockery. Right? He's
Yeah.
ex-military. He loves his gear, and he was taking some of those camouflage patterns and dyeing them in walnut dye. He made up his own black walnut dye. And
Wow.
at first he thought it was only going to work on the clothing, but that shit works even on the nylon pack gear. All right, so he could take and make it almost like a coyote brown camouflage pattern, which works way better in our wooded areas, you know. So that's a neat little trick. If you've got camouflage that stands out like a sore thumb, try dyeing it. It might not work with, you know, synthetic dyes, but get yourself some black walnuts. That shit will dye almost anything.
Yeah. I like I call it subduing. I'll take, if say it's I got a green backpack. I did this with a green backpack, and I just kind of sprayed it a little bit with some beige, some khaki, you know, and just kind of let it just kind of fade in with the green. It subdued it pretty good. Or like a coyote tan, or you know, a beige. I'll throw in a little bit of mist, in a little bit of green, mist in a little bit of black, just to break it up a little bit. You know, do it.
I've got pictures of this too somewhere. It's my buddy. He couldn't afford to buy one of those outfits I was making. So I said, "Oh, okay, we'll make one." And he goes out and he bought one of them white paint suits that you use for keeping the paint off of you when you're doing paint jobs and stuff. They're like a big white, almost looks like a hazmat suit, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
We sat there with the magic markers and drew, you know, leafless limbs and stuff all over it. And I'll be son of a gun. It cost him like, you know, $15, and he had an effective white winter camouflage outfit.
Wow.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome, man. You know that. Every time you come in there with that lackluster Friday stuff, I'm coming in there going, "Hey, I don't luster. I'm very subdued, and I'm in it. You know, I don't like anything
lackluster. That's right.
I don't. Like
I didn't know I was tapping into the subdued community. Right on.
I don't like things to blink in the distance that people can see. I don't wear, you know, jewelry, even sunglasses can give me away. You know?
Yep.
It's you become aware of it when you find out things like a cigarette hots can be seen from 3 miles away. You know, it's
Yep.
You try to stay low key, and you know, the way I grew up, that was kind of important. So. You know, you didn't want to be seen, especially if you're just running from the cops. You know, you don't want no white tennis shoes on running from the cops. You're telling them right where you're going.
Yep. Boom, boom, boom. Look at that diddy bopping going on there. Yep. Yep. I agree. But you know, it's that's I like to go gray man too, right? If I'm you know, walking around society, you know, I like to go tactical. I am that tactical guy. I got 5'11". I love my 5'11" pants, you know, in khaki or whatever. But you know, a hoodie and a pair of jeans, right? And I'm good. I can just, in a hat and some sunglasses. I'm walking through everybody, just hiding in plain sight with a freaking arsenal on me, you know?
Well, yeah, the gray man is a legit thing. All right. You know, and as I say, I have everything I have that's camouflage. Well, if I had to walk through an urban area and look, you know, try to look like I'm not some kind of threat or something, yeah, I might throw a garbage bag over my pack. I might turn my coat inside out, or I might put on something like blue jeans or a gray coat over it all.
What's up, Don?
Because it's less suspicious. Gray man tactic is valid, but it's not just the clothes you wear; it's the way you act. Right?
That's true.
It's a lot of it. You know, if you look like you're looking for something, people are going to see that. If you look like you know where you're going and you fit in, you know, and you just don't have anything about you that stands out, like Bonnie just pointed out. Yeah, I do kind of stand out in the crowd.
I have to admit, Mr. Willie, I do have some fun shirts in my backpack, in my Vor bag. I have some very fun shirts, you know, that I wear under my vest, or I throw over my vest, you know, my plate carrier. So I feel you. Oh yeah. So right, I'm one of those people. I'm always looking. Boom, 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 and I'm stigma, so I'm making eye contact too. Right, I'm boom. I'm staring into people's soul from anyone and everyone in my sphere of observation. You know, but as a gray man, I have to look down and I have to hide my observation. I have to hide my eyes. That's where sunglasses come in. I can literally keep my face forward or down and just be looking around constantly, watching everybody. Let myself sink a little bit, put a little hump in my back, and just kind of, if I have a phone, that's another thing. And this is a tactic used by a lot of the criminal element too. They'll pull out their phone.
Yep.
They're not doing a damn thing on their phone. They're not doing a damn. Look at me. I'm preoccupied. I'm not looking at you, but they're looking at you the whole time.
Well, the way I like to explain that to people is that there's two types of people in the world. There are prey and there are predator. All right. And the way that you look to someone it makes a difference. What you just described, that's the activity of a predator. All right. You are the hunter. You are not being hunted. You're aware of your surrounding. You're looking for meat. But prey is full of fear. And they're always looking behind them, and they're always worried about, and their gait will be different, the way they step, and the way you can see a fear in a person when you're tracking them. All right, just by the way their feet are pointed.
Right.
And if you do that in the city, it's the same thing as in the woods. All right, people recognize prey. If you look like you are weak, old, injured, rich, any of these things can draw unwanted attention to you, and you will become the prey. You will be hunted. All right.
Right. And I've also used it as a tactic as well. I've been that guy that walks down the dark alley counting my money.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, and I might add a little limp to it, as well. Or I act drunk. Oh God, that's that can be used.
Drunken master. There's some reality to that.
Yeah, there is. I mean, seriously, but it's kind of funny too, because you'll see people that go, watch that motherfucker, stay away from him, right? There is, if you want to play that crazy white boy thing in the hood, it works. It does work sometimes.
I was taught that in the juvie, man. I was taught that by a black guy in the juvie, because he was, there was 40 black guys to us 3 white guys.
So I have to address Peter. Peter, I don't know you, so you're not coming up on panel. There you go. Half-ass ready. I know half-ass ready.
Yeah, half-ass ready is cool, man. There's I don't let anybody I don't know on the panel anymore either, Shad. I heard something happened to you. I'm glad I missed it.
Yep.
But they've been trying that with me every live I do.
I've denied like 3 or 4 people already that I don't know. If you're not blue, except for half-ass ready, I know you. I wish I could make you blue right now. Let's see if I can.
It's kind of one of those tactics we were just talking about. If they can get nudity on your panel, then they can have your channel taken down. That's their game.
Yep. Yes, indeed. Why is it not coming up here? No. Damn it. I can't. I'm sorry, half-ass ready. I can't make you blue because I'm in Streamyard and I can't do anything. But I'd like to make you blue.
Don, boy, you got a lot of good people up in here.
In terms of service as a weapon. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like we were talking about again, we've allowed this to happen in the YouTube, in the social media, the fruits of their labor. Not only can they censor us, right? They can get us and weaponize, get us for pornographic content, or whatever the community guidelines that they can do that. So all right on, Rebecca, good to see you. I'd like to make you blue as well, but unfortunately I'm trying. I guess I could. Where's my tablet? See what my tablet, if I can get on YouTube with my tablet, then I will do so. I will make you all blue, but
You know, the Navy's got blue camouflage.
yeah, I've seen that.
So is the Air Force.
Mhm.
I've got I had a pair of blue BDU woodland blue pants, but I turned them into shorts because it's ridiculous to use that for camouflage.
Yeah, I guess it works. You know, with the blue gray. You know, they're blending into the ship they're on, or
Right, but I
you know,
meant the ones the old blue woodland
care box
pattern
steady,
is what I
or
meant.
you know, they fall off the ship. You know, like, hey, I can't see you.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah, can't see the guy to throw him a life ring.
Right.
Mm.
All right, tablet is starting. Got 73% on power on the tablet. I'll see. I'll see what I can do. I'm not making any promises though. So stand by.
Your microphone and stream seems to be working suspiciously well tonight.
I had some issues. I did. I had to restart, and you know, it kicked me off a few times earlier, first hour, but it seems to be holding strong right now. What's up,
What's up,
Pilgrim?
Pilgrim? Or I always used to say, "Howdy, Pilgrim."
Howdy, Pilgrim. John Y.
Mm-hmm. You know, we got a celebrity in the community. Did you know that G-Mom Merkel peed on John Wayne?
That's badass. That's
Yeah.
eat on John.
She peed on John Wayne. She was an extra in one of his movies, and when he
Oh,
was holding her, she peed on him.
wow. That's great. Well, I'll tell you, Pilgrim. Right?
Everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame somehow.
Yep.
Stella, how you doing?
She did not find that agreeable.
I'll bet the group didn't either, you know.
Hey, she was excited. She was, you know, in the arms of John Wayne.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe she had to stand by for like an hour, you know, for shooting and all that. Like, okay, let's go. G-Mo Merkel in, right?
And I saw that comment earlier, Bonnie. It's not the camo. Even when I don't wear camo, I stand out in a crowd. I don't know what that the hell is all about.
It's your camouflage aura. Yeah.
Yeah, something. You know, there's something different.
Old was she?
People in the world are slow pokes. I mean, I'm old, but man, I go into a store like Walmart or something, and it's like the whole place is
Short,
moving in
elusive.
slow motion. It drives me nuts, dude. I know exactly where I'm going. I get there, I get it done, but I got to go around like 500 obstacles to get through that store. And they're usually people with shopping carts staring at the ceiling, like, where am I? You know, it's just weird, man. It's
Yeah.
Ladysmith. Good to see you. A camo aura. Okay. What?
I'm either doing that. I'm doing like purposeful. I'm moving with a purpose to get what I need, or I'm moving. I'm scatterbrained and all over the place. Zip 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 zip. Oh yeah, I got this. I got that. I want this. I want that. Boom. I
It's
got. I got.
different if you don't know the store. That happens to me when I don't know the store. But if I know
See
where
what
everything
time it
is,
is?
man.
What
See what
time is
time
it?
it is?
What time is it?
It is 4:24.
Well, I got 5:23. So
I'm 5 minutes after 4:20. So yeah.
Well, it's
I'm
always
just
4:20 here,
pointing that
Wingnut.
out.
Wingnut, it's always 4:20 here. I did a
I see
video.
what you did there, Wingnut.
Yeah,
Pointing
I'm
that
just
out there.
pointing that out. It's
Just point.
5 minutes after 4:20.
Right. Where's your weed at?
Right here. I've been smoking the whole time I've been talking.
Right on. Unfortunately, I cannot partake anymore at this time.
There's a video on my page, Wingnut, that proves it. I got this old clock that given to me, and it worked and all, but I took the batteries out, put it on 420. It's hanging right over here on the tree, so it's always 420.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Life's the same. I'm moving in stereo. Life's the same.
Right.
Well, I'm
Half
trying to
assed.
save.
Yeah.
I've got a little bit that I got around Christmas or so, but I'm trying to save a little bit because I think I'm going to try and do a one-nighter camp out Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and save a little bit, so I have something while I'm out on the.
You got some new gear you're trying out or something?
Kevin.
No, not really. I just been meaning to do it for a while, and Tuesday and Wednesday seems like the only days it's not going to rain. It's going to be cold, but it's not going to rain.
You doing it with a bivvy or tent or what you got?
Yeah,
going?
just my tent and tarp and stuff. You know, just I've been meaning to do it for a while now, and I just haven't. And like I said, I was looking at the weather. I was looking at the weather and stuff. It's like been cold and rainy for the past week now. You know what I mean? So I was like looking ahead, and so far it says like, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday has 0% chance of rain. So as it stands
you're
right
gonna
now,
believe that, right? You really
well, like I
believe
said,
that?
it's Florida. It can change in 5 minutes. You know what I mean? But still,
Right.
the thing
Yep.
is like, you know, as it stands right now, those seems like the only days it's really. I don't really. I mean, unless I have to, I don't really enjoy camping out there in the fucking cold, rainy weather. You know, unless I have
Well,
to, but I don't
I
really
gotta
enjoy
tell
it.
you, Wingnut, I've been pretty much camping for 5 years straight. I'm about ready to go hoteling.
Yeah, well, see that's the thing too. It's like, you know, I really do. I can really appreciate having a roof over my head, having a little warmer in here than it is outside during the winter. You know, at least. And
I got first world problems. It's so hot in here. I got the windows open and the doors open. And it's 20 degrees outside.
you can go suck it.
Dude, I slept with the windows open every night. I can't. I need the air, man. I wrap up in my mountain bag. I turn all the heat off, and I open the windows, and that's how I like to sleep.
Well, if I rig up the wood burner in the new place, um, you know, I can see it getting warm enough in there where I have to open up a window, and I wouldn't worry about it because I wouldn't be wasting electricity either. You know what I mean? But I'm
Well,
using
you
a
can overstock it, that's for sure. You know, I got a wood stove in this truck, and you put too
yeah
much wood or fuel in there, boy, you're gonna open up all the doors. All right, you got to learn
yeah.
to put just what you need in there, or you're gonna cook
Well, I
yourself.
mean, and that's the thing too, though. I made that wood burner out there. I don't know, quite a few years back, but um, I might find a spot in the new place to put that in there. You know, I don't really need it that much because it's not cold that much during the winter. You know, anyway, lately, anyway, for the past few years, it's only been like about a week or two out of the whole winter. It gets down to freezing, you know, and that's about it. But
Well,
still,
in that situation, I don't even use a wood stove. I've got a Mr. Heater buddy heater. They're safe burning indoors. They don't
right?
rob your oxygen. And I got a hose with the bigger tanks and the filter and all that. And you can cook on them. You can take the front grill off of Mr. Heater and hook it to the handle and have yourself a little grill there. And I use the shit out of it, man. I've been using the same heater for over 20 years now. And when it's not too cold, it's perfect, you know.
But yeah, at the moment, I've been just using this electric ceramic heater. I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, I ain't got that big of a space to heat up. So, and if I need to, I've got a second one. I can turn it on too. But
I've got
that'll
that
just
too, but
it's too
in
much.
most cases, I don't have electricity, so you know you got to
Yeah.
have a way.
That's the thing. It's like, you know, I'm becoming. I've been getting comfortable with the you know the convenience of electricity in some ways. Because when I was out on the road for 10 years, man, I'm gonna tell you that you know um, that's the thing. It's like I've gotten so comfortable with the damn convenience, and
Right. Would
it's
you say
kind
that
of, you know,
convenience kind of? I like the whole convenience makes us weak thing. Would you say that's
well,
you feel like it kind of
in a way
weakness?
it does, because it keeps me lazy. I don't really have to do much. I don't have to go out and chop wood. You know, I don't have to worry about, it's a lot of different things, that, when I was out on the road, some of the main things that was a question in my mind every single day was, okay,
Right.
what am I going to
I'm
eat
trying to-
today? Where am I going to eat today? What am I going to eat? Where am I going to sleep? Where can I stash my stuff where nobody will bother it?
Right.
These are constant everyday thoughts that would go through my head all the time. You know what I mean? And I don't have that. Now that I've got myself a place. I've got all my stuff is generally okay and safe, not from people bothering it. You know what I mean? And I can shit, shower, and save. I can walk out here in the yard butt naked, shoot my gun off, and not worry about it. I'm not bothering anybody.
Right.
Lived like
Out of the
that
way.
for
Yeah.
25 years, up in northern Michigan. I lived in the middle of nowhere, about as rural as you could get, way high up in the altitude. And I loved it, man. I miss being able to do whatever the fuck I want to do whenever I want to do it. Down here you go shooting off fireworks or firearms at night, and you're going to have trouble. You're probably going to jail. But up there, nobody even knew it. If they did hear it, they never thought nothing of it. I could be out there banging in a car body until midnight and nobody's there to complain. I miss that life.
Yeah. Right.
The cops don't even get called if we're out here blowing up tannerite. You know what I mean? So
Winning streak.
it's not a big thing. There's people shoot, they target practice, and they hunt all over the place around here, and almost everybody does. So it's not uncommon to hear gunshots or explosions or whatever. I do, I do hear these really deep, loud booms, almost as loud as a thunder, but they sound like a boom sound, and I don't know where some of them actually have gotten so strong that it shakes the windows. Just the
just before I come up here, I watched a video talking about a guy who posted on his YouTube page about these booms, and the authorities came and told him to take it down. There's being
I
large
heard about that
booms
story.
being reported all over the country right now, and
there is. Yeah.
There's something weird going on.
I've been hearing them here. And a lot of people dismiss it as the sonic booms from the planes going along the beach out here, because we've got two military bases, Eglin Air Force Base and Tyndall Air Force Base. So I mean, we got, and they fly up and down the beach out here doing sonic booms and stuff. A lot of people blame it on that, but I know the difference between a sonic boom sound and these other boom sounds, and some of them actually sound like rumbling and stuff. There's not a single cloud in the freaking sky for miles. This is not thunder and lightning shit. You know what I mean? So I mean, it's kind of interesting. And you know what? Have you ever? And this is another thing that I've always had a question about. I never really had a straight answer from anybody, because I mean, I don't think anybody really knows. But have you ever seen heat lightning before? Lightning that doesn't make any thunder or anything like that.
And I've seen heat thunder. I've heard heat thunder, and I've seen heat lightning, and it kind of goes across.
How can you have one without the other? I mean, don't they go together? I mean, the thunder is actually caused by the lightning crash. I mean, so how can you not have one without the other? I just don't understand that. And even scientists that try to explain it, I'm like, you guys don't know what the hell you're talking about. You're just guessing. You know what I mean? It's really crazy.
Guessing. But, for decades now, especially you can find them on YouTube videos, strange sounds heard all over the world. I mean, this happens in Russia. It happens all over the place. And it's like, you'll hear the videos and they call it trumpets, all right? Like as apocalyptic trumpets.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Really, for me, what I hear is like a It's a harmonic sound to me. All right. And it reminds me of something. When I was a teenager, I worked at a metal shop here in Michigan, and they were making Durabed truck bed liners. All right. They were those big plastic liners you put in the backs of pickups. And what we were making was the mold that made that. So you've got like a 12-foot by 6-foot by, 4-foot thick block of aluminum that you put up to a mill the size of a house, and it bores into that piece of aluminum to carve out the vacuum forming part of that mold. And you put little airlines in them and everything. But what I remember is this monstrous machine. It was literally the size of a house that they had to modify the building to get it in there. And every now and then there were emergency stop switches located throughout the whole shop, because there's a bit. The bit on this thing was, I don't know, let's say bigger than a coffee can, bigger than the big style coffee pan. That's a huge bit for a milling machine. All right. And this thing would get off center and it would get unbalanced, and that woo would begin, and it would be so loud that it would put a man to his knees. It'll make your fucking ears bleed kind of noise. All right. Because it was off center. What it made me think of is deep underground boring machines. What if they were going through rock with that bit and it was harmonizing the noise? All right. Because they can't figure out where the noises are coming from. They sound like it comes from the mountains, sounds like it comes from the sky. What if it's coming from underneath you? Same with the boom. All right. Because they have to do.
Well, I've thought about that when it comes down to the boom, but you don't. I mean, all right. The only reason I've thought about that is because there's some grapevine news, like I don't know if it's true or not, whatever kind of thing. But Tyndall Air Force Base over here has been digging a bunch of stuff up underneath it. And some people think that's maybe where the boom sounds, but I mean, there has been time there. I can't remember. I might even have an old video. I was talking on my CB radio with a friend of mine that lives, in town. So we're a pretty good distance away from each other. All right. And he heard the boom. It shook his windows, and it was like a 2 or 3 seconds right after it, I heard it. So that sound traveled, that it took that long to get to me. So I was sitting there thinking, I was like, well, whatever it was. I mean, the percussion off this boom, it literally shook the fucking whole house and stuff, that kind of thing. And which is interesting because it makes me think. I was like, well, like I said, people straight away blame it on either they're digging tunnels or they're, because underneath Eglin, or Tyndall, or it's the sonic booms from the planes going down the beach, or it's just their exploding ordnance down at Eglin. I mean, I was just like, that's the excuses that gets spread out right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? But there's no proof of any of those actually happening at the same time when those things happen. But
everything that we've seen and everything we know now, Wignon, I'm suspicious about fucking everything. That's where they got me.
Well, it makes me wonder. It's like, okay, if it's not a local thing, because I was thinking maybe it was just right around, because I was thinking it's military bases, so there's like, is this possible they're just doing stuff, you know what I mean? And they don't want to tell anybody, so they're just like, they'll just say it's a fucking weather balloon type of shit, you know what I mean? So, but it's happening everywhere. There's like the same sound of the boom sound or the grumbling sound, where it's like almost like thunder, but it's like different. You know what I mean? It's almost like a grumble sound. But anyway, that's like, other people from around the country have heard this stuff. I don't know about outside the country, but I mean, all around the country, people have heard the same exact thing. I'm sure. Yeah. But it's just like, it's weird though, because it's not a local thing. It's like, it's everywhere. And then like the trumpet sound that you're talking about, I personally haven't heard that. Now, the only thing I can say that remotely relates to that is I've heard this one sound, and I've never heard it again or anywhere else, but I heard it once when I was in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I also heard it again when I was in Key West. All right.
Now,
and
hold
it
on,
was weird.
Wingnut. I got to ask a question first. Is an atheist even going to hear the trumpets?
Well,
I don't know. I have no idea.
They won't be atheists after that. You know.
I don't know. I don't know.
Chinook.
I don't know how to even answer that, you know, honestly.
It wasn't meant to be answered. I was fucking with you.
Yeah. But
Right.
I was sitting there thinking, there was this noise. It was like a high pitched, almost like an oscillating noise, like wee, 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 you know, that kind of sound. But
Like a robot
I'm not
stuck in
going
the
to do it.
mud.
Shut up. But it was weird. It was just like this high, you know, high pitched oscillating sound or whatever. All right. Well, anyway,
Yeah,
I
you
remember
just sounded like a
I had to
robot stuck in
stay.
the mud beneath.
I had to be standing. I was in the road, actually, in both places, in the middle of the road. But it was at night, and both places actually. But I had to stand in a particular spot in the road to hear the noise. If my head was not in that exact spot, I wouldn't hear it. It's weird because I had a friend of mine that was with me in both places, and she couldn't hear it just standing next to me. But if she was stand where I was standing and put her head right in the same spot that I put my head, she could hear it.
Not everybody hears the same, Wingnut. Have you heard of Yanny Laurel?
The name sounds familiar.
There is it's an old one. I mean, it's got to be at least 15, 20 years old, but there's several versions of it now, but so you try to look for the old one. But there's a video on YouTube. It's called Yanny Laurel. All right.
Okay.
This, as you're listening to the audio, half of the population is going to hear Laurel, Laurel, Laurel.
Okay. Yeah. I think I have heard this before. Yeah.
And the rest of them are going to hear Yanny, Yanny, Yanny. And those words sound nothing alike. And the only reason I know that it's real is because I can hear both. All right. A few people will be able to hear both, or you'll hear Yanny one day, come back, and the next day you'll hear Laurel. All right. And it's frequencies that you are picking up on. And it's strange. It's a very strange phenomenon. So, in other words, if somebody hears something, don't expect everybody else to hear the same thing you heard.
Well, you know what was weird is like she couldn't hear it just standing next to me, but if she stood exactly where I was and put her head basically in the same, you know, distance away from the ground kind of thing, you know, she could hear it then. As long as she was standing exactly in the same spot and had her head in the same spot that I did. All right. You know, because like a foot away, you couldn't hear it. It was weird because you had to be standing in this exact spot to hear it. And, but it was like this high pitched, like oscillating type sound to it. So I mean, I thought it was really odd, at the time, and, you know, and I've never heard it again. So I don't know what to think of it. Well,
one thing
my mind can go off in so many different directions.
I don't remember any of this stuff when I was younger. So this is all fairly new developments. All this stuff is, you know.
I've never heard
it. Ghost KP.
I can't say I've never.
You haven't heard any booms or anything like that?
I've heard booms, but I can go, okay, I know what that is, right? But I've never heard any kind of like the trumpets or you know, like what is that sound? Or oh my God, I'm just you know and plus I'm in Cleveland. There's booms and noises all the time.
Well, see, I'm very susceptible to bass sounds. I love bass sounds. All right, you know, so what I'm hearing is like a really low pitch, you know, bassy sound, and you can almost feel the concussion or the percussion from it. You know what I mean? You know, the
you know, you're really interested.
It's weird.
You don't care, whatever.
It's weird too, because I mean, I really wish I had a microphone that was sensitive enough to pick it up. Because I know if I stuck my phone out there and just, you know, hit record, it will not pick up that low pitched boom sound as so I mean, I wish I had a microphone that could pick it up, because then I would love to record it, just to, you know, hear it again, because I'm, like I said, I know it's not just a sonic boom from one of them planes down there on the beach. You know what I mean? And then on
I've
top of
heard
that,
them
I can
too.
also prove at the moment there was no planes out there doing, maneuvers out there.
They're a little different. I've been in the middle of one of those up in Traverse City, Michigan. I used to live out on the peninsula between the two big bays, and that's all cherry
Yeah.
farm area. But the military jets used to fly over that peninsula, and this was in the 70s. I'm in a trailer on a cherry farm when all of a sudden, whoom! And every mirror in the house broke, the windows broke, the glassware in the cupboards all broke. It was because a jet was just a few hundred feet over top of us when that sound boom hit us. And it's a
Well, see, I know the
violent.
difference because I've lived, I lived in Fort Walton, which is right over by Eglin. You know what I mean? I've lived close to both Eglin and Tyndall Air Force Base for a while now. And I hear jets when they're taking off, when they're getting fired up to go, to take off. I've heard them actually, they fly up and down the beach because it's like a long stretch that's straight. So they just fly up and down side the beach and stuff like that, and they do their sonic boom thing. They get up to speeds where they end up doing a sonic boom. And so I know what it sounds like.
Then you hear the jet.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the thing too, is like, at distance, even, what it sounds like, it's not the same sound that I'm hearing when it comes down to that boom, whatever you want to call it. I mean, a lack of better words, that boom sound. It's just a different, it's even a different sound to it. It's got a different pitch to it.
If you're curious enough, do a search like this. Go, strange sounds heard all around the world. That's a good story for YouTube to find some of those.
That's a rabbit hole you can jump into. I know.
Not my thing.
It's been around for years now. It's nothing new. It's nothing new.
I'm perception is deception for me. I try not to, dwell on things that I can't really understand or perceive. It's
got time for it. I mean, seriously, I'm in the same way thinking with you. It's not a priority, but
I look at it as it's part of the construct of the video game we're in. I mean, I kind of agree. Because I do the same thing. I do it with my radio. I search the frequencies, listening to whatever, and I hear some weird shit out there that I cannot explain, and I know some people that know a lot more about this shit than I do, and they can't even explain it. They just write it off as atmospheric, interference, you know what I mean, or some shit, what I mean.
They like to make up words. Rubbing against our atmosphere or something. They say it's like space friction.
Well, this is another thing too. I remember I was talking to a guy on the CB, man, and it was during when the conditions were so good. I can talk to my buddy that lives in southeastern Australia, which is a little town in Eden, is what it's called. And I was sitting there talking. I was talking to him, and both of us could hear the same signal. All right, and we both had a same signal strength on our meters on both ends of the world. And we were trying to figure out where this damn signal's coming from. And it couldn't be terrestrial if we're getting the exact signal strength from here in Florida all the way over to Australia. So it had to be something that was not necessarily terrestrial that was sending that signal. But I couldn't tell you shit what it was and what it, but we sat there talking
I've looked into that.
Yeah.
I love that. There's all kinds of
Earth to Bugs Bunny. Come in, Bugs Bunny. Earth to Bugs Bunny. That's what it was.
No, there is like in the universe, there's quasars. There's things that emitting these massively strong radio signals, and some of them are rhythmic. Some of them have some type of structure to them. But
we thought it was some kind of a signal of some kind. We were thinking, well, maybe it had some kind of like like there's what is it, like a data package that you can send over the radio. You can basically send a whole,
boom.
Yeah,
I've been looking at the digital, the high frequency digital stuff. Yeah, that's amazing stuff.
Well, I mean, maybe they found the Voyager 1 album.
The what now?
Maybe they found the Voyager 1 album. Remember the gold-plated album we saw in the space to communicate?
Right. Yeah.
It was like,
They should have switched that out with like Zeppelin instead, you know.
right.
I know.
Yeah. We definitely would have got a response then. You know.
Yeah, no shit. Like, I send a gold record of Led Zeppelin out there and see what happens, and hell, fuck yeah, we get a response. I know we would.
Like,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
music.
There'd be long-haired rockers. There'd be all kinds of rock and rollers trying to make rockets to get out there and get that.
I mean,
right?
why can't we attract the fucking hippie fucking aliens, man? You know? You know, the hippie aliens are like, whoa, dude, there's a whole fucking album of Zeppelin. Wow.
Right?
You
got
know,
a bunch of
and they
poly
want to go check it out. They're like getting all stoned. And fuck, next thing you know, they
stoner,
land on their
stoner
saucer,
aliens.
smoke
Yeah.
comes fucking barreling out. And they're like, what's up, dude? You know?
Yo, y'all got munchies, bro?
You know what I'm saying? I mean, why can't we have those type of aliens? That would be awesome.
They
Well, we
got
probably did. I mean, I don't know.
every alien they showed us is bald. You're onto something. We need the hippie alien.
We had the hippie fucking aliens, man.
Cheech and Chong aliens.
I mean, because I start thinking about it. It's like, okay, just imagine us. Because if we went out to other fucking planets, we would be considered the aliens, right? So
Right,
I start thinking about it. What would we do and how would we act if we were in that situation where we were like coming up on an alien? There was already a civilization there that was building stuff and, you know, whatever. And then, you know, we would be considered the aliens to them, you know? So I just look at it the same way. It's like, okay, can you imagine what their family photos look like? You know, one of them guys has probably got a family photo of their fucking whatever, you know,
Cherokee?
in their back pocket. What would that look like? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know, I just think of this shit like that.
Alf just wanted a lot of pussy, Michael. He was all about the pussy. Remember, he ate cats.
Right.
But I was like, you know, it's like, okay, can you imagine? You know, I mean, I just sit there. I try to imagine myself in their shoes. I mean, you know, I don't really want to. I don't think they're just like automatons and they're just doing whatever. Or they're like a big fucking ant farm and they just do it with the fucking queen. Well, I don't know, but
aliens.
You know, or like, you know, I'm surprised. I mean. What if they were just like on a Sunday drive, decided to go down a back road and they came by our planet? You know what I mean? They're like, oh, look at that. You know?
If I was an alien cruising around the galaxy and I ran into this planet, the mating rituals alone would make me turn around and get the fuck out of here.
Dude,
I mean,
you gotta think about it. I mean, seriously.
I see it as we're the wrong turn. We're like the Chicago exit of the universe. You don't park here, right?
You're like, yeah,
the armpit.
You can't park here,
the
man.
Armpit of the universe. Armpit.
Right. I mean, we're gonna dissect them. We're gonna steal their technology and use it against them, right? I mean, that's no.
Well, it's like in that movie. What was it?
Don't forget your time.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, take care, half-ass ready.
Half-ass.
Sorry.
And Bonnie, that's Wolfgang up here. He does a news report. It's worth watching.
Spam report. That's right.
Yeah.
Spam report. Hi, Bonnie.
That's bone meal that you seen earlier.
Oh, I didn't even see him pop up. I was looking at chat. Sorry. Hey, good evening.
You're fucking stoned and running your mouth about aliens.
Well, dude, you know, I mean, because honestly, man, if I had my own TARDIS and my own lightsaber, I think my life would be complete, man.
Right?
I think
your own TARDIS and lightsaber. Yeah. I need a P-38 nebulizer or whatever. P-38 space modulator. That's what I want.
I'm going to exterminate you with my P-38 exterminator ray.
Okay, Marvin the Martian.
Oh yeah, but you know, hey, having a fucking lightsaber. Oh man, are you kidding me?
And the TARDIS, man, that thing is huge, dude.
I want lightsaber.
TARDIS would be awesome. That'd be the ultimate fucking house, man.
Yep.
It'd be the ultimate fucking house.
Bigger on the inside.
It is. It's big on the inside, and then on top of that, it goes anywhere you want, anytime you want.
Yeah.
You know?
I want lightsaber nunchuck.
Lightsaber.
How is that going to
I
work?
wouldn't even want to try that shit, man.
You wouldn't have hands.
I mean,
Nope.
there's a reason why they have not had lightsaber nunchucks in Star Wars so far. There's a reason.
I'm waiting for the
that, because-
lightsaber act. Okay, I think I've seen it somewhere. They had like a lightsaber pole or something, but not a lightsaber axe.
You think about it, you would think you would. I mean, I saw there was this one where they made up.
How you can do it. All right, all you got to do is kill a Mandalorian, use his Beskar armor on like your back pocket, and then under your arm, and then one on your shoulder, so you could have a landing spot for the lightsaber nunchuck. Because Beskar, you know, it's lightsaber.
Right? Yeah, absolutely. I think it'll work. Let's get on the development of that. Yeah, get on that right now. Yeah.
Well, get on that right away. Yeah.
You think
Well, I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Right.
I mean,
Get that
honestly,
like
man, you know, I wouldn't care if anybody else had a TARDIS. I just want one, you know.
Yeah. We're the bad for the part of the galaxy. We got the star.
Yeah. I was sitting there thinking about it when it comes down to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. You know, they were, you know, the planet was just in the way of a new interstate in basically out in space. And they were like, okay, and we put notice out that we're going to have to demolish this whole planet just because it's in the way of our interstate. You know what I mean? And was like, what the fuck? You didn't tell us. No, we had it posted out there on the galactic fucking bulletin board. You know, that's your fault. You didn't read it. You know, and
Right.
they say, no, it's like they're coming
So
in.
long,
I
and
mean,
thanks
think about
for
it,
all
like,
the fish.
you know, when they're building a road, they don't sit there and, you know, stop the road because there's an ant pile in the way. And that's what they would look at as like, fuck, a little ant pile, just moved out of the way so we can build our road. You know what I mean?
That's what we do around here, dog. We're all over the fucking place.
So
what the fuck, man? You can't keep up. What's wrong with you people?
The fruits of their labor. Yeah. I don't know. I've always loved the fucking alien thing. And you know, that's I've heard the conspiracy theories that the reptilian overlords are the ones that are creating all this craziness and mess that we're going through, you know. And they're finally getting to see the long-term effects of the fruits of their labor, you know.
Well, let me ask you, what do you think about, all right, you know, did you hear, what was it? I think it was an Israeli Space Commission official or something like that leaked out that there is a such thing as a galactic federation. I mean, so what do you think about that as actually being a reality? And, you know, like if it is a reality, then and fucking military has made deals with these extraterrestrials, and, you know,
yeah,
I mean,
I've heard this. Man, I've been a space cadet since the 60s, so I can totally dig it.
I'm part of the secret society. Well, it's not secret, but
Right.
that what's it called? Asir, right? You can go join Asgard. I have a ticket. That, you know, that rich Russian guy that said, "Hey, we're going to build a new society, and it's going to be a floating city, you know, orbiting the Earth." Back in the day, I bought a ticket.
Magneto did.
You bought a ticket. Well, can you get a refund on that ticket?
No.
Is it good for life or some shit? You know.
Yeah, it's yeah, when the world explodes, I get to go to Asgard.
10-4.
Yeah, but they haven't built it yet. So.
After Ragnarok.
They haven't built it yet. And it was all a big scam anyway. So I got scammed.
It's been done, dude. It's been done a few times. Magneto from the X-Men, he made Asteroid M. So all the mutants went up there on his own little asteroid. But, you know, Asgard's doomed. You're going to have Ragnarok repeatedly, like a cycle. If you go to, you know, there's choices out there, man. You don't have to just go to one.
Right. Yeah.
I have nothing to say after that.
You just did. Yeah.
Well, I when on that level anyway. What I was sitting there, what was going through my mind was going underground. Because I mean, that's what would. I mean, I look at like archaeological digs and stuff where they dig up all this stuff and they find like all these massive tunnel works and shit under the ground where people were like living and blah blah blah. And I'm like, and they had these like there's ones like I think it's in Cappadocia or something like that. But there's this one where they have all these like honeycomb of. I mean, not a honeycomb, like an ant, like it looks like an ant farm of fucking tunnels through this fucking where people were living, and like, and some of the main doors had these big circular like stones.
See that? Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
it's a place called Kuru, but it's not the only one.
Okay, I know. Well, all right. I start looking at things like that, and like, okay, and there had to have been some kind of reason that they would spend the energy to do this. All right.
It sure looks to me like something was trying to kill them, because you look at those circular doors. Those were meant to keep something out.
What? But
a lot of it. What's the Prepper book? It also works. The reasoning, it was easy to dig through, right? It was easy to dig through. It was easy to make.
There may be.
And at that time, you had to you had siege warfare going on all the time. So if you built a castle, you built a tower, you built a fortress, somebody is going to come along and try to destroy it. So what better way than to go into the side of the mountain, go underground?
Well, Shad, if you had giants out there, if you had 40-foot people out there trying to eat you, would you dig into the ground and make doors like that?
I don't know, maybe. I guess. I mean,
I've
never seen a 40-foot
in my opinion. I think it would take more than a few years to build something like that.
I mean, more hands make for quick work. So you got a whole bunch of people working. Furiously working.
You have a point. But I'm still wondering what were they trying? What were they getting away from? Just more bad people or something else?
I mean, talk about going to ground. I mean, you got one way in, one way out, or you've got you've just honeycombed a mountain. Talk about that. That's a nightmare to try to overrun and overtake.
Right.
All these tunnels and everywhere. You've got your strong points. If you know the thing about strong points, if you can tunnel everybody into your kill zone and you're sitting behind cover. Or can cover. There's nothing they can do. Just like the 300, right? 300. It was actually more like 6,000 people held back the Persian army at the
that bottleneck.
The pass, right? The Thermopylae pass, right? It was only that many that was able to hold back. They think a 1,000,000-man army. You got your strong point. It doesn't matter what you have. You could have just a hammer, and bam, bam, or bow and arrow or a gun, right? There's nothing they can do.
You're going to fill the chasm with dead bodies, and there won't be a canyon there no more.
Right, exactly. And you think about this. What about we've been tunneling into the earth for thousands of years, and for whatever reason. I've been watching a lot of Previ Mohan, and he goes into the Hindu temples and things, and there's all kinds of stuff under the ground there that's been there for thousands of years, right? Think about how they did that then, just with a hammer and a chisel, right? As opposed to now with our technology, where we have massive boring machines that can dig a tunnel, that you can fit 20 fucking 18-wheelers through, and they're wiring it as they go.
The higher the craftsmanship, the farther you go back. The older structures are the most impressive.
I agree.
Look at the equipment they have today, as far as your X-ray and sonar and all that they can actually see down into the ground now.
Yep.
They got LiDAR now. That's pretty interesting. They were finding more like almost like, I guess, Maya type timeline, an Olmec type timeline of villages that are just like a whole freaking like cities are still underneath the trees that they haven't discovered yet. And they found it through LiDAR. They can see all the the structure of the whole area and stuff. I don't think they've actually gone out there and done
same thing with Borneo and Laos, Vietnam. You know, there's absolutely just these old civilizations. You know, you just be walking in the middle of a triple canopy forest, and boom, there's a 40-foot statue head that's got trees growing through it. You're like, what the fuck?
The Olmec.
The Olmecers are interesting too, Yeah.
And did you see that, Shad? Joy fits right in here. She carries a basket of hearts. She doesn't collect skulls or nothing. She got a whole basket of hearts.
Who? What?
Joy. Did you see that?
I don't know. She has a big basket, big heart basket. Oh, okay.
Carries a basket of hearts.
Right on.
Just fits right in around here.
Are they real hearts, or are they just whose hearts are they? That's my question.
Well, I was assuming it was the hearts of her enemies.
I mean, that's right on. I dig it.
What's up, man?
Right. And so,
look at Machu Picchu. All right, everybody knows what Machu Picchu is.
Right.
And they say the Inca built that. Bullshit. All right. Because you'll notice that there's a building that predates all of the other construction that is finely made. It is like they poured the rocks together. You can't fit a slice of paper through it. And it's completely different. It's on a megalithic scale. And then the Inca found that, and they came in and they built their structure on top of it and say, yeah, we built this. Bullshit. All right, there was something going on here.
That's
before the Inca.
Right. The Egyptians, they said that when they showed up to Egypt, that the structures were already there.
Yeah, that's right. They squatted. They squatted it.
Yep, the same thing. The Giza plateau is way more than people accept or show. They will hide the reality of what, the tomb of Osiris there, or the fact that the whole Giza platform itself is a big rock, giant slabs of rock that the pyramids are on. All right, they hide a lot of that shit.
Same thing with some Roman temples. Also, the foundation. That's pretty interesting. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's all over the globe. All right, to think that that man in the distant past couldn't have sailed around this globe, that's ridiculous to me. Because I know myself, if I had a nice boat and I thought something was out there, I'm going. That's our nature. All right. So they have this, it's like Columbus discovered the New World. No, fuck you, idiot. There was a whole bunch of natives there already. They were there first. It's they cover up the reality of these things. The Phoenicians were probably mining copper in Michigan thousands of years ago, but they aren't going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you that there's Viking sites found throughout, North America. They just don't accept it. They want you to stick to what they tell.
I'm privy to the Viking sites that you speak of, and a lot of them have already been vetted and proved fake.
Fake.
Is that goddamn fake news shit?
Like the Kensington ruins. The Kensington ruins, if you remember that, the Kensington ruins. I think that was found in Michigan, right? And it was this whole big thing written up.
I think that's Wisconsin.
Or it could, Wisconsin. I'm not sure where, but it was found by a farmer, right? And said, "Hey, it's I'm out in the middle of nowhere, out in the middle geographically of the United States, and where the Vikings shouldn't have been." Right.
Yeah, that's bullshit. It's obvious that he made those stones. That is Michigan.
He made those, and because he mixed all the runes and he mixed all the languages, and most of it was in Sweden, like modern Sweden language, not
well,
Old Norse.
Also, when I was
So,
saying North America, I was kind of, including Greenland, Newfoundland, and, Nova Scotia and that area. That's the areas I was thinking about when I said Viking.
now they did, and the sagas back that up, and some of the tales from the tribes, they did come there, they did try to settle there, but they got kicked the fuck out. So that we know that the Native Americans were not eventually became hostile to the Viking, the Old Norse settlers, and had to leave.
No, my only point is that they think that man made these ships and started sailing all over the world, and I think that happened a long ago. All right.
Because if you look at you hear about the
well, just the pyramid, Shad. I counted myself
flying
on
wagon
Google,
wheel.
300 fucking pyramids in China alone. All right. Then you find pyramids in Mexico. You find them in South America. You find them in Russia. You find them in, they're all over the fucking place. So there was clearly something going on before all this.
I'll give you another example on that, Carl. There's a lot of carvings that they depict certain gods holding a handbag.
Yeah, the handbag.
And the handbag is worldwide. It's a worldwide thing.
That's why I'm looking at this guy named Praveen Nohan. He looks at.
I've been subbed him a long time.
He's showing ancient temples in India and in other places, in Middle Asia or whatever, where there's these depictions of people holding guns. People.
Oh, there's
people
a bicycle.
flying.
There was one with a guy riding a bicycle.
Now that one was proven that bicycle one was made after a World War I. So that was like an addition carving. So yeah, I'm familiar with that.
I'm more interested in the
and wristwatches on ancient predated thing. Why is this guy wearing a wristwatch?
I want to know why they look like they're wearing a spacesuit, man. Because they depict the same guy in India as they did in the Mayan cultures. So it's like there's other connections like that. It's like it's not just a handbag. There's symbols that have, like the spiral, that have been found in Native American rock art.
Right, and that ties into the Celtic. That ties into the pagan as well. If it's spiraling left, clockwise, it's good. Spiraling right, counterclockwise, it's bad. Right, there's a lot of things that are just kind of that same theme or trope reigns true. Through all things. Bonnie, a lot of raping and pillaging is what I understand. Yes, but no. Yes, but no.
Khan did that. Alexander the Great did that. Napoleon did that. The Germans did that.
Edward the Bruce did that. William the Conqueror did that. Look at the Crusades. God wills it. Right? Everybody did that. That was like just the way of doing it.
Man than it is just Viking.
That's just the way it was done. You know what I mean?
Right at deck. Yep. So yeah, I mean, and see, that's the other thing. The fruits of their labor is now we are now discussing history that could have been, but we can't prove it because things have been hidden from us. Right? They have worked really, really hard to destroy history so that we don't know where we come from, and we can't see, the hit. Because if you know the history, you can.
There's a description for it. They coined the term hidden archaeology. There's entire documentaries on it. There's huge, long, college discussions and lectures and stuff about it. Hidden archaeology.
Yeah, I agree. And that's the thing is we to forget where you come from. You can easily be led to wherever they want you to go. You know, and that's exactly what they're doing now.
I need to be led down to the fucking X on the marks the spot type of finding some old pirate booty, man. That would be badass. I'd love to be just fucking digging around.
Listen,
I'm telling you, I just would love to be digging around and fucking just get all up in some fucking pirate booty.
You're 100 years too late. What we need to do is we need to get access, unrestricted access to the Smithsonian archives, the National Archives, the Vatican archives,
the Vatican.
Area 51.
Oh, shit. Vatican, yeah.
I almost got it. I almost got it on a tour by accident. Oh, man. We were in the fucking hallway. We were in the fucking hallway, and two guards come around the corner and said, and we left. You know, I went through the old wooden door. You know, and she was going, the tour guide. She was just, and we turned the corner, and this is all like old stone. You know, tunnel kind of sheds, old stone. We're seeing like the bust of all the popes and shit. And we turned a corner, and there was a very modern looking door and a desk and two guards with they had their sweater on, and they had guns. They were the Vatican the Vatican guards, and they said da, 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 and we left quickly.
I need to compile
wow.
We need Shad. We need.
How'd that go again? What did they say?
I don't know. I don't speak Italian, but you know,
blah 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 blah.
That's all I heard.
Blah,
you know,
blah 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 blah.
Right. That's exactly what I heard there, chicken man. Blah 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 blah. But I understood. You know, knife hands were deployed. Hands were on guns, and we turned left.
Right. The look on the face as they say it. you don't need to speak the language. Body language is enough.
Yeah, and the reaction of the tour guide chick, which she it was funny. She called the Pope the poops, right? Oh, the poops. These are the pictures of these are the busts of the poops, right? And I'm like, the poops. Every time she said the poops, I just laughed my ass off. But she was like, hola, okay, and she like, oh, let's go, you know. And so yeah, so I we understood, all right, tone, and we're like, we weren't supposed to be here, huh? And I know exactly where it is now. I know exactly where it is. So the next time I go there, I know where to go.
We need to hit them all simultaneously, all 4 locations with 4 teams. We need the National Archives, we need the Smithsonian Archives, we need the Vatican Archives, and we need Area 51. All right, if we got
it has to be stashed in a safe spot for posterity's sake.
The answers to everything.
Yeah, I don't know that's gonna work, man.
Wait a minute, you're forgetting one. What about the seed vault?
Well,
that's a good one too.
Yeah, there's more than seeds down there. Yeah.
Oh,
we're about to own that anyways, Wolf. We're about to get that in the deal, aren't we?
We might.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I heard that there was leaks, and it was leaking and stuff. And did they had that been fixed? That seed vault up there. I couldn't remember if it had been or not. I don't know.
I didn't hear anything about that.
Go on, George.
Well, if it's leaking, then the price just went down. We'll get it even cheaper.
Yeah.
You can fix it with what's that sealant that you can fix a boat with and everything else.
Yeah. Fix was it that spray on rubber shit?
Right. Just spray that on it.
Yeah. We'll get a couple of rattle cans, man. That'll probably fix it.
That's funny. But yeah, I just read an article or saw something about that seed vault a couple days ago. I was watching something on YouTube, and just the process how they bring seeds in, the whole story behind it, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's kind of like that out of sight, out of mind scenario too, you know. And I really
think they got like.
Can you? I wonder.
Since the 70s, I'd like to see some of that 70s weed back. I wonder if they got weed seed in there.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I wonder if there's a way you can actually see the catalog of what they do have. I don't even know if you can.
Man, that
I
is
haven't
so
really
top.
checked.
That is so top secret. I doubt it. And
because I mean, can you imagine if you can just go through their catalog of everything that they have stored?
Oh, right,
and,
right. And Camo
you know
Carl, I guarantee you they have marijuana seeds, because don't forget, hemp is used to make ropes and clothes and everything else.
Yep.
Yeah, but you can't smoke hemp. I want some red
you can't
bud.
smoke hemp.
Red bud since 1979. I'd like to see some real red bud again.
You can't smoke hemp, but if they've got those seeds, I guarantee you they got marijuana seeds too.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a wide variety now.
Especially since they've legalized marijuana in a lot of states.
Now, I wonder, you know, that's another thing too. Some of this stuff I'm concerned about if it's like a corporation type owned grower using synthetic stuff, you know, like, you know, kind of like Monsanto and genetically modified corn. Next thing you know, they got genetically modified pot. I'm concerned about that in a sense, because I don't really trust a lot of some of that stuff, just simply because I'm not sure exactly the growers. And you know what I mean?
Funny that you mentioned that. I went to years ago. I went to a growers convention here in Cleveland, and they had a raffle, and I won a whole case of what they call pharmaceuticals. This is like liquid that you pour into your hydroponics and create these different effects for your weed.
Right.
I gave it away. I gave it away to somebody on YouTube here. And
Malawi, Panama Red, keep from Afghanistan, some of that wet and poor shit to cast eyes off Key West. Yeah, I'm down. Let's go.
But it was stuff that you add to the hydroponics for the hydroponics. Right. So there's a full on freaking scientific biological stuff going on that is just.
The reason I say that is because, like, for instance, okay, you know, they have a patent and they own that DNA strand, that you know, that genetically modified strand that's in there. So I mean, you know, that's why they can own that corn, because they own that patent, because it's been manipulated. Now, yeah, if you did that to your plant, technically they own your plant, because I mean, if it would be genetically modified, for instance, I'm just saying this hypothetical type of thing. If they gave you some stuff that you can put in there, and next thing you know, it ends up soaking into the plant to the point where it genetically modifies it to their code, in a sense. Technically, they own that plant, because they own the patent and the.
They get right up in the farmers' fucking shit over that stuff too. They put their little signs out in a cornfield. You better not fuck with it. You better not let that grow on your neighbor's property, or you know, there's a lot of. They get right up. They control the shit out of those farmers once they use those.
That goes into this whole, you know, pharmaceutical thing altogether too. You know, it's like the kind of the thing that went in the arm. You know, all that kind of stuff too. I start thinking about it, because technically the ingredients of the cupcake was never revealed to the general public, and they expected and actually wanted to make them all eat the cupcakes. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, what the fuck? I don't even know what's in this cupcake. What the hell did you put in this cupcake? I don't want to eat this cupcake. What the fuck are you talking about? You know,
and I don't want to drink the Kool-Aid.
Right. I don't want the Kool-Aid or the cupcakes. You know what I'm saying? So what the fuck? You know, what gives the right to anybody to kind of force that kind of shit on us? You know what I mean? And doing it against our even knowing about it. It's kind of like the stuff that goes up in the sky. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know, that's against our will. You know, it's basically kind of like a big experiment on a large scale, you know, on a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? And I don't like being considered a damn lab rat.
It's on a need to know basis, and you don't need to know.
Well, I'm not a lab rat. I don't really want to be a lab rat. You know what I mean? And I look at these like these rat experiments and stuff, you know, that they do. You know, have you ever seen those videos of all those like different types of rat experiments and shit?
Can't watch that shit.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's a guy that did an experiment with rats like 75 years ago, and he'd box up a community of rats and hold them in. Then he'd start taking the food away, and it would turn into like ghettos on one corner, and the gay rats controlling the other rats on the other corner. It became just like society.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Or how about the rat that's growing an ear on its body? You know. What's up, Canagen? How you doing? Let's go.
That dude's wired, man. Don't say anything around him.
How about the old movie called Ben?
Ooh, Ben, yeah, Ben, in the rats.
Right, how he trained the rats.
Telepathically controlled rats and shit. Oh yeah.
What was the movie after that, or the original? Was it called Willard?
I think there was it was Willard. It was
Michael
Willard.
Jackson sung the song Ben.
Wasn't that all based on that fucking old story, like an Irish thing where they did a flute and called all the rats out of the town or some shit? Wasn't that based on some like old? Oh, Pied Piper. That's what it was.
Led rats through the streets, just like the Pied Piper. Led rats through the streets. Swing to the
Ratatouille.
Holy shit.
So what's the word? Did everybody have a decent
I didn't
week?
even, man, I was sitting there reading chat. I didn't even see him pop up. Sorry. You gotta have to warn me about this shit.
You gotta keep right up to get a word in around here.
Let's see if I can see the chat.
Everybody shut up and let Kennedy talk.
I didn't even know he was here. I'm sorry. My bad.
Did everybody have a decent weekend?
No.
Had a great weekend, brother.
Yep. Good weekend here.
Could have been better. Could have been worse.
Yeah.
No, I really did. I had a great weekend. I even got me a big block of government cheese. Can you believe that?
Government cheese?
I haven't had government cheese in 30 fucking years, and the owner of the shop messaged me like Saturday, said, "Hey man, there's a box of food in there in the shop for you that this guy got from a food bank, and he just said pass it to somebody could use it." So I go in there, I got a 50 fucking pound box of all kinds of shit, man. I'm like stocked, and I got a.
Did you get any bologna?
I got a can of that beef. Remember the canned beef? And I got the beef and I got the cheese block. But I've got like 15 pounds of oatmeal and rice and all kinds of shit. But the cheese is the gold. That's the shit right there. And it was weird is I was talking about it. All right, just a couple weeks ago, I was mentioning, man, I ain't seen government cheese in 30 fucking years. Where is it? I'm like, I'll trade weed. I used to trade weed for that shit back in the day. I want some government, and then boom, I've got government cheese. It was like a fucking genie heard me or something.
And you didn't even have to come into the country illegally?
Yeah, what government was this cheese?
It's really different.
Did it say made in China?
No. I'll read it. All right,
yeah. It's like, I have to read the instructions after you try and build it.
Well, manufactured by Bogart's Creameries, Chehasson, Minnesota.
Minnesota.
It's Minnesota. Don't
Minnesota.
It's like, all right, it's the size of a Velveeta block. Back in the day, these things were like twice or three times this size. And they were in an all-white, unmarked package with only the ingredients and maker on them. This one's it's got the nutritional facts on it. Of course, it's got They
got any nutritional facts on me? Anything that's nutritional? I don't know. It could be like the bare minimum of what you need to survive.
I want to see what the ingredients are now. Ooh, yeah, it's considerably more ingredients than it used to be in these. So we got cultured skim milk, milk, water, non-fat, maltodextrin, modified food starch, sodium citrate, potassium nitrate, salt, vitamin A, palmitate, sorbic acid, preservative, lactic acid, paprika. Yeah, there's a bunch of chemicals in this shit.
Whatever happened to food that contained food?
Yeah. Right. So I have to answer Chinook's question here. So I made cheese tortellini and Italian sausage ravioli with chopped up cube steak and minced garlic and red onions and sprinkled with Mexican cheese. So that's what I'm eating. Right. So there's your food porn, and I made that yesterday. So I'm eating the remains of it now. So anyway, continue. Porn. Please continue. Let's go.
Food. I might not even eat this cheese now that I've read
it. Man, if I remember correctly, that stuff melts really good, like a grilled cheese. Though it melts really good.
Is it really cheese? Because it didn't tell me it was cheese.
It's not butter.
It's lab grown cheese.
It could be 3D printed, man. For all I know, man.
Not Fromunda. You don't eat the Fromunda cheese.
No, never do. Don't do that.
Yeah, they just got a massive 3D printer that just like plops out like big blocks. You know.
I like that 3D printed cheese.
Dude, I mean, you've seen the 3D printed meat? You know, the like 3D printed steaks and hamburgers and shit?
Right.
Yeah. There it is. Impossible cheese.
No, you know what? I watch a couple of YouTubers that have those 3D printers that can print plastic parts and stuff. That's handier than a pocket in a t-shirt, man. You know, if you break something, you just figure it out and you fabricate it.
Right.
I'm waiting. Well, I'll probably wait for just a few more years, but I'm waiting for when those the ones that 3D printers that can actually 3D print metal. Those need to be a little bit more compact and a little bit more affordable before I can actually get anything like that. Yeah, and that would be what I would invest in if I ever got a 3D printer. Period. I want the one that does metal, because I think I can come up with some crazy shit. You know, especially if I start using like AI learning and stuff like that to kind of like come up with different designs, you know, to make things lighter, things, you know, ergonomic or what, I don't know, whatever, you know.
You know, I think I could probably add another couple of ingredients and turn this block of cheese into plastic explosive.
Well, it does have potassium nitrate in it, doesn't it? I think you can use it.
Oh, man.
Don't say that word on the internet.
Fuck them. Exploding cheese.
Exploding cheese.
I love it.
Improvised munitions, man.
Government cheese. Yeah, government cheese grenades. Government cheese C4. Why not?
Dude, I could see that as like a booby trap out in the yard, you know.
Well, they actually called what was it back during the Second War? It was a sticky bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They had that goo and they'd smack it on the side of a tank.
Well, that's all that really is gasoline and soap. You know, I remember seeing this tactic when I was a kid where you take somebody's light bulb out of their room and you take it apart, you fill it half full of napalm and screw it back in. So when they come in, they turn on the light switch and boom, you napalm.
Right.
Gunpowder and powdered glass. Yeah. Yeah, totally blinds them all. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you know, like napalm. I mean, or not napalm. Like Molotov cocktails or anything like that is actually one of the best things to take out a tank, and it's got historical advantage. You know, proof of that. You know what I mean? So I mean, improvise, you know, munitions.
I seen it work in real time. I was watching the live streams of all the Summer of Love, and they were doing lockdowns in some country, and I forget what country, but I think it was like Kazakhstan or some shit, and they had an armored personnel carrier that was going going up this road. It was dark, and all you seen on the side of the road were lights, torches. Next thing you know, all the torches start flying at the armored personnel carrier. They were Molotov cocktails, and that thing just it started rolling and rolling. Then it stopped, and everybody got out of it. So
starts cooking them, and they can't see anything for one too because it starts cooking them too. But you think about it, you're in a metal box,
right?
And a metal box with holes in it and cracks in it, and it starts destroying
with a whole bunch of ammunition, fuel.
Yeah, it starts destroying the electricals and stuff like that. Flowing fucking fire, right? Fire that flows.
Well, how long does it take to bake a shell before it's done?
Well, let me ask you this. On top of that, okay. The old ingredients of was it Greek fire? Now, that's something I've actually thought about, but I mean, I don't know if it could be. I don't know, man. I'm wondering. I'm assuming they were using ingredients that are local to the area. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It probably worked great on wooden ships. Think about it. Sails that are soaked with petroleum products to make them waterproof, and poof.
Well, Greek fire. I mean, for one, it's like but and then I start thinking about like if people are also thinking of this in malicious type of scenarios, it's I start thinking about what just happened just recently over on the West Coast. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I mean,
they got little propane tanks that being passed out by the evil EOs.
Right.
And folks are getting caught, with these little propane tanks. It's very simple. You start a fire.
Right.
Greek fire.
Just know which way the wind's blowing. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Plan your exit strategy carefully.
Right. I try to put myself in the person's shoes. For instance, it's like, okay, what would I do, and how would I go about it if I was in that man's shoes? You know what I mean? What?
Bok choy. I don't know. I didn't know you could drink bok choy. I thought it was a vegetable, that you grilled up and put in your stir fry.
Greek fire is lithium. That's
I can see, and I seen something like it was some kind of History Channel thing. They recreate history, and of course the ingredients of Greek fire were lost to us.
That's an interesting theory.
But you think about it, like you said, they made a gelatinous substance, right? You had to process plant materials or whatever to get a gelatinous substance, and then you add a cooking oil or lamp oil to it, and they showed how they made bellows. They made bellows to propel it out of a tube on the ship, and everybody just hit this big bellow, whoosh. So
it's also water, in a sense. Even if you put water on it, it wouldn't put it out. That was the main thing about it. Actually, I think the more water you put on it, the more bigger you get. That was the whole secret of the Greek fire.
So lithium, hence the there you go. You blend it with fruits.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So I was like, that's an interesting theory. I hadn't thought of that, and I hadn't heard that before. So that's an interesting thought. Because you see the how that works. You can put one drop on some lithium in it, and it becomes combustible.
Now that's true too. I'm a huckleberry. What's up, Huck? It reflected sunlight. They found massive magnifiers they put on the cliffs, and they would just hit the ships with this beam of light, kept it on for X amount of time, and boom, up it went like a matchbook.
Magnifying glass in an anthill, huh? You see where we went with this? I was talking about government cheese. Look where the fuck this went.
Well, I mean, government makes some fucked up shit, man.
I was just going through a records my mother gave me 35 years ago, and I found. Look at this little record. Want to see something weird?
What's up, discernment?
Jackie Gleason.
What is that?
Jackie Gleason.
Wow.
What?
It's a miniature. It's a miniature album, 33. Okay, this thing is mint. It's probably from the 60s. Look at the shape it's in.
Holy crap, that's nice.
It was sitting right at my feet. There's a bunch of records down here, and I was like, "What the fuck is that?" And that's actually in there. Cool.
Right on.
I hope you can see that little story on Jack Gleason too.
If you really want to know anything about the moon, ask Alice Cranston.
Okay.
DJ, spin that shit.
Why, is he from the moon or something? Is he like one of those Martians? No,
Right,
those Martians.
No, and the Honeymooners, the TV show The Honeymooners, Jackie Gleason was always threatening to sock his wife.
Yeah.
Bang, zoom.
Yep, and his friend Norton. Yeah,
I had to. Now, thank you for reminding me about that. I totally forgot about that. I didn't recognize the name at first.
Andrew Dice Clay still has the classic line, right? You know, when he does his Jackie Gleason, his Ralph Cramden impersonation, and he goes, Andrew Dice Clay goes, "Hey Norton, I'm gonna bend over, and when I do, stop."
What are plasmoids? I'm not familiar with plasmoids.
I don't know. It's not wait a minute. What? No, do we have time to talk about plasmoids? Where the heck are they coming from?
I think they were that weird character in the cartoons. It was like you could see the eyeballs, but they look like almost like a drip of water.
Okay.
Eddie Murphy. That's right. It was Eddie Murphy.
Oh shit.
Well, how do you catch a plasmoid? How do you catch it? Can we catch it? So, I mean, can we set a trap for a plasmoid?
With magnetic plates at a certain frequency. I don't know. I'm just making it up.
I want to vibrate to the point where
okay. The Pentagon has a briefing about plasmoids and UAPs. They confirmed existed and said they are sentient beings. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, see, that's another thing, that the fruits of their labor, right? You know, get us thrown in, get us into this whole UFO alien thing, conspiracy theory. Are they true? Are they not? Are they going to set us up for? Are they going to set us up for a false flag kind of ordeal? You know, yeah. You see a drone with lights all over it, and you go, "Oh my God, here it go, Mars attacks again," right? George Orwell. It worked once. It worked once. You know, with a radio broadcast.
Yeah. They had some people scared shitless too, boy. I'm gonna tell you.
That was a classic. H.G. Wells.
Yep.
I've actually got that. I've got that story on an old piece of vinyl, an old record myself. I've got that story on a record. It's an interesting story, man. Just listening to it.
And you know,
he has the technology to
he was part of it. He's part of that whole cabal thing too. You know, of that. But so there's more Easter eggs in that story that line up with the whole Brave New World, the whole 1984 story. That once again foreshadowing. You know, that this is their idea of what the future should be. And how in their experiments, right? So Orson Welles did that shit, and he did it. Oh, it was just a prank, but no, it was just like our COVID-19 bullshit. You know, it was let's do a little experiment and see how we can we can do this whole damn thing, you know, and get everybody whipped up into a frenzy and make them think certain things.
Right, mass panic.
Yeah, mass hysteria. Yeah, exactly.
I
Right?
couldn't spell hysteria. I couldn't spell hysteria, so I spelled panic.
We're not gonna take it. Oh shit! I'm on. Okay, here we go. Cool, very cool. Finally, I think I'm getting online. I'm making progress. Let's go to my live. Oh, it just showed the live, and then I clicked off of it. Fuck. Yeah, so I can get in chat. It's chat's where it's at, right? Chat's where it's at. Yeah, Orwell and Huxley.
Okay, guys, I'm going to drop down here. Have a good evening.
All right. Take care of yourself, Wolf. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out with us. Let's go.
Stay safe. I'll bullshit with y'all later. Bye.
Take care, Wolfang. Yeah, I mean, plasmoids. I mean, and that was the whole thing with that guy. The leaked email of the Vegas bombing guy. You know, that was his whistleblowing thing. Is that, yeah, we've got these things, these gravitable propulsion devices,
electromagnetic gravitics.
Gravitics, yeah. What the fuck, yeah. Right? You know, and they're Chinese, and they're coming out of a sub that's, you know, parked outside our East Coast waters, right? Yeah, okay.
And the U.S. Navy just gonna watch that happen, I guess.
Yeah, we're just gonna let it happen, right? Yeah, I mean, well, that's a good point, though. You know, that's, you know, I'm not worried about anyone attacking us. I'm worrying about what they will allow them to do, right?
Right.
You know, that's a matter of opinion. A demonic, angelic. You know, I'm not demonic or angelic, but you know, y'all, you fierce Christians are, you know, free to chime in. We're just cattle in the chute, and they don't want us to help. Yeah, that's what I believe they're a hunter. You know, that's what I see. That's what I see. What's going on? That's the way I can explain it. I'm not, if they were, you know, if they were aliens, or if they were another country's, you know, it could be. Now, it is a possibility. It could be nefarious agent provocateurs in our country that are launching drones, right?
Legion of Doom.
You know, but why are they FAA compliant with the lights?
That's a good point. I mean, you know, they took a day off on Thanksgiving, didn't they?
Right. What happened in the biggest stage?
Interject a little info. Because when we were in the Bahamas, my son-in-law has a drone that he likes to fly and record for his YouTube channel. And there's one section at Great Stirrup Cay where you can go and fly your drone, but if you try to go outside a certain area, it's restricted. Like they literally block your ability. So if they can do that, they can block these other ones. That's what I chuckle when I hear this stuff on the news. It's all bullshit, because they can block those fucking things like that. Yeah. So if they're flying around freely, it's because they want them to.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Well, you know, this also plays into the hands of them trying to limit even civilian, like hobbyists flying their drones up. They want to actually start placing more restrictions on that. And that plays into their hand. We're like, okay, we just need to, we need to tighten down. Everybody's going to have to stop flying their damn drones now. And only the police or the military can fly drones down, and blah, 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 you know.
Right.
And, you know, so it's pretty messed up on that scenario.
12 miles of our border, they can do whatever they want 12 miles out.
Right, but they still get challenged. They still get, you know, we have the right to fly via planes out there, you know. Right. So if they got the right, if it's international waters and they're out there hanging out, we do it all the time with Russia, because they test our waters in Alaska and off the coast of, you know, Hawaii and things like that. And we always send little interceptors up too. You know, if they have a right to be there, we have a right to be there, and we always show up, and, you know, just the mere presence, you know, show of force. And that's where you hear about all the zoom, the flybys, the zooms. The Russians are famous for that shit, and the Ukrainians. You know, they'll just kind of buzz the top of you. You know.
When
I hope not discernment. I'm 50 now. I've been 50 for a year. I'm soon going to be 51, so I made it past that.
Oh, really? I just turned 51.
Which one discernment? That was Logan's Run. That was Soylent Green. That was. They did a few movies like that.
Just keep in mind. Just keep in mind, in this country, you know, backwoods Canada, that everybody makes fun of and everything. Our government had the ability that if you donate $20 fucking to the truckers convoy,
right?
They froze your fucking bank account.
Yeah,
so
that's
do
right.
not underestimate.
What's up, Hudson
Do
Valley?
not underestimate the ability of the government, because if
I
you
remember
do,
that well, Kana. A lot of
well, that's why we should not go to that digital shit either. That's a plain example right there.
They're going to force it upon us. They're going to They're already doing it in Europe. They're already doing it in Europe.
We got to do something else there. Seriously, Chad. I mean, if we got to fucking start collecting bottle caps and use that as our own goddamn money, we got to do something. I mean, I don't know what to do though. I mean, you know, we can go back to the gold and silver standard. You know what I mean? On our own. But then we got to figure out, okay, you know, it's like, okay, you can't go to the grocery store and pay fucking gold doubloons fucking for a loaf of bread. You know what I mean? So, I mean, we got to do something.
Yeah, I was going to say, in Europe, I watched Survival Lily. She gives a European update, European report. And so they've limited any kind of purchases to 10,000 euros. Anything over 10,000 euros in cash. Like you can only pay 10,000 euros in cash. The rest you have to do in some type of electronic, use your card or their CBDC that they offer. So if you're buying a car for 15,000 euros, you can pay 10 in cash, but the rest of the 5 has to be on your credit card, electronic, whatever. And that's what they're doing with everything. We even see this going on. The push. It's not really mandated, but they're giving it. They're pushing the option. You know, you can go to your DMV, your BMV, and do everything easily online with your credit card. With the push of a button, you know, and they don't charge you. But if you go to the actual kiosk, actual place, and try to pay with money, they're like, well, we got to charge you a fee. It's going to take longer. Right. So it's, you know, they give you a choice. They do. You know,
if I can interject,
Big Homestead made a pretty good point. Anybody want to trade this cheese I got for some weed? Anybody want? You know, I'll trade you.
I mean, barter and trade system works. You know, and I love it, and it's still used today throughout. I mean, I like hearing the stories of the USSR. There was a lot of barter and trading going on. You know. There were folks that were, you know, they could only grow X amount of crops, and there's some people, and they got their little ration of vodka. They didn't drink vodka. They would trade it back and forth, barter and trade. You know, they could only claim like I can only make 30 tomatoes, right? Well, I just made 50 tomatoes. I'm going to take that 20 tomatoes and trade it for other shit, right? You know, so even in communist China, same thing, right? There's a lot of barter and trading going on as well. So, you know, capitalism, man, goods and services, it's going to work every time.
If I can
interject, I don't know about you folks, but I've been bartering and trading and haggling for decades already. I mean, I trade sewing for venison. You know, I had certain customers that knew that. They would bring me in a whole bunch of venison and for their alterations on their clothes or whatever. I go into a surplus store loaded with surplus stuff that I can trade. And the last time I went to a surplus store, I traded a truckload of shit for a truckload of shit. You know, I've always been like that. I enjoy that. I find people that enjoy the bartering or even the haggling, like, you know, they got something listed for $10. I'll walk them and go, hey man, you take 5 for that? And I'll go, no, but I'll take 9 for it. And I'll go, what about, 6? And they'll go, how about $7.50? And I'll go, sold. And then they smile. All right, because they like that.
Haggling haggling is an acquired. I mean, honestly, not everybody can get the knack of haggling. I have to be honest with you.
Yeah, I love haggling. I love it.
I mean, I literally enjoy it, and so do other people that do it. You know, it's like it's part of the game.
I heard about this anti-act Jack. She did some type of matter of fact, somebody was in here was talking about it. She did some type of fundraising kind of thing and kept all the money, whatever. But yeah, I just heard about that today. I've been watching. I watch her for the report. That's about it.
What were you wanting to say, dude? I can't remember your name. I'm sorry. What were you wanting to say? You were wanting to say something earlier.
Kennedy.
Yeah.
I think, you know what, I'm 63 years old, been around a while, and I remember my grandparents saying never trust the government. And there was a reason. And I think that we've all become guilty of not even knowing who the fuck we vote for anymore. How many people go and vote for somebody just because word of mouth? Have you ever talked to your local representative from the municipal level to the provincial or state level to the federal level? And, you know, because we can all get riled up. We're going to vote for somebody because we think. But we have
you're not making it easy to answer, Kana. I mean, I got no, yes, so far. Okay, go on.
We need to get a little bit more responsible of who we elect. So we need to take some accountability ourselves for putting these fucking assholes in place.
Yeah, absolutely.
I agree.
And a lot of people are becoming involved. Don't let it fool you. I mean, this country is mostly red, and now everybody knows it. People got up and did their thing. I know I voted for that same guy 3 times in a row, and I'll do it again if I was given a chance. Because I'm not voting for him. I'm voting for America. You know, freedom, all this. Because the other side was totally opposite against that. Right. So, you know, you got to be. If you're not active by this point, then you probably never will be.
Well, the thing is, it's like we need more than just people. We need whole departments. We need whole administration. Whole administrations, basically. They need to be removed altogether. I mean, honestly, because
bullshit.
You think about even there's so many laws.
One at a time, gentlemen. One at a time, please.
I've been saying it, and I know you hear me. In 8 days, this guy's coming into office. He's going to sign 100 executive orders day one. He's assembled a team that is going to deal with the border, the fucking deportations, all the fucking bullshit that's been going on. They've got 8 days left of this fucking tomfoolery, and I really believe it. The more I see it, the more I see it coming. We're getting ready to see something. For the first time in years, we may even see some accountability. I'm counting on it, but I mean, I believe things are about. We're all here to see what's going to happen, you know, and it's going to happen. We're going to witness history. All right. Sure, they could kill him within that 8 days. They've already tried that. They've tried every fucking thing to take this guy out of the equation. They're still trying, you know, merchant and all this crap. But just give it another fucking 8 days. I don't care about no drones or no fog or no flus or none of this crap right now. I want to see what happens once he's in there.
Well, Carl, I hope my expectations lead to disappointment.
Well, I'm not going to wish that on you at all. All right.
No. Do you understand what I said?
I feel you. I'm kind of the same way there, Wingnut.
It's like, okay, you can expect the worst and hope for the best, right? Well, I hope my expectations lead to disappointment.
Well, that's just it, though. My expectations are high because I'm sick of this shit. Just like all the rest of us.
I'm expecting it to all go to shit because honestly, I don't see anything changing. But I hope my expectations are wrong.
Right? Warp speed. Anybody remember that? He still takes credit for that, and he does not denounce it. He does not. I mean, I'm a Trump supporter too, but he still takes credit for warp speed. He takes credit for that.
Chad, did you ever read the paperwork of what he was endorsing, the ingredients and all those chemicals? It was ivermectin and red. It was good stuff that he was endorsing when it started. They changed the game when he got in. All right, that was they weren't even experiencing all these problems until 2021. Go look at the world's death rate. All right, go look at this kind of shit because while he was endorsing something that he believed in. They didn't give us what he believed in.
And I understand that, and it's kind of like a little grain of salt that maybe he was not that well informed, and of course, yeah, they kept changing things around him. You know, I mean, look how long he was General Milley was on his team. You know, and finally he got rid of General Milley. You know, but you know, why is he? I don't trust. I'm with you, man. I don't really trust the Musk. You know, I'm not down with the Musk team. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's an amazing person.
Either. You know, don't get
right?
caught up in that.
Right, exactly. I mean, you know, once again, we are voting for an employee. We are.
You guys won't forget it, but most people forget what, you know, the art of war and the art of the deal. Those are two very similar things that you know are at play and have been for a long time. So there's a lot of to really understand that, dude. I think people need to read those books first. The art of war, then the art of the deal.
I feel you. I feel you, and you know, he's a very complicated individual, but you know, and he's very very well versed, but. There's a lot of things that in his background.
What's truly in his heart. You'll never know truly.
Right. There's a lot of things in his background. There's a lot of things that he endorsed. There's a lot of things that he brought to fruition. There's a lot of things that he said that are kind of nefarious and got me thinking, oh no. So I'm kind of like waiting to see. You know what I'm saying? I am in the wait and see.
I hope he is a dictator day one. He said he was going to be a dictator for the first day. I hope he is. We need that. We need to, and all of us admit that these systems need to be torn down, removed, or reformatted. You know,
and I like that idea.
So I'm down for this. What I think is coming, dude, is finally some accountability. If it doesn't happen and I'm wrong, I'll be right up here with you telling everybody I was wrong. I shouldn't have trusted that guy, whatever. But there's people out there that think Trump is the Antichrist. That there's
Hillary's still walking around.
But I don't see it, man. I see a possible change coming. You know, I see hope. You know, she didn't win. They didn't steal it from us again. You know.
Well,
yeah, I just want
none of those politicians, none of those people up there that were wanting those jobs. Do you really believe that those are the cream of the crop that we have to offer in this fucking country? I mean, for real, any of those people.
Really, try to think of another Democrat that they could have put up there, though. I mean,
go ahead. I want to hear what he's got to say.
Listen, again, I'm 63 years old. I've never met a really fully intelligent fucking politician. They work for the government because they couldn't get a fucking real job in the real world. We all know it. Right. So let's not kid anybody. You go to work for the government when you don't know fucking jack shit. So what else do we expect? Excuse my French.
We only know what they tell us, Kana. We only know what they tell us.
They don't know jack fucking shit. Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, that's another thing too. Most of these people have never even pumped their own fucking gas. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I mean, I know that Trump's background. He started off with a shovel. He started off, working, and he worked his way up. That was the whole deal, and that's what he carried on with his kids. Sure, there's things I like about him, but I'm not taking the hopium because still once again he is just one man. And he is our employee.
He's got a whole team behind him now. If Kash Patel doesn't do exactly what he's been telling us,
I like it. I like the things I'm seeing, and I hope that he fucking does what he says he's going to do. I really do.
Yeah. What I really don't understand is, Americans aren't stupid people. You're all my friends. I like a lot of Americans.
We are kind of.
But listen, when you elect a piece of shit, 34 fucking years service, that's a fucking douchebag lion sack of shit.
Well, we didn't. That's the point. We didn't elect him. He was selected.
No.
Yeah, I think that was a
not
coup,
only him.
Honestly,
I'm talking.
These elections have been rigged for a long time.
We're guilty here. The fucking liberals elected fucking Trudeau sparkly sock fucking douchebag that he is.
Now,
You're
we ain't got enough money to
underestimating
pay for a
the
fucking country either. He talks about fucking buying Canada and buying fucking Greenland and you know what the fuck, you know, the Panama Canal. I mean, what we got all this money we can just fucking toss around and buy fucking countries now? You know,
I
what the
think
hell?
he's fucking trolling. I think he's trolling. He's fucking troll master, that dude. Like I say, I have no issues with what he said. I'm Canadian. I thought it was just super trolling because he hates
everything
Trudeau.
you guys are saying, man. Everything you guys are saying. You don't trust politicians. You don't trust the office. You don't trust the government. Yeah, none of us do. All right, and that's the same way I feel this team of people that are going to be the new administration feel. We've all been wanting this change. I heard for decades people say, we don't need a politician for a president. We need a businessman to fix this problem. Well, we got a businessman now. You know, give the guy a fucking chance, because last time he had nothing but resistance. They used.
Oh, I'm willing to give him a chance. You know, I am.
So,
I really am.
only if the freedom of the American people is his bottom line that he's worried about. You know what I mean?
Well,
you got to understand where his bottom line is.
That's another point right there you just made. Not only is he the only guy that wants God back in the equation, but he is the only one who wants us to prosper out of all the rest of them. All right? It's all about, it's like they're against us. Our own government.
Eliminate the Federal Reserve, eliminate the IRS, eliminate property tax, eliminate fucking, you know, civil asset forfeiture, eliminate fucking eminent domain, eliminate a lot of things. You know, that's another thing. That's the reason why I was saying, you know, there's a lot of the laws, statutes, codes, policy, and all that stuff that just continue to grow and grow and grow and never get repealed or nullified or whatever. All right. Hell, there's still even a law on the book. There's a hanging law in Santa Fe, New Mexico, or not, or it's in New Mexico. I can't remember exactly what town, but there's a hanging law still on the books out there. They never taken it off. Technically, if you steal somebody's horse, you can be hung. All right, and that's still on the fucking books. They don't enforce it, but it's still there. And I'm just using that as an example. It's like they don't fucking take them away. We need to start reducing not only, you know, certain people, certain divisions, certain, you know, alphabetical groups of the fucking government that need to be eliminated.
I agree.
You know, and their whole jobs, everything. They need to start working for a fucking living instead of sucking off of our tip, basically. You know, because quite honestly, man, the private sector is the ones that are paying the foot in the bill for all of this shit. You know what I mean?
I agree.
You know, that's the thing. Tony just says he does and says what you want to hear. That's the difference. Is all politicians before that said what you wanted to hear and never did.
Well, we'll see. I believe actions more than words.
Let me finish wing that. Over my
Fruits
lifetime,
of their labor.
anytime anybody good stands up for us, they're either killed, they're demonized by the media, they're taken down. All right, and this guy has weathered it. He has stood up against all these.
What if his plane fucking falls out of the sky? What then? What do we do now?
Like I said, I've been praying for that too. You know, that he survives this. I literally do, because you know, like when he got shot in the ear, that was we all dodged a bullet there. So you know, I as you know, I have faith. So I do think about that. Like I said from the beginning, if he survives the next 8 days, all right, because.
But
it's
you're
always
putting all your eggs in one basket. That's my only biggest thing. That's my biggest thing right there.
I'm putting it on the only basket.
I'm just saying.
You know, I've been watching the news with the California fires. And, you know, you guys know me by now. I'm a pretty calm guy. I don't get mad really at stupid things I see on the internet and stuff.
You're Canadian. What do you expect?
But I watch the news, and I don't even watch the news. I watch YouTube more because the mainstream media is so full of shit. They stink. But I'm watching these politicians, your municipal, their Bass, your mayor of Los Angeles, and Governor Newsom. Yeah. And in my mind, just this Canadian guy up here watching shit go down. We're sending water planes down there to put water on fires. And all this stuff going on, and we're sending people down from Vancouver to help. But in back of my mind, I'm thinking, if Californians elect this fucking mayor again or this governor, they deserve their fucking fate. Because these people
really choose him, Kana. All right, this is my point. The elections have been rigged for a long ass time. All right,
So,
and the
so
way
what
they
makes
view
you think that this one wasn't?
because
Just a question.
because if you were paying attention, they were paying
It's
attention. All right, this time they
Okay.
made sure that it didn't happen. All right, and this is the thing that people forget: our agencies, like the CIA, all those guys are trained to overthrow other countries using elections and all kinds of devious manners of interrupting
subversion.
them.
Yeah.
Yes, and they've been doing that to us. All
Yes.
right, they did
Absolutely.
it to us. And when you say that the people have dropped the ball or weren't paying attention, there is some truth to that. But it's also we were deceived. We were also deceived.
Now there's a lot of been like a little talk back in the background when it comes down to the next event that happened a few years ago. All right, the next one is supposed to be worse than because the first one was just a test run, and the next one is supposed to be coming up. Now this is there's been talk. Now, all right, what's going to stop them from having that to happen if they wanted to actually do damage to him? You know, put him in this position and shit like that.
We are in
you know
a
what I mean? Kind of like
situation still. All right, and like I said, I have hope.
No, I encourage it.
This is the only time in my life that I've seen the deep state so exposed. All right, most people didn't even believe the deep state existed. All right, now there's everybody knows about the corruption. When some event happens, like what's happening in California right now, everybody's suspicious about it. Everybody knows the game now. You know, and that's had to happen before something else can happen about it.
Hey, so let's take a pause here. Everybody, this is Camel Carl. This is Canagen, and that's Anarchy Television, aka Wingnut. So, okay, continue.
Canagen, you were wanting to say something, weren't you, sir?
Oh no, I was laughing because Mrs. Metal said I should lose my temper.
No, I encourage it. I am encouraging. I'm poking the bear there, Canagen. No maple syrup for you. Continue your rants.
We have, as a country, one of the stupidest failed math class motherfuckers running our country that's been bought by West.
Even lying.
You know what? He's a fucking douche nozzle prick. God, I can't stand the prick. I was hoping he'd fall down the stairs when he was resigning the other day. It would have been awesome. You know, I don't know if you guys we're insignificant in your books, but while they were waiting, they had the camera on his podium, and as they were waiting, the wind blew his speech away.
Right?
It was awesome. So it's hard for me to say stuff about, because I really do. I like America. I have a lot of great American friends. I love the country. I visit there often. You know, I've been to some great states, and I have nothing but good things to say. And I always stand up because we all know those people that talk when they shouldn't, or they don't know shit about a subject. They just talk to talk. Mm. But as our two countries side by side, we've been through a lot together. We fucking had each other's back. Like when 9/11 happened. Like I've talked to a few of you. My wife worked for the U.S. government. She was the budget analyst for the United States Department of Defense, for fuck's sakes. There's 40 people in this country that fly around and inspect stuff for the U.S. warfighter. And my wife worked for that division of the U.S. The last time I talked, my wife has a medal from the Secretary of Defense in a box somewhere in there for her actions during 9/11. I've been to, I don't know how many when she worked there. She has 11 Sustained Superior Performance Awards from the U.S. military. Right Navy on. Bravo Zulu coins upstairs, medals from the commander. There's the United States Department of Defense commander's coin upstairs. So I see a lot of stuff, and I'm not one to pretend like I'm fucking jack shit or anything. But I see stuff. I'm intelligent enough to know when people are full of shit. And you can tell it. We can all tell it. Honesty and emotion is good because it shows. It's like beer or wine. It brings out the true people. Like it shows you what they're trying to hide. And nasty motherfuckers can only hide it so long, and we all eventually find out. But when we put people in a position to do us harm, when they're supposed to be, and remember, elected officials work for us. They are elected to do due diligence, to run or operate our country in a manner that they should. What should happen to these people when they operate above the law or behind the people's back or for a money thing? They should be accountable. And I think our problem,
severe punishment, swift, severe punishment, and in the public eye, because we paid for it, we want to watch it happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What happens to us if we fuck up on the street? You know what I mean?
Swift punishment. Swift punishment.
You get fucking tased. You get fucking tased, man.
You can get shot down here in Florida. You can get shot down here in Florida if you're not careful.
So my
Let me see your ID. No, bang.
I hear people say stupid shit all the time. But, so and so is useless. That's but we have it on good notes that we've witnessed all this stuff going on. We know who's a piece of shit, who's bought, who's been around for a long time. When these people, I listen to them and they start talking about what they're going to do, I want to go, time out, man. This is when, Billy, I lose my shit. I go, shut your fucking hole. You've done nothing for fucking 35 years. Get the fuck out of office. Let us elect somebody that knows who they work for. And they follow the Constitution, because the founding fathers of the United States of America were fucking brilliant men. They designed a document specifically to limit the power of government for a reason.
Yep.
There has to be that. Okay, you talk about that swift, for instance, that swift, punishment that needs to happen. We need our own enforcement, basically, because we don't have. They walk around like, okay, it seems like the way that, I mean, in lack of better words, the federal government wants to claim that they're our king, and we live in the kingdom of the federal government. That's how they want to claim it, in a sense, and that's how they treat us. In a sense.
Not heard Trump say that he is going to give the power back where it belongs, in the people's hands?
We'll see. Like I said, I believe actions more than I believe words. So whatever. Okay, you can have that hopium like you want, but I mean, like I said, I'm a very good observer on a lot of levels. You know what I mean? When it comes down and I've met a lot of different people from all types of life.
White people that don't know everything you said was true. So, there is movements happening to remind this government that they serve.
Do you think there is a such thing as like the white hats out there just in the background working for the good people, like kind of like our own X-Men sitting back there?
No, I don't follow anybody's plan for the simple reason that no plan survives first contact. You're not a fortune teller. You can't see the future. You cannot tell me what's going to happen next month.
What if you really could?
Well, then, because
honestly, man, the technology is possible.
John Trump did find Tesla's time machine stuff, and Trump has it. I don't know, but
what do you think the Philadelphia experiment was?
All right. So I don't follow that. But if you want to say, I know there's good people out there. I know there's good people out there working for this constitutional republic, and I know that.
Yeah,
there are things in motion. Sure. And so it'll be a miracle if this happens without blood.
And I do see, and we have been noticing. I'm sorry to cut everybody off, but hey, it's my show. So I do see, especially in the agencies, that folks are going, yeah, let's get to work. Let's roll up our sleeves. Let's get in there. Let's do the things, because we just had 4 years of bullshit and corruption and tyrannical regime. You see the leader the leaders of the southern, I forget what they're called, the southern immigration, the guys that do that walk the line. that walk the Mexican line and actually do it. They're like, yeah, we're ready to build this wall back. Yeah, we're ready to start busting people. We're ready to start deporting people. Let's go. And you're seeing this all across the board with all the agencies, and you're seeing the snakes start to slither away, right? Everybody is like, hey, oh shit, the gig is up. They're onto our vice. They're onto our grip. The scam is over. We got to get the fuck out because here comes the popo. And that's what they're thinking. That's what they're looking at as Trump as is, and he does have a group, a massive group of people that are ready. Where'd you go, Tigger? That are ready to just get in there and do things.
Did you hear about those tunnels that were just found down there on the border? There was a tunnel, man. It was all supported by wood beams and stuff. It was like 6 foot tall, 4 foot wide tunnel going across the border. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's always that shit going on.
Well, there was another one just recently found.
Another one, damn.
Yeah.
Now, can I add something? I wanted to go back to your founding fathers. Now, I know as a Canadian, I shouldn't know as much as I do about my friends, but I actually listen and read books, and in Canada here we study the United States of America in our schools, and then that was back when we used to study civics also, where they taught children about your civic responsibilities and all, which they don't anymore. But the founding fathers of the United States of America, how brilliant was it? They designed that document. Okay? They designed a document limiting the power of government, the only such document in history, and they designed it so that there's a state, your state, and your federal representatives, and they're going to elect the president in case either one of those are infiltrated as a backup plan to the veto. Now, the president can't make laws, but the state and the federal can. But if he doesn't agree with them, they can be vetoed. This was done in 1776. It's amazing. And I don't know if you realize how amazing it is because you just grew up with it. You're Americans. You don't understand. Well, people think Americans are cocky and blah, blah. I disagree 100%.
There's a lot of stuff that's changed over those 200 years also, man. I mean, technically, the United, it was originally these United States for America. And then they changed a couple of words in the title. It's like the United States of America, and actually just changes the whole context of the phrase. And then on top of that, now it's not even that anymore. It's all capital letters United States, which is a corporation. And that's how they've actually circumvented a lot of aspects of the original Constitution, because they've switched it to it's now the federal government is a corporation. Even the Federal Reserve and the IRS are actually individual, privately owned corporations that are not even part of the United States of America. You know what I mean? These, and they got. There's a lot of stuff that's actually circumvented and using commerce to control everything, and that's how they've circumvented a lot of it. We don't even operate under common law, what the country was founded with was common law. We use Admiralty and maritime law today. It's like they've subverted to international law, which is basically what that is.
Yep.
But who did that? Who did that? Who signed that?
I blame Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was the beginning of it, in my opinion. That's my opinion. He was the beginning of it and bringing everything to a union, and because he didn't want the union to go away. So. What was that?
Oh, I was answering Rabbit. Sorry, I just came up here to say one thing. Something nobody else has said a damn thing about is the only way our government works is when the people take responsibility for what the hell's going on in it. You can't just vote somebody in and expect everything to go your way. You've got to fucking and excuse my French too, Canadian. You've got to stay on top of them people and make sure that they know that they are voting for what you want. You can't just vote someone in and say, okay, it's all good now. No, they have to know 100% day after day exactly what you expect them to do. That's the only way it works.
Yep. Keep their feet to the fire. Keep them accountable.
Well, the average people, they just fucking want to go to work, fucking make their money, fucking come home, you know, in a nice house with a
Honey,
roof
I
over
don't
their
want
head.
to go to work. I
Food
can
on
tell you
the
that right now.
Yeah, I hate work.
All
I
I
hate it.
know is when you see that your
Well, I'm just
enemy
saying.
is
I mean, you know, I'm just
vulnerable,
saying.
you
That's what most
follow
people want to just like to sit back. They don't really want to pay attention to that shit. That's like out of sight, out of mind. It's not my business. Blah blah blah.
Yep,
You
and
know, that's how a
that's
lot of people.
where we are right now. That's exactly how we got where we are right now.
Who am
I
I
agree.
talking? Who's talking now? Who came up?
This is Tiger
This
454.
is Tiger. Yes.
All right. What's going on?
You can't just vote people in and expect your life to be a bowl of cherries. You've got to stay on top of what they're doing. It don't work any other way. This is our government.
And that means even that Trump guy up there, we got to hold his feet to the fire.
Them to do. So if you don't keep them accountable, guess what? They're not going to be. Nobody would be.
Hey, I'm just glad to know that everybody's wide awake here. Listen to all this. You guys know exactly what the fuck's been going on.
Right.
I'm sitting here
And
grinning.
if we know it, there's at least 2 or 3 people that know us that are going, maybe. And there's 2 or 3 people on top of that, and on top of that, and it just keeps going. So, you know, the more we talk, the more we, you know, we get people that open up, you know, and get connected. Yep.
Yeah.
Just
You
imagine.
keep them accountable by making sure, staying in touch with your government, that they know exactly what you want. When there's a bill up, you gotta pay attention to what's going on in government. If there's a bill up that you're against or for, you let them know that. If there's something going on, just like what happened the other day over that bill, that CR bill that they were trying to pass, and people got on it and told them, hell no, we don't want that. And they vetoed it. That's how you hold them accountable.
What was this bill? What's the details?
It was a CR bill that they were trying to get through at the very end there, before they went on their little vacation or whatever.
What do you mean CR bill? What? Give me details.
I forget what CR stands for. But it was like it was a reconciliation bill for the budget, the government budget and everything. And they had all kinds of extra bullshit in there that nobody wanted. And they started Twittering it, which I know Twitter isn't the word, but I'm not saying it's still Twitter as far as I'm concerned. And everything, they started getting on a hold of their representatives and everything. I did too.
Oh, yeah, I remember this now. Yeah. Yep.
So
they're going to give themselves a 40% raise and all kinds of shit.
Yes.
Do you guys remember?
And they went from a 1,500-page bill to a 150-page.
Yep, I remember this now.
So people, if you don't stay on top of people, they're going to do whatever benefits them. I wish I could give myself a 40% raise every year.
Oh, that'd be
by
great.
all means. But I can't, because the people that pay me ain't going to pay that. So remember, we pay them. They work for us.
I'm getting this mental image I just want to share with everybody.
What's up,
Imagine we're all at some kind of political rally or something like that, and we're all standing around talking or stuff, but there's this crazy guy dressed in a chicken suit walking around in the crowd going, blah, 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 blah.
Is that crazy backyard chicken man?
That's right.
When did they start all this shit of 1,500-page bills? 15. There's deals for multi-million-dollar corporations that get spooled.
I know, that's insane.
4 pages.
Well,
How do you get a bill?
actually, that was when it was. That's why I blame Abraham Lincoln, because when it became a union and all that stuff, that's when that stuff started, basically. Because before that, the Confederate Constitution, the Confederate articles actually limited where they had to vote on each individual thing.
And that's what we should be doing.
A whole bunch of them. And then, because technically, I mean, I mean, the reason why they keep on trying to say that America is a democracy is because, you know, they're trying to get it away from the original constitutional republic.
Right.
And then when the Union was brought back in, or was or the victor according to history in the war, they you know, basically are trying to subvert it into a democracy.
Hi, Trent.
Oh,
And that's
here we
the reason
go.
why a lot of things have been changed.
What's
You know
up,
what I
Cole?
mean? When it comes down, there's statutes, codes, policies, executive orders. All this stuff is unconstitutional, but yet they still do it at the point of a gun. You know?
Yeah, that's
Cole,
it. Yep.
Cole's all looking at us like, "Shut up and give me a treat."
He
Right?
looks tired. He looks very, very tired.
He's so cute. He actually makes my big horse look like a little pony.
Yep, he's sleepy as can be.
Yeah, he looks tired.
And just to show you, this is what he does.
Yes, I'm talking about you.
Hey, Cole, what are you doing, buddy?
He's like, why is this box whispering?
Good
boy.
He don't care about cats.
DC Cole. My dog is checking Cole out.
That's Shad's
You're
wrestling
just a
partner.
puppy to him.
Well, you know, the good thing is there's a lot of these discussions going on all over America, Canada, a lot of countries. Like the people have, I'm hoping, finally woke up to see, and maybe we're actually, fingers crossed, maybe like Carl says, he hopes Trump does everything he wants to do. We hope Polyev does everything he wants to do. We hope that, you know, all this stuff comes to fruition, and maybe we'll all get smart and put 2-term limits across the board from municipal right to federal level. So you got 2 terms. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Thanks for your service. Bye-bye.
There's the chocolate ones.
And you know what?
Still.
I think that on the other end of the spectrum, if we like someone and they're doing a really good job, and I think we should give them another term. You know,
Well,
I
what
really
if
do.
he only gets what if he only gets 1 term? What do we got next coming? What's the next step? What's the next person that's I mean, can you imagine what's the next?
Right.
The election's going to be like. You know what I mean? If he only gets 4 more years.
What happens now?
Well, that's what we're up against now.
You know, let's say he gets in there and everything starts going right. That you don't, when you're in a fight with somebody and you see a weakness or that you're getting ahead, you don't slow down. You don't stop and think, okay, the fight's over. No, you fucking finish it. And the way I see this is if we get a chance at fixing all these evils and wrongs, we should be finishing it off. All right. Let's wipe this fucking communist bullshit right out of our country. Let's not stop. Let's keep going at what we're doing. You just, you know.
Okay. Yeah. Capitalize on your advantage, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because
if you think about it, the whole world is a swamp because they're all like, you know, this socialist, Marxist, communist versions, you know, basically all over the other world. We're the only ones that are different. We're like, you know, we're like a little, odd flower out in the middle of the swamp. All right.
The shining hill on the city. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing is like the swamp wants to swallow us up, dude. You know what I mean? They want us to make us in this globalist type of scenario, you know, where they talk about this one world, you know what I'm saying? And, the WEF and the WHO have a lot of pull. The UN have a lot of pull, and especially even actually on policies that we are here. Even YouTube and Google are abiding by and upholding to WEF and WHO. Guideline, you know, all that shit. So I mean,
and you know, we're talking about pandemics and shit. You know, us included. a lot of countries have already signed over their sovereignty to the World Health Organization
Yeah, I
if
think
a
that.
pandemic happens.
Yeah, I
Biden
think that
already
was
did that
actually.
shit.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, Greenland.
Yep, he did.
Greenland, if you look at the map, which they fucked up too, which is not the proper map of the world. You know, they all screwed with that. Canada and the U.S. have had the DEW line, NORAD, for years, whether you're aware of it or not. But they've set up the DEW line, which is right on the border with Russia. They can see everything. We're the ones that are screwed because if they send stuff, the U.S. can just knock them down, but they shower Canada with all the debris.
Right, and you're the eyeballs. You know, you're the early warning system. You know, for us.
Yeah, if they ever do feet on the ground, they got to come through y'all first.
So they gotta take out your eyes first before they hit us.
Dad, how many Canadians have you met in the military? Everybody seems to forget that Canada has been right there in the trenches with us in many wars.
Every conflict. Every conflict.
Our allies. All right. They are our people. If the world really went to shit, man, I know I got allies to the north. All right. That's something that I don't know. It just doesn't seem like enough people realize that to me. You know, it's like they're not the bad guys. They're on our side. They've been in the shit with us the whole time.
Keep in mind that the Canadian population, 95% of the Canadian population lives within, I think, 200 kilometers of the United States border. And Canada is massive. So all that northern structure up there, what they did with the DEW line. So from one coast, from the east coast to the west coast of Canada, is monitored by NORAD and the DEW line. The radar systems, there's coast bases up there, jointly manned by Canada and the United States. We've worked together for years, since World War before World War II.
NORAD's been around since the 50s. NORAD's been there since the 50s. It's a North American defense system that we share. And you're right. I mean, I don't know. It's almost like people ignore all that.
We have the world's largest unprotected border for a reason.
Yep, we do.
It's the world's largest unprotected border. Now, just imagine, okay? Close your eyes and picture this. Everybody understood what our relationship is, and we got smart and said, fuck Europe, Canada, United States. I know it's different with Mexico. People don't like to hear it. But we created $1, the US dollar. We kept everything the way it is. We need our passports to cross. But we made everything we needed here. Imagine what would happen to the rest of the world. They'd be fucked because we could build everything we want. Fair, inter travel. Americans can come up to Canada like now. You can travel up here. You can wander around, go fishing freely, and you don't
married, Bonnie.
But imagine if we were intelligent enough to go, hey, all this shit going on, let's shake hands with Canada, use all their minerals, do some manufacturing, all here, treat it fairly, get our taxation levels right. We don't need the rest of the world. We don't need to bail them out. We put a no-fly zone around all these bad countries that cause conflicts and say, hey, if you leave your area, we're going to blow the shit out of you.
And do it. You got to follow through and do it.
Just imagine what would happen. We'd be
I've seen a lot. There's so many dystopian type, future type fucking movies out there. I can pick one, but
and listen, I've been.
Well, there was a time in our history where we did make everything we needed here.
Yes.
What one was that? What was that?
Every time. I mean, after World War II,
because people get greedy. Corporations get greedy. And they're all about, and they should be. They're there to make money. I agree with that. But There's got to be a cutoff point for that, because you don't give up your country to make $1. I'm sorry.
And I got to break it to you something. Like, we have Silicon Valley North up here. Most of your circuit boards for almost everything are made
from China.
Within 10 miles of my house.
All
Everything.
made with blood, sweat, and beer, huh?
I'm telling you, you guys, you don't realize it, but Curtis Wright, Marconi, all these companies are just down the street, and they make circuit boards for everything, for airplanes, nuclear facilities, defense contracts. They're all made right here.
Right on.
Ford just opened. You know, during COVID, that screwed up. You couldn't get vehicles because all computer chips were coming from China. You remember?
Yeah, I do know that.
I'm right. Well, Ford just opened two chip plants, literally 500 yards from me as the crow flies. Ford makes their chips over here now.
So, Bonnie, I got to do a little cross-pollination here. Bonnie, this is Vision Preparedness. He's got his own channel. He does some great content. And Vision, meet Bonnie. Bonnie does her own show. She's been doing it for years, and she's got a lot of great people there. It's a good show, too. You guys, I don't know how you don't know each other, but...
How you doing, Bonnie? Nice to meet you. That's Cole.
Bonnie's a very cool lady.
Awesome. I'll check your channel out for sure.
Yeah, she was just up here with on the live stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not too long ago. Yep.
I can't believe you're still going on, because I was like on when you first came on, and you're still on.
That's right. Bonnie is a fierce Christian. She is. So
awesome.
y'all should definitely get along.
Yep, without a doubt.
Well, I love them both, so I know they're going to get along.
Works for me.
Yep. The people in America need to learn to take accountability for what they're allowing to happen. And we've been allowing it to happen for a long time. It's not just the government. We gave the government the opportunity to take over like they have. We sold out our own rights. So,
yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate that we inherited a lot of it, and I was born into this shit, man. You know what I mean? This is already in the works way before my time. You know what I mean? This is another thing too. It didn't happen overnight.
No, it's been happening for a long time, but now it's time for people to get their shit back together and start fighting for what they believe in, or it's not gonna work.
You're right.
Yeah.
It only works if people back it.
I agree. The only thing is, it's like, okay, for instance, I lean more toward anarchy. I personally, I think true freedom is true anarchy. So the thing is, it's like, even if I was kind of hoping for that better place, like in that sense, it would take about a generation to get there, and that's like for anything. Right now, we're dealing with an idea, and you can't kill an idea with bullets. You have to kill an idea with a better idea. So we got to have a better idea.
I agree with that.
So then this shit that's being forced on us. Go ahead. Sorry.
Hey, can I
no, you're right. You're right.
You got to remember.
And I agree with the anarchy thing. I do. Sometimes you need a little anarchy to get things straight.
Well, let's be clear of what the definition of anarchy is. It's the absence of authority. Okay.
Yes, it is.
That's the true, not what everybody's thinking. Like, oh my God, the craziness, explosions, and
chaos.
It's the absence
chaos becomes
of
order.
Government. It's the absence of government. It's the absence of an authority figure telling you what to do. So go ahead, please.
Exactly.
Remember,
I know this.
United States is a couple of 100 years old. Canada's younger. I think we're being hard on ourselves at the same time because we're such young countries, but we're great countries. Some of these civilizations we're talking about in Europe are thousands of years old, and they've had conflict. They've had conflict forever, but conflict on a whole other level than we've seen, but we've always bailed them out. So my question is to some people, how are we the bad people if they call on us all the time as such young countries, Canada and the United States? We fought hand in hand in World War II against tyranny all over the fucking world. But the United States is looked down upon. The United States has never started a war, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. They've never started a war in their whole existence. They've joined in World War II.
Except for the Civil War.
Your own war. But in World War II, Canada joined in 1939. The U.S. didn't join till they bombed Pearl Harbor.
Right.
The United States has never started a war other than their own civil. So how come two such young countries have to go over to these
and fight everybody else's shit
and fucking take care of other people's civilizations that have been around? They can't get their own shit straight. How can they condemn us?
My question is, why do we?
Well, they look at us as a fucking piggy bank and the police of the world. You know what
Correct. I mean? And that needs to stop.
Well, that was our
exactly. It does need to stop.
That was the corrupt leadership we've been under our whole lives.
You know, I had a buddy, Chris, that was in the Gulf War. He was a sniper. He did 5 tours. You know what he told me? When Saddam's troops were going out of Kuwait and they dropped those bombs, when he was on the ground, he said, you know,
Bonnie,
115 degrees, you'd expect to smell some stench, right? He says, all we smelled was fucking perfume. They stole everything they could out of Kuwait, Kandahar. They took all the artwork, the gold, the silver, the perfume. Yep. So when they were blowing up these vehicles, they were blowing up perfume.
Wow.
The world's a fucked up place, and I don't think that the United States it's the bad guy. It's people. It's billionaires.
Well, we've been infiltrated. We have.
Yes. Benedict Arnold's up our ass.
Yeah.
No, as the professor says, we are many, they are few. We do what we want, they do what we let them.
Yes.
Exactly.
And it all goes back to that. And when the people, and I mean a good majority of us, finally say enough is enough, then change will happen.
History shows that.
Exactly.
History.
And that's what I've been saying.
Let me throw something in there real quick. Let me throw something in there when it comes down to that. The first thing that popped to my mind right after you said that was they're willing to go scorched earth. How far are we willing to go?
Right. That's what we got to be willing to do. We got to be willing to scorch the earth to do what's right for our country and the people of these great republics.
Yes. I'm just saying, if you don't think that if you get enough people complaining to a politician, someone in office, that if they don't vote a certain way, that you're not going to vote for them. That's all they care about. They want that job. That's a career to them, which should be illegal. But to copy off of Rabbit Coyote, I digress. They are going to vote the way you want.
Let me explain something real quick. In Canada, we elected this freaking idiot, okay? But only 35% of the population showed up to vote. So 35% of the people voted, and this tool got 15% of the 35% and was given a minority government. So the guy running our country is running our country on 15% of the population support. Totally fucking ridiculous.
And that is because the rest of the population chose to sit it out. Exactly. So they got what they asked for.
Hey, have you guys ever seen that video? It's called the Jones Plantation.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Just imagine that in a more massive scale.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Tell us. Give us a little brief synopsis of the Jones Plantation movie.
It's like a plantation with slaves, all picking the fields and all this other shit. I mean, but they were given an opportunity instead of the master running things, his cousin or whatever, I don't know, or somebody else came in and said, "We'll give you a vote. All the people out there, all you people out there working in the fields and all the house slaves and all that stuff, you have the opportunity to vote. Who do you want to be your master?" You know what I mean? And they played it off, that good cop, bad cop scenario. You know what I mean? Kind of like get them all. It was part of the tactic. It was part of the tactics of actually controlling the slaves, because also they would introduce like a division in the populace. Oh, you're fat, you're skinny, you got long hair, you don't. Your skin's darker than his. Blah blah blah.
Yep.
Blah, blah. You're a male.
That's
you're a female.
A big one in the black community.
Well,
how dark your
it's
skin
a division
is.
tactic. It's a division tactic that they used in the plantations. All right, and it's just more on a massive scale. If you imagine it, the same tactics that's worked for generations. Generations. This idea has been used many times in a much more brutal aspect, also back in the day. But today it's just in a more massive scale, and it's become normalized. This is what we're living on, a giant plantation, and you got people up there acting like they're fucking masters of the house, and they're untouchable, and they do, and they have all. It's like it's like the kings in the castle. They had a lot of knights and a moat and everything like that protecting them. Well, it's the same thing with a lot of these people worldwide that are sitting behind a bunch of knights in their little kingdom, and then all the subjects are out there bowing down and paying taxes to the king. Just to survive. It's just on a massive scale. The idea. Forgot.
It was the illusion. They were given the illusion of freedom. They're like, you know what? And the thing is Jones Plantation, that the plantation was about to riot. They were about to riot. They were about to kill their slave masters. And this guy came in and said, no. This is how you do it. This is how you sell it. This is how you gain control. And so it's the same, like you said, along with it, that they were sold the illusion of freedom. They had elections. They had money. They worked for money. They established a monetary value. They opened up a
They were told they had part ownership of the whole plantation.
Yeah, you're now part owner now. You're now a stakeholder, right? Your voice has a say. But you know what? They were still slaves.
Yep. Well, it's an old tactic that they've been using for a long time. I mean, you got all those slave traders that were in the West Indies and all that sort of shit. They were, all those. I mean, it was a very honed tactic and skill to control these wild people and tame them to the point of domestication. In a sense, and that was basically what it was. It's like treating them like trying to to tame a horse. It's like you gotta beat or tame that. You gotta get that wild horse out of him and turn him into a more subservient, where you can tie him to a stick and he'd stay there because he's tied to that stick. You know what I mean?
That is the fruits of their labor with us.
Right.
We have been sold this. We have been sold this illusion of freedom, yet we're still watching them play and do their things. And now we've got LA burning. Now we've got the Appalachians are still, they're freezing. There's people freezing, right? There's
well, I kind of don't feel bad.
I've been there. I know what it feels like.
I mean, LA is LA, and it is still part. It was all done with mismanagement, and I look at it this way. They're still Americans, and there is fierce patriots in there.
Well, I agree with that, and I feel bad for everybody that lost their home, but you get what you vote for.
This is what. This is
but
honestly
did they vote?
on that end of
Did
it.
their
In my
vote
opinion,
actually matter? How long has Gavin Newsom been in charge?
I think this is kind of like Maui and all that stuff. Also, it's a land grab. I think that's the underlying scenario right there. I think, in my opinion, but
because
I might be
of the
wrong,
Olympics.
I don't know.
I
don't know for sure the reasoning.
All right, Kanajan, take care. Love you, brother.
Later, Kana.
Bye, Canadian.
I think he's stuck. Yeah.
I have sympathy for everybody in California that has lost their home, because I lost a home through a fire. I lost everything I owned.
Yeah, I've done 2 of them myself.
When you continue to vote in people who don't manage your state the correct way, or you continue to support people who worship the earth more than they care about human life, you get what you earn.
They didn't. Okay, it was forced upon them. Just like everything else that we're seeing with these regulations, they didn't vote for it. Nobody fucking voted for it.
I don't see it that way. No, I see it as
it is all manipulation. It is their forced edicts, because Mr. Newsom, the DEI, the whatever you want, the EOs, they have taken charge of California, and they're not going to let it go. And now they're destroying it. Right. And and now they have agent provocateurs throughout the population that is doing shit. And we're watching their plan come to fruition. We're watching the fruits of their labor. Yes, no water, but purposeful mismanagement. Right. And it is malicious. They're not voting for it. They didn't vote for it. Nobody voted for a forest fire.
They didn't vote for Gavin Newsom or that.
He fucking stole it.
Mayor.
Just like who voted for who voted for Biden? That's my question. Who voted for Biden? Same thing with Gavin Newsom.
Weeks ago, Shad, we were up on your panel talking about how, long before the fire started, how these people will burn it down before they let go of it.
That's what I'm saying. That scorched earth scenario. If they're willing to go scorched earth, what the fuck, dude?
Take care of it.
You got to really ask yourself if you're willing to go that far or further. You know what I mean? When it comes down to, this is what they're willing to do if they don't get their way. You know what I'm saying? Or to force us into a situation. Because it's like, okay, they believe, the people with powers that should not be, they believe that they have the right and the authority to suppress our natural rights indefinitely in an emergency. So all they have to do is just create an emergency, and they can and suspend those fucking natural rights indefinitely. You know what I mean?
And might I interject, Tiger, as well, is that I'm not. I understand that you feel that they voted for him and that they get what they get, but my point is, in which I'm probably more along the lines of with you there, is why didn't they stop it? Why didn't they stop?
That's what I'm saying.
Not just by voting, okay? Because obviously voting didn't work there. Voting has never worked in these states. I mean, look at the blue states. How many times have they tried to take back their state, and it's failed every time? So there has to be other ways and means.
Well, I agree. They're probably still in the elections, but I mean, they let the people that are in charge anyway let the environmentalists, and hey, I'm an environmentalist to a point. Sure. I will never pick a grasshopper over my fucking life, though. Do you think those grasshoppers survived that fucking flame? Hell no, them bitches fried. They popped like popcorn. Them fish are probably dead. I mean, come on. It's like
Unless they were
insane.
painted
Why
blue.
would you go that extreme radicalism? And that has no place in this country. I'm sorry. It
You're
shouldn't
right.
have
You're
anyway.
right. But it's here. This is the fruits of their labor. This is the fruits of their subversion. This is the fruits of their what they have all done for, some would say 4 years, but I'd say even decades. This is it. What you're seeing in LA, and in La Jolla and everywhere else, and more to come, by the way. This is the fruits of their labor.
I have no doubt. Oh yeah. This, to me, what happened this past couple of weeks has been insane. And to think that people let their own country go this far, like you don't care about your own family. I mean, if you don't care about yourself, I get that. Lots of people don't. You don't care about your children or your wife or your husband or your mom or your dad. I mean, come on. Let's use a little bit of humanity. A little bit of, hey, we are in charge of this shit.
Tiger, there's a massive lack of empathy in this world. That's one of the biggest problems. They like the medicals. They got profit over empathy, right? And nobody's caring. What happened to all the homeless that were in that area that burned?
Well, there's no profit in that. There's no profit in empathy, man.
And even all these fools, maybe they're bad people, but they had kids. The kids are innocent. There's
never let a crisis go to waste. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, but then what if they create the crisis? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they do. They do create the crisis.
You see everything that they've done.
If they would have taken care of the forest and everything in California, this shit wouldn't have been happening.
Bring the nation to crisis is the step number 3 of the ideological subversion. And then the 4th step after that will just normalize it.
Right? Exactly. That's it. We already know their plan. We already know their tactics. We already know their plan. And yet we're watching it come to fruition. We are watching the fruits of their labor. Right?
Yeah.
Now,
I also blame developers.
Developers.
I hate fucking condominiums and housing developments and shit. I hate that shit.
Oh, you know that's a thing.
So we've got this new pandemic. People, I keep seeing comments and stuff. We got a new pandemic coming. How many people are going to comply?
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm wondering when it comes down to it, what's going to stop them? What's going to stop them? I mean, there was little ladies out there that were willing to call police because you weren't wearing a mask. You know what I mean? There was that.
Not where I live. And I live in the city.
Yeah.
But, shit, I forgot what I was going to say now. It must have been alive then, I guess.
It's actually kind of pitiful. There's this $1 store that's nearby, and there's still one employee, only one employee out of all of them that still wears a mask today.
Yep, I see it. Let's go.
So, like, I go 5 days a week to get radiation right now, and you don't even have to wear a mask in the hospital anymore. Like it's like that. You don't have to wear a mask. It cracks me up the amount of people that I see grab those masks and put them on. I told my boss at work, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not. It makes my O2 levels go down. It will anybody's. If you check your O2 levels before you put a mask on and after you put it on, it goes down. I'm not putting a mask on. It's not happening.
Rebreathing your own carbon dioxide is detrimental.
Yeah.
20 minutes of rebreathing your own carbon dioxide is life-changing, detrimental to your health.
Yes, it is. It's insane. I'm not doing it. I work in healthcare, and I mean, I will put a mask on if I go in someone's room who's contagious with something. While I'm in their room, I'm not wearing it throughout the whole building. They can kiss my ever widening white ass.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Maybe only the people that are sick should wear a mask.
Well, you know,
yes, I get that. Like my brother had to wear a mask when he had his double lung transplant, and I get that. Okay. I totally get it because you don't need an infection from someone.
Or somebody's got an
just to wear a mask, they don't even do any good. And that mask is only literally good for so long, like an hour. An hour. And you're wearing it all day long? Like what make that make sense, please.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I don't understand that either. I mean, you know,
I actually got written up at work because I told them the masks don't work.
Most of the people down here in Florida didn't really pay attention to that shit anyway. But the thing is, there were still a lot of tourists and stuff that's still riding around in their car by themselves with the windows rolled up, wearing a mask and gloves. You know, it's really weird. They were what really
apparently
really
they're afraid they're going to catch something from themselves.
Well, what really got me kind of irritated and kind of was like when I used to sell my stuff down at the parking lot down there, that gas station. I'd sit out there all the time, so I'd even watch kids get dropped off from the school bus and stuff. All right, and you know, I'm seeing like that to me is just, you know, seeing kids, you know, younger the age of like, you know, 10. Wearing a mask and stuff like that. No, it's like I guess I don't know how long they do it at school, but they were getting off the bus with a mask and they stay. I assume, but they're getting off the bus. They're wearing also. I mean, you know, even when like younger children, if they're like, you know, like if you're a baby or a little older or whatever, you're looking at your mother or your father. You're looking at the facial expressions. You're not getting shit with a fucking mask on.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Imagine what all the babies that lived through COVID are going to grow up to be like.
And you know, I made this observation a while back that I'm looking at the new generation. They all looked underdeveloped. Like I'm looking at college kids. I'm looking at college kids that look like 10-year-olds. I don't understand why, and that could be it. That could be they had to wear a mask in school, right, for 10 to 12 hours a day for months. You know, and yeah, exactly, right. And so I now I see some that, you know, of course, you know, the athletic ones, or you know, they look their age, but most young adults look like fucking 10-year-olds.
Yeah,
it has to be the mask. It has to be
the biggest hypocrisy. One of the biggest hypocrisies of COVID was cough in your elbow and touch elbows. Don't shake hands. What the?
Oh yeah, the whole thing.
What the fuck is that? Okay, you just coughed all over your elbow. Now let's touch elbows because we can't shake hands.
Well, it's hard to put your mouth on it. It is. I mean, so I can see that. There's not a lot of people licking their own elbows. Have you ever tried? Try kissing your elbow. Yeah.
It's just but you touch your whole body all the time.
That's true.
And then you touch your face.
Yeah, my mouth. Yeah.
What I was really seeing the dominoes stacking up in that whole scenario. I remember the coin shortage that was happening here in my area. I mean, there was some gas stations, you know, it's like they weren't accepting like actual change or whatever. They didn't have change for, you know, whatever. It was a coin shortage. And it was around the same time. So I was sitting there thinking about it. I was like, yeah, what's next that they were trying to do is, well, hell, it's not only being passed like by coughing and stuff, you have to wear a mask. Next thing you know, that's all the money's being touched. Yeah, oh my God, it's being passed by the money. Oh, we got to outlaw money, blah, 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 blah. You know.
Just yesterday, or was it this morning, I saw a news report that I'm not even sure which area, but hospitals are starting to mandate the masks again due to this new threat. So
Well, see, this is the thing. It's like I get these mandates. Where in the fuck is that's unconstitutional?
Not a law, it's a mandate.
Shit right there.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we can ignore that, right? Yeah. But they're going to try and use that the power of force behind it, right?
But they can try.
It's enforced, in a sense. It's like, okay,
I mean, and there were cases that
tackle you and put you in fucking handcuffs if you don't comply.
There were cases of that. There was.
Needle, I don't care what it is. Anybody ever try to stick a needle in me? My goal is to stick it right in their fucking eyeball. I promise you.
Dude, did you see that one video of that fucking? There was a big fucking black dude, big dude, man. He was in the hospital, and they were wanting to force him to fucking get that shit. And he was like, "Man, the fucking this revolution would be televised." Blah, blah.
I remember that. Yeah, he was ready to swing on some folks, and they just kept inching forward and forward.
But the thing is, it's like, okay, imagine yourself in that guy's position. I mean, how far would you? Scorched earth type of scenario.
Right there and then, I'm telling them, back the fuck away. I'm out of here. I'm leaving. And if you're in my way, you're getting dropped. Call the cops. I don't give a fuck. I'm dropping them too.
Two nations from two different areas that can quit their job of many years when that shit started. They wanted no part of what they were seeing. They quit their jobs.
Right. I got fired for mine because of it. But yeah.
Well, I almost did. They asked me, my main boss asked me, she's like, "Are you going to get the COVID vaccine?" I said, "No, ma'am, I'm not." She's like, "Well, what if we make that a condition of your employment?" I said, "Well, then you're going to be firing me and I'm going to draw unemployment."
Yeah, right. Yeah, play hardball. I mean, if they're going to play hardball with you, play hardball with me.
They're going to fire me. I'm not quitting.
Yep, and then you can sue. Fuck 'em.
Yes, sir.
I just don't like to be told what to do or what not to do, and I don't ever want to have to do that for anyone. I don't want to control anybody. I don't want to be controlled. The only thing I want from my government is for my borders to be safe and to be protected from other countries. All right, I don't want them in my business at all. They're in everybody's fucking business far too much.
Yeah.
That's why I say you got to fucking eliminate a whole lot of shit. A whole lot of that fat, in a sense.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that fucking.
Over the decades, Wingnut, the experts over the decades have said that this government would operate much more efficiently at 10% of what it is now. Meaning, if you remove 90% of the government, it would actually work better for the people.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, and guess what? We wouldn't be so far in debt because they wouldn't be paying all those people they didn't need to pay.
There's 22 million people in the government, all the way, including all law enforcement, military, everything. There's 360 something million of us. How in the world, like I saw somebody say earlier, how in the world do we let those, and most of those people are not, administrative. So how do we let them control us that way?
Yeah, good.
Because people gave up their right to rule.
Yeah. Right. This is the fruits of their labor. This is when they have divided and conquered us. They have already divided and conquered us. Now, we're starting to get it back,
did that with
right?
The two-party thing, for instance, they did that with the two-party
with everything, and now they're injecting debauchery and all that thing. But now we're starting to get it now because, like I said, the majority of the ruling class of the people is the family unit, and that's why they're assaulting the family unit, right? And so the family unit, which makes it's common sense. Family unit has to work in common sense. They live in an objective world. Things make sense because of their fruits of their labor, right? Man and woman go to work, they raise children, they produce great children, they go on and so forth and produce children, and that adds to the fabric of the society, which adds to the strength of a nation, right? So they understand that the family unit has to be destroyed, but you can't. They've just found out they can't. And here we are back on track. Hopefully, Trump does what he says he's going to do, and we get shit going, and we take back this country. We take back our freedom, because it's our freedom, and we have to declare it. It's not please, daddy government, give me what I'm entitled, which is exactly what they want.
We have to demand it.
Exactly. It's a demand. It's a declaration of independence. I declare. This is what I declare. And not to get with those what do you call those guys? The travelers, right? I'm traveling. Yeah. Yeah, right. But there's something to that. There's something to that. There is. And they declare they're traveling. We need to get back to that not fully, but to that mentality where we make the shots, we make the calls, and that's what's up. So yeah, the sovereign citizen.
They don't teach our kids anymore that
exactly.
This is our government. This is your responsibility. People think that they don't have any responsibility. They just vote for someone and you're done. That's not it. You have to stay involved.
I will remain an American because I love this country and I know what was given to get to this point. So I don't want to step aside from that.
Right. Exactly.
Now,
American, you were talking about, they don't teach American civics anymore. They do not teach American civics, which was one of the most
teach American government anymore.
Right. It was one of the most boring classes.
You had to know the Constitution. You had to know the Bill of Rights. You had to know all the presidents of the United States in order, all the countries in order, all that. They don't teach any of that stuff anymore. Right. Nothing.
And once again, roots of their labor.
Remember Schoolhouse Rock? They used to be on every week. And they taught you about stuff like that. They don't do that no more either. They don't want you to know.
Yeah, I remember that. I'm just a bill. I'm just a bill. Going to Capitol Hill.
And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill.
Right?
Yeah, and there's also a meme for that where the bill's sitting on the steps next to the Capitol telling the kid, there ain't no song for this kid.
But people don't know that they have a responsibility to help govern their own country.
Yep. Take care of
They don't know that anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Fruit of their labor, man. They've turned our learning centers into indoctrination camps.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, our survivalist type of mentality or any of that has been kind of wiped out with this consumerism and this convenience and shit like that that's being supplied. You don't have to think for yourself. You got all this stuff that'll do it for you.
Yeah, instant gratification. Right, convenience makes us weak.
Yeah, everything's about how little you have to do. We have non-participated ourselves into the country we have today.
Yep, through preoccupation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I was born into it, man. I was born, and a lot of this stuff is already in play, already in place. I mean, honestly, man, there's a lot of stuff. See, I cringe at that when I hear people say, "Oh, it's never going to happen in our lifetime." Well, it may or may not. I remember my dad saying that he never thought he would see the Great Wall of the Berlin Wall come down in his lifetime. You know what I mean? I remember that.
Yeah, I remember
I was like Reagan, bring down that wall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fucking, my dad said he never thought he'd ever see that in his lifetime. And I was like, every time I hear somebody say, that'll never happen in my lifetime. You never know, man. You never fucking know.
You know what I never thought I'd see in my lifetime was airplanes crashing into buildings.
Bro, I remember I was there. I actually saw the second one live on TV. I didn't see the first one. I was asleep at the time. I was working at a bar, and one of the bartenders. one of the bartenders come running down the street where I used to live. It's like down the street from the bar. And fucking one of the bartenders came in, busted down my door so I could turn on the TV. He said, look at this shit. And I was like, damn, is this real?
Yeah. That was insane. And that was also the last time our country actually stood together.
Wingnut, it's everybody here. It's not just you. We were all born into this. This shit was this way when I was a kid. It was this way before I was born. It's been like this for a long time.
Yeah. It's been in play for a while. Because you think about it, it's kind of like a con artist, you know, that long con, you know what I mean?
Yep.
That takes years into the future, you know what I mean? And you got to have a lot of it's, or like a big chess player. You talk about your chessboard, you got your magnetic chessboard, Carl. Right. Imagine this is a chess game. Everything, all the major players of the world are the pieces of the board. All right, and you got to understand, it's like, imagine the whole fucking planet as a big fucking board, and it's all the pieces are out there laid out, and the objective is to do what, you know what I mean, and then how to achieve that objective.
That's why I like the game Risk so much.
You know.
Yep.
We ought to do an online Risk game. You ever played Risk where you get like 6 people playing? It can last for 3 days and shit.
Yeah, Risk is a long game.
It's an easy game, though, I think.
I like the concept more than anything.
Yeah. But yeah, I am an avid chess player, of course. And I like that, you know, analogy. Yeah.
Well, chess is, you know, chess is the only game you can play that doesn't have chance involved. There's no roll of the dice. There's no picking a card. There's no spinning no dial. If you make a mistake, it's your own damn mistake. And the thing about that is, like, when we're talking about plans, you can plan 10 moves ahead in a game of chess. You can plan yourself way ahead and think you've got a whole strategy going down. All it takes is one move from your opponent. And now everything you planned is up in the wind and you got to rethink it all. That's the beauty of that game. You know, it's
collateral damage.
Yep, sacrifice my pawns to get to your knight, your rook, your queen.
Exactly.
King.
You know what I'm saying?
People
and we end up being
like
in that fucking classification of fucking, you know, collateral damage. We as just average people around, you know what I mean? Our belongings, our lives are just, hey, that's just collateral damage. It was in the way, you know what I mean? But we wanted to do something with that land. We need you out of there, so we'll just burn it.
Yep, that's what they do, apparently.
Or they'll send a hurricane. You know?
Shit, man. They canceled all the insurance. First, they canceled all the insurance, but before that, they made a law where you can't rebuild. You know, there's a lot of funky shit about that, where the water was off, all that stuff. You add that all together.
Yeah. Exactly, dude. There was another area up in Canada that had the same scenario that happened also. It was the same exact scenario.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yep, in the rural areas. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, indeed. Well, folks, I'm going to give you the 15-minute warning.
All right, that's cool. I got to do some stuff anyways. But you guys all see where the flames in the background with the Hollywood sign up on the hill? You know, you guys all see that imagery, you know, that they're showing everywhere? We were on panel there the other night with somebody said they're only a couple miles from that, and that's all bullshit. The fire was still a long ways away. I've heard other people say that though they're creating these images,
of course,
that aren't really happening. You know, there was some live coverage. I think it was Crux, CRUX or something on YouTube, and it was like a loop of the worst scenes they could have filmed, and they're calling it live. You know, and it's like they're trying to make this look. I don't know why, but somebody's trying to make it look worse.
Demobilization, dehumiliation, yeah. You know, trauma-based. See, this is the how can I put this? A way of programming is trauma. trauma, fear, trauma,
Yeah.
hugs. Okay, think of it this way. This is simple. Slap you, hug you, slap you, hug you, slap you, hug you, over and over and over again. You know, while you're fucking tripping acid, they're kind of, you know, that this is the tactic that's used. You know, and this is what they're doing, and that's, you can say the same. It's a microcosm as far as our presidency. That's why I see this whole Biden Trump thing is kind of okay. You know, and once again, okay, how about this analogy? The frog in the boiling pot, right? You turn up the heat very gradually, and you also turn it down. Like, oh, we got it too hot. Let's turn it down. Okay, let's turn it up a little bit. All right, let's turn it all the way up. All right, let's turn it down. Right, so that trauma-based programming gets nailed in there, and you don't know what is real, what is true, and you're grasping at reality and asking questions. And like Rabbit said, oh, there's a problem. Here's a simple solution: just do as you're told.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Once again, they're just getting you used to the trauma, so you don't freak out about the next one.
Yep.
Somebody comes up and slaps you before they even try to hug you, sock them right back.
What if they hug you?
Yeah, you slap me, we ain't hugging.
You know, that's the thing too. You know, a hug then a slap. I mean, you can mix it up.
Well, that's
again,
where the
dialects.
Stockholm syndrome scenario starts going into.
You said donkey Kong. Okay.
I did say Donkey Kong because I'm that old.
Donkey Kong. That's right.
Chad, thanks for having me up here, man. It's always interesting.
Right on, brother. Good to have you. Good to have you, brother.
I'll see y'all somewhere soon.
All right.
I'm gonna jump down too.
Later,
thanks, Chad.
Thank you, Tears. Pleasure as always. Thank you.
Yeah. I might as well go ahead and jump off too then.
I'm setting it 6 hours and 50 minutes. So I got about 10 more minutes. So totally up to you if you want to hang out. Whatever. Talk some shit.
Well,
but yeah, I got to get. It's kind of past my bedtime.
10-4. Past your bedtime, huh?
Yeah, I got to wake up 4:30 in the morning. Yep.
Yep. I hear you. That's man. I'm more of, I don't know what it is. I'm more of a night person personally and naturally. So
right.
But it's hard to find night jobs all over the place. But
are you kidding me? No, they're everywhere, dude. Everywhere.
Not where I'm at. Not where I'm at anyway.
Really?
Put it that way.
Yeah, you got to look at the industries. I tell you what. This is what you do: is just drive around town at night, 3:00 in the morning, and see who's working.
Yeah. It's
server
jobs. It's server jobs, bartenders, shit like that.
Right. I mean, I did it. I did it for years too. You know, all kinds of.
I was a bouncer of like 3 different bars, or security, or whatever you want to call it, man.
Bouncing,
for like
security. Yeah, that's a night job. But you know, delivery jobs. There's tons of delivery jobs over at night. You know, bakeries. There's bakeries out there that bake and deliver, you know, early in the morning. Papers. I used to run papers. I don't know if papers are still a thing anymore. You know, but you did Cherokee. Your Homestead Oss. How are they doing? I haven't heard anything about them for quite some time. What? Yeah, share the link, Cherokee. Share the link from Homestead Oss. Wayne and Lynn. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you. It was a great pleasure as always to have you up. Anyway, yeah. So there's a lot of weird shit out there, you know, that you can get into.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember talking to one girl. I was working at Walmart at customer service, and this lady she went around and she delivered the little coupon books. They're called monster packs or something, monster coupons. And there was a little stand. They were free. You just walk in and grab them, right? And she would come in every day or every night and drop these, you know, like 500 at a place, and then she'd go. And I was like, "How is this a job for you?" She's like, "Hell yeah, I make like $1,500 a fucking $3,000, you know, whatever." Of course, I work every day, 24 hours a day, you know, kind of thing. It's you know, and I make these deliveries in a big van. I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, I'm making about $3,000 a fucking week or whatever. I get bonuses and I work nights and work weekends. And I'm like, what? That's a thing? Giving away free coupons. So yeah, meth dealer. Yeah, there you go. I don't know. You just gotta get put your pulse on the on your community and see what's going on. I remember a job. I hated it. It was literally delivering flowers. We had to wake up and be at market at 3:30 in the morning to load a fucking van of flowers. And then take them back to the shop, and where they did their thing, and shushed them up, and then other people. Once I got in there and I delivered the flowers, they did their thing. I was free to go, but I had to be there at 3:30 in the fucking morning with hundreds of other people doing the exact same thing. I was like, what the fuck? It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and that sounds like great, man. Yeah, no. Dude, I'm gonna jump on that job.
I was young. Yeah. I was like, hell yeah, let's check it out, see what happened.
Yeah, I'm not as old as I used to be. So
you're not as old as you used to be.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that phrase. Yeah. Sorry, I'm regressing. I'm getting younger. Boom. Thank you, Cherokee Survival. If y'all don't remember Homestead Us, Wayne and Lynn. See what's going on with them. I used to tar foundations. Yeah, right. There's a job. I know a guy. He does. He's a waxer, right? He runs a waxer, and he does like hotel lobbies. Fucking hospitals, colleges, and he works at night. Right, and that's because nobody's there, right? So he can strip the floor, he can run that big waxer thing. There's a job. Cleaners. I used to do pest control at night, right? And I had to schedule my time around cleaners that were coming into restaurants to clean the place. It was a whole fucking army of them. They'd show up like 3 vans, vacuum. They would vacuum, dry clean and vacuum or whatever, shampoo carpets and, polishing fucking chrome and all kinds of crazy shit they were doing. And I was just like, oh man, I can't be walking in there spraying chemical as you guys are fucking walking around trying to work. So, right. Kentucky. Yeah. Kentucky.
My family actually, at one time we did that. Actually, we did that as a business. We did that for like gyms. We go in after hours and clean all the fucking gyms and shit.
Right. Right. I mean, there's shit to do. The buffers and strippers, right? Majik, Sanders. So yeah, there's some weird shit out there to get into. I knew people that, like I said, they're bakers. Yeah. Bakers. I mean, if I ever wanted to commit suicide, I'd become a baker.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like on food scenario or even coffee. Like starting my own little coffee stand or something like that, or a hot dog stand or something like that. I wonder what I just got to find out the expense on all the legality, quote unquote, shit is.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Like a vendor's license or whatever, or have to do with the health department or whatever. I don't, it's a bunch of hoops of shit, and it can be over $1,000 just on that.
Some bullshit too. Yeah,
it is. Just to hold up like a little coffee stand or something, not a shop, but an actual, just like a hot dog stand, but a coffee stand. You know what I mean? I think that would be kind of cool.
I like it. I like this idea, and I'm from. I spent 20 years.
Japanese. Have you seen those Japanese portable fucking noodle stands? The street noodle shops.
Yep.
Dude, these things are like, they fold all up and they carry up in like a trailer, and they fucking pull it up and then fold it out, and it's like a whole restaurant, and it's like, I love that idea. And I was like, dude, I can build something like that maybe, and fucking make a coffee house out of it.
I like the coffee idea.
The street corner.
Fucking brew
it
coffee.
Depends on the nightlife, dude. That's the thing too. I got to figure out where I would have to be able to go, or what, like, legal, quote unquote, shit I would have to be able to park somewhere. You know what I mean? Or put a trailer, just pull up a little trailer and then unfold everything out, where I have like a little seating area so people can actually sit there and enjoy a cup of coffee. You know what I mean?
I do remember. I'm coming from 20 years of hanging out in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and all their vendors and all their events and shit. And I had friends that were running hot dog carts and stuff like that. I learned that you just want them to go. You want them to get the product, pay you money, and leave. Because if they stick around, there's problems. You know, there's always a fight. There's always an argument. Shit like that. They don't want the loitering going on. And it is a problem. But yeah, I coffee. If I was at a lot like the bike rallies and shit like that. If there was a coffee stand, because I don't know how many beer stands, how many whiskey stands, how many food stands, shit like that. You had your beer tub girls, which were hot. They're in chat.
Like fancy coffee though. You like fancy coffee
would be badass. I mean, because not everybody wants to continue to drink. Some of us just want a cup of coffee after walking around aimlessly. Because that would be a badass idea. What they had to do though is you had to get with your chamber of commerce. You had to pay this guy. You had to pay that guy. You had to make sure that everything was. Your inspector came in and said, "Oh, you can't do that. You can't do this."
That's just at those events, or just like on a regular basis.
Both. Okay. But what we found out is a lot of, especially with the food trucks, is they would park outside that jurisdiction of whoever was trying to call the shots. Make them pay $1,000 to get a fucking business license or whatever, and they would change it from year to year. Like, oh, you need it's only $2,500 to get into this event, or $25, $250. Boom. Next year it's $1,500. You're like, what the fuck? So what they would do is they go on the outskirts and just, petition the other county or the other township or whatever the boundary was. And there were people, they were getting business. It wasn't as much, but they were still getting business, So.
Yeah, I guess you could justify the means, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, hey man, all right. I know it's getting up to that 7. All right. And then all right. I'm gonna let you go, and you have a good one out there, Shad. I'll catch you around on the flip side, all right?
All right, brother. Take care of yourself. Thanks. Always a pleasure, man. Take care of yourself. Have a good night. Wow. 7-hour live stream, and I'm getting to bed about 30 minutes past my bedtime. So I thank you all that hung out with me this whole time. Wow. And everybody that just jumped up on panel and reading chat, the more I grow, the word spreads, the more money I make. Right? There you go. I just got here. Fuck that. I know, right? Hey, just got to do what we got to do. So, yep, that's right. 7 hours. Just now I'm at 7:01. So I'm gonna smoke this cigarette. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me tonight. Everybody that jumped on panel, everybody that was in chat. Great time. Epic. Another epic live stream. Okay, yeah, I need to, man. I need to reach out to them, see how they're doing. Yeah, right, Kentucky Survival. I mean, that's the thing. I love a food truck, and I will follow. There's certain food trucks around here, like the Brisket Man. Yes, the smoked brisket man. He rides around here. I usually see him around the gun stores and things like that, and I follow him wherever he goes, man. Thank you, Rabbit. Right. I had a rocky start. I did. The first hour was rocky. I kept getting booted off, but I think this was a successful live stream, 7 hours of the fruits of their labor. That's right, Chicken Man. Pippin ain't easy. What's pimping ain't easy? That's right. Recognizing the fruits of their labor. You know, I'm pretty good. We stayed on topic for most of the time. But like all my chats, man, they just go wherever they go sometimes. You know, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? We talked about everything. Good night, Cha Cha. Love to you as well. Oh, a fish and chips truck. Woo! Always, Chicken Man. Not only fat guys, and women want to eat, right? There's a lot of people that just want to eat after drinking, after going to an event, eat, drink, eat, and go home and sleep, right? Make it a good night. Get you a good meal. Get you a good meal and settle down for the night. Yes, indeed. Region 9, thank you very much. Whether you cook it or grow it, right? I've never seen a coffee vendor. I've never seen a coffee street vendor. Never. Thank you very much, United. That means a lot coming from you. You have epic live streams. Y'all don't know. Folks, drop your links. Shameless plugs for everyone. If you're blue, you know what to do. If you're not, then you're snot. You can just beg somebody's blue and they'll drop it for you. But yeah, drop your links, everyone, please. Chicken Man, thank you very much for dropping all this knowledge on us. Yeah, appreciate it, brother. So yeah, folks, it's getting about that time. I got about that much of this cigarette left. We are watching the fruits of their labor, and I kind of think it's all in vain. Tiger as well. Thank you very much. Have a great night. Got to get to bed so I can get up in the morning. Fuck cancer. Indy's a meanie. She blocked me. Rabbit. You probably deserved it. I don't know. Hard to say. Look, shush, Rabbit. Boom. KP Heathen. Sunday Reflections spoon in my hand as a fidget spinner. Thank you very much, brother. This thing is amazing, man. Thank you. So there you go. Thank you. Yes, Sunday Reflections, brought to you by KP Heathen. Right, the spoon. There's always a pot of something cooking, right, on a Sunday. You did a great job. This is burnt into the wood. So yeah, it's my official fidget spinner. Kind of challenging. It's got some weight to it. Much love, Billy. Thank you very much as well. Drop your link. Billy's got some epic live streams going on. So yeah, I in conclusion, I do believe that yes, we are watching the fruits of their labor, and we know that there's a changing of the guard, right? There's a changing. Take care of yourself, Rabbit. Skull. One last skull for you. Skull. I'm drinking water. We know that there's a changing of the guard. Trump's going to be in here soon, and we're watching them just jump ship and burn shit down in spite. In their last ditch attempt to try to do something. Right on, Cherokee. Mr. Jesus doesn't like it when you smoke cigarettes. Oh no. Good thing I'm not a Christian. College kids too, they can be trouble, right? Billy, love you, Tiger, as always. So yeah, thank you very much, folks, for hanging out with me tonight. Right, just started backsliding, right? Some backsliding, right? Yeah, exactly. I mean, we got 4 years. We got 4 years of projected progress. If it's still it can be our country if we choose to keep it, and we hold everyone accountable, especially Trump. He's made some claims, and I hope he hold him to his claims. Pardoning everybody from the J6, holding everybody accountable from the Afghanistan debacle. I mean, there's so much undoing that needs to be done, and I hope he keeps his word. If not, we get rid of him. No, I can't, Cherokee. I got to get to bed. I do. I have to get to bed. I'm actually pushing. Right? Yeah. I mean, there's some. There was some. We stopped a lot of the tide. With the House of Representatives and some of the Senate. Getting good people in there and holding them accountable. Right. 3%ers, Robin Hood's natural law. That's right. The natural law. That's right. Might makes right. And that's something we learned from them. No shit. I'm thinking about this too. Kentucky survival as a long-term thing. I don't know how I'm going to make this content, but yeah, I'm like I said, I'm looking into an SUV, and now I'm thinking about trailers. So yeah, interesting. I'd like to see some of this content. 14-foot box trailer. That's what I'm looking at too, like a box trailer. Yeah, something secure, covered. I don't know how far I want to go with it. All right, call pussies. So anyway, speaking of pussing out after 7 hours and 10 minutes, I bid you all adieu. I thank you very much for hanging out with me tonight at Sunday Reflections. It is time to leave. So how's that song? Closing time, right? You don't. I don't care where you go, but you can't stay here. And going nomad. Oh, really? Really rabid. Damn, badass. Bug in time, then it's bug out. Batwing, I'm out. All right, take care of yourself, Cat, and everybody else in chat. Thank you very much for hanging out with me tonight. One last skull. Have a good night.